Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. I've shared a not as creepy event that's happened to me, but this particular occurrence never put me in any jeopardy. It was more my neighbors, but creepy nonetheless. Keep in mind that I am unsure of the exact age that I was during this series of events, but it took place over a majority of my life thus far, and promptly ended in 2011 when I was about 11. I remember most of these things happening, and my mom has filled me in on some of the details since. I'm not sure if it belongs here, but I really don't ever want to meet this person again. I live in a good neighborhood, in a good city. It was being built when we moved there. But I always remember these two being my neighbors. Their names were Betty and Jeff. The first interaction that I remember having with either of them was when Betty gave my sister and I a whole bunch of McDonald's toys. You know how they display every one of the toys inside? We got one of those displays. I was 5 and my sister was 2, and I remember being ecstatic as any younger child would be. My mom later informed me that Betty would tell her that we were the cutest kids in the world, and that she wished she had children like us. Flash forward a few years later, where I'm guessing that I was about 7 or 8. I was hanging out with another girl my age, and was also my neighbor down the street. We left my house, and we were walking to hers. When we got outside, we saw Betty throwing a bunch of Jeff's stuff out of the second-story window. I vividly remember her screaming profanities as she tossed an old TV set out the window, and smelling cologne that she must have thrown out the window as well. My friend and I rushed to get inside, and we just thought that she was crazy. Between the ages of 8 and 10, Betty and Jeff must have had a few more fights. There's nothing that I can remember, but I do remember my mother telling me that Betty confronted my dad. My dad had been outside doing yard work at about 8:30 or 9 p.m. It was summertime, so the sun was still out and the kids were still outside yelling and playing. All of a sudden, Betty marched out of her house and straight to my dad. She yelled at him for keeping everyone awake with the sound of a leaf blower, and probably called him an MFer a few times. I would understand her anger more if it was dark out, but it still kind of confuses me. Maybe she had a right to be angry. One day when I was 10, I had returned home from school to the sight of police cars and a bunch of yellow caution tape surrounding Betty and Jeff's house. I ran inside and asked my mom what had happened, but she had no clue. She later found out from my other neighbor that Betty had died, possibly by being thrown down the stairs or something like that. They were trying to figure out if it was self-inflicted, or if Jeff had finally lost his stuff and killed her. A few days later, I was outside by myself drawing with chalk. As soon as I got outside, I saw Jeff walk over to his glass door. He hadn't been arrested for anything yet, and was still presumed innocent. I thought I had nothing to worry about, so I continued on and retrieved my chalk from the garage. I began to draw when I noticed that Jeff was staring out his door, and staring directly at me. This continued for 10 minutes. I eventually got creeped out and went to tell my dad. By the time he came outside with me, Jeff had left the door. That's when I realized that maybe Jeff was the crazy one. In April of 2011, Jeff was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 30 years. He gave Betty a fatal dose of antifreeze, and I'm still unsure of whether he actually pushed her drugged and dead body down the stairs for good measure. After reading an article on it, Betty claimed that Jeff was very abusive and would not let her do anything without his permission. That would explain her behavior. but I'm still not completely convinced that she was entirely innocent either. A new couple has since moved into their house. They're completely normal from what I can tell, knock on wood, and we haven't had any murderous events happen on my street since. This happened a little bit ago, about a month, and it was a bizarre experience to say the least. I'm 15, and I was playing some video games before passing out. It was about, say, 11 p.m. when I hear the doorbell ring. Out of instinct, I begin walking downstairs, but about halfway there, rationality came to mind. Who the heck rings a doorbell at 11 p.m.? I silently strode back upstairs and stood in the hall, kinda expecting something bad to happen. Exactly 1 minute later, it rings twice. My parents begin to leave their room and give me a quizzical look, and all I had to respond with was a shrug. Then he starts banging on the door. My mother jumps at the first bang, and my father's eyes widened, but more in confusion than fear. He decided to go downstairs and peep through the view hole. It was our neighbor. My dad hesitantly opened the door, and I could hear my father's voice tremble slightly. Hey, what do you need? Next thing I hear is an entire full-blown scream argument from our neighbor, claiming that this household was his and we stole it from him. My father's uneasiness was quickly replaced with annoyance, and he simply shut the door without giving our neighbor the time of day. My dad stepped on the first step going up the stairwell when our neighbor first hit the door. I'm not talking banging with a fist. This man was full-on body slamming it. My father was stunned for a second, and my neighbor charged the door again. This time we began to hear the splintering of wood. Everyone reacted at once. My father went to brace the door with his body. My mother went to go get the other two kids, and I went for 911. The body slamming ensued for another 5 minutes, and while I was on the phone with 911, it stopped. I thought it was over and I was relieved, but I still stuck on the phone. I go peek out the front window of my house, and boy was it only getting started. Our neighbor took his Jeep Wrangler and simply directed it straight at our house. We had zero clue what he was doing, until he hit the gas and we heard the squealing of tires. Then he immediately hit the brakes. He was trying to scare us out of the house. I was still on the phone with 911, and I stepped away from the window to comfort my siblings, crack jokes and such. Eventually, police arrived and arrested him. The next morning, I left for school, still shaken from the night before. I stepped onto our front steps and saw tire marks leading up to our front door. The lunatic actually nearly rammed our door down with his car. I really never want to see this guy ever again. But he lives directly to my right. Also, I don't know if he has a mental illness or not. I'm sorry. And no, I'm not going to physically harm him via blade or bullet, so stop suggesting that. I also don't care if he had threatened us. The situation was resolved with no one harmed. Stop saying that I or my father should have hurt anyone. There was no need. Rationality over emotion. And no, not even I trust my guardians with a firearm. I would probably be the best candidate for it, but I doubt my father will buy a gun and rely on his 15-year-old son to use it. Best that I wait until I'm of age. Hey everyone. This is a real story that has absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents, as the situation at home was beginning to become a bit too toxic for me. In my first year at uni, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. But at least we had our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties as living in a small shared flat like in the first year. Note, I had a ground floor room, and my window gave into a very small backyard, in which I would go smoke every day as I'm a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street, where you would put your bins and broken chairs, blah blah blah. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door, we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of a police intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him, and the others with a kitchen knife, and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates and saw one of them being covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm, and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him to help to clean himself and to give him an old t-shirt to change out of his bloody clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about the story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird. He said a lot of stuff and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me. And we noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of marijuana, but just didn't really care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure that he was okay, as we didn't know him. Then, after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait in front of your house then, and we can talk further." Needless to say, I was creeped out, and just thought that he was joking. So I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street. And as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I panicked and went back next to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. But obviously he wasn't home and no one else was either. So I literally just waited it out until they left an hour later, and then sprinted back home and locked the front door. Note, my front door had a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy, and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that we put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it, and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking that it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night. But we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never wakes up because of noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always had my window open because it would get really warm inside. So we both just froze. And then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly, as if they were trying to get inside. And then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us. But we were ready to get dressed and get out of the room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard the window move and get more open, and one of the guys saying something in a different language that we didn't understand. And then we started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of the bed, took my phone, put on clothes, and ran out of the room and out of the house. I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then I called the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes, as the headquarters were only a couple streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think that me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us that they went inside of the house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were just carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused, as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors. So the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The 2 guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later, as I was so scared and it tormented me for months on end, not knowing what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm now still coping with it, and I find it really tough to get over it. I'm always asking myself what if, and what would have happened. I now very often wake up because of the slightest noise, and I get horrible nightmares because of it. But hey, at least I'm still with my boyfriend, and we often talk about it, and it helps a lot. I am omitting identifying details for privacy's sake. If your world absolutely cannot go on without them, then I guess feel free to DM me. You've got a 50-50 shot of me answering or me telling you to leave me alone. But let's take it back to 2007 to 2008. I was 16 when this began, 18 or 19 when it finally went to court. Picture a Norman Rockwell-esque suburban family. Parents, 3 kids, a yard and a dog, and blink and you'll miss it, USA. One random day, a neighbor man has a mild dispute with his neighbor. As a totally warranted response, neighbor man takes every hose that he has and floods their yard. Solid decisions lead to solid consequences, so naturally he was fined for water waste. My parent runs the water in small-town USA, and because neighbor man lived a block from us, he decided to drive over to the water district, shouting that he is an acquaintance of my parent. Second solid decision of many to come from neighbor man. Absolutely no one takes kindly to name-dropper folks, so tuck that gem away under life facts. My parent comes in and tells him that even if his kids did this, they would still have the same repercussions, gracefully glossing over the fact that, other than maybe driving by one another, none of us actually have ever interacted with Neighbor Man. Neighbor Man repeats the name of the man working at the front desk, as well as my parents' name, and claims it's now personal, and storms out. My family members and I began to see Neighbor Man at random places constantly. The DMV, the grocery store, our respective jobs, etc. Apparently, when you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and your parents pay for your house, you have all kinds of time to stalk. It went from random sightings while out and about to phone calls. The cliche 90s type of call, breathe, hang-ups, and the I can see you variety. At this point, Neighbor Man was more of an annoyance than scary. But as I've stated, when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. Neighbor Man began parking across from our house, staying from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., literally just sitting in his car, blasting music, staring at the house. Fool must have had the determination and bladder of a racehorse, because who sits there for 10-ish hours? His music was trash too. Maybe he was a masochist, seeing how long that he could suffer through crappy music and a full bladder. I doubt that anyone with a semi-rational concept of social interaction could fathom why. This went on from 3 to 4 times a week to a nightly occurrence. Imagine being a 16-year-old female that doesn't even feel comfortable to change in her room because of the prospect that he might see through the blinds somehow. Trying to sleep knowing he's out there. We were prisoners in our own home. He began to get bolder. Neighbor man drove his car speeding and up onto the sidewalk at my sibling and her partner while they were on the sidewalk, out front coming home from a date. They both had to physically jump out of the way to avoid being hit. He made lewd gestures at me when I brought my dog out for a walk and was waiting for my sibling to come out and join us on the walk. It was so bad that I ended up crying and going back inside. This had been going on for a year at this point. The cops always said the same thing. There's nothing we can do unless there is a threat made against you or someone is harmed. My parent confronted, meaning tired of his crap and asking him what he thinks he's doing, neighbor man in the street after my incident, to which neighbor man called the cops, and they came asking us why we were harassing and threatening neighbor man. I will never understand why the system waits until you're a victim rather than prevents someone from being victimized. Almost 2 years in and it's Christmas time. My parent has a brain aneurysm. Fortunately, they made it through without any lingering effects, which is extremely rare. I convinced my other parent, who had been living at the hospital with their sick partner, to come home and shower and eat. At about 9 p.m., we get a knock at the door. A random man in random clothes, holding a Christmas present, says that he's here to deliver it to family name. We ask who sent him, and he says he can't say. We ask who he works for, and he shoves the gift at my parent and leaves. We were obviously very uncomfortable opening it. Parent decides that they need to know what it is, and opens the present. Inside is a 17-page document of the grounds on why neighbor man is suing my parent that was currently in the hospital. Even I could tell that it was fake with the grammatical errors and typos. Neighbor man took the time to set and type this up himself, thinking that it would scare us. The document and fake details that he put in did not. The fact that this 40-something-year-old man was so fixated on our family that he sat and typed a 17-page fake document did scare us, however. Things progress, and neighbor man began pacing in front of his car and pretending to have phone calls, and where he talked about pushing my parent down the stairs, or knowing where the kids went to school and worked, and how easy it would be to access us at any time. At the time, I worked a closing shift, and it let me off at about 1 a.m. He would be parked next to my car and follow me home. One time, I even tried to take random roads, and he still stayed right behind me, pulling up to the house with neighbor man parked across the street. Think neighborhood street with maybe 5 feet between a car parked on one side and one on the other, and having to get out and run to the door was a nightmare. We were all exhausted from not only the aneurysm scare, but also living looking over our shoulders. My parents' friend told her friend, who is a DA, about the situation. She called and came over and took our case on pro bono. Testifying was a wild ride. We had to put in official statements prior to being called to the stand. We were not allowed to be in the room when a family member was testifying, nor were we allowed to talk in the halls as we waited for our turn. Imagine reliving 2+ years of traumatic experiences, being cross-examined where you're made out to be a liar, and then not able to have your family comfort or support you afterwards. Needless to say, it was not ideal. There was enough to put him away for 1.5 years, as well as a grant of felony restraining order. We moved while he was still incarcerated. My sister passed while he was in prison, and he immediately tried to sue her estate. She was 21 at the time of her death. He tried to sue her after he was released. He claimed that her testimony from him running his car at her and her pretending was false, and the only reason he was locked up. That's not the case, as there were harassment and stalking charges. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. I've shared a not as creepy event that's happened to me, but this particular occurrence never put me in any jeopardy. It was more my neighbors, but creepy nonetheless. Keep in mind that I am unsure of the exact age that I was during this series of events, but it took place over a majority of my life thus far, and promptly ended in 2011 when I was about 11. I remember most of these things happening, and my mom has filled me in on some of the details since. I'm not sure if it belongs here, but I really don't ever want to meet this person again. I live in a good neighborhood, in a good city. It was being built when we moved there. But I always remember these two being my neighbors. Their names were Betty and Jeff. The first interaction that I remember having with either of them was when Betty gave my sister and I a whole bunch of McDonald's toys. You know how they display every one of the toys inside? We got one of those displays. I was 5 and my sister was 2. And I remember being ecstatic as any younger child would be. My mom later informed me that Betty would tell her that we were the cutest kids in the world, and that she wished she had children like us. Flash forward a few years later, where I'm guessing that I was about 7 or 8. I was hanging out with another girl my age, and was also my neighbor down the street. We left my house, and we were walking to hers. When we got outside, we saw Betty throwing a bunch of Jeff's stuff out of the second-story window. I vividly remember her screaming profanities as she tossed an old TV set out the window, and smelling cologne that she must have thrown out the window as well. My friend and I rushed to get inside, and we just thought that she was crazy. Between the ages of 8 and 10, Betty and Jeff must have had a few more fights. There's nothing that I can remember, but I do remember my mother telling me that Betty confronted my dad. My dad had been outside doing yard work at about 8:30 or 9 p.m. It was summertime, so the sun was still out and the kids were still outside yelling and playing. All of a sudden, Betty marched out of her house and straight to my dad. She yelled at him for keeping everyone awake with the sound of a leaf blower, and probably called him an MFer a few times. I would understand her anger more if it was dark out, but it still kind of confuses me. Maybe she had a right to be angry. One day when I was 10, I had returned home from school to the sight of police cars and a bunch of yellow caution tape surrounding Betty and Jeff's house. I ran inside and asked my mom what had happened, but she had no clue. She later found out from my other neighbor that Betty had died, possibly by being thrown down the stairs or something like that. They were trying to figure out if it was self-inflicted, or if Jeff had finally lost his stuff and killed her. A few days later, I was outside by myself drawing with chalk. As soon as I got outside, I saw Jeff walk over to his glass door. He hadn't been arrested for anything yet, and was still presumed innocent. I thought I had nothing to worry about, so I continued on and retrieved my chalk from the garage. I began to draw when I noticed that Jeff was staring out his door, and staring directly at me. This continued for 10 minutes. I eventually got creeped out and went to tell my dad. By the time he came outside with me, Jeff had left the door. That's when I realized that maybe Jeff was the crazy one. In April of 2011, Jeff was convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 30 years. He gave Betty a fatal dose of antifreeze, and I'm still unsure of whether he actually pushed her drugged and dead body down the stairs for good measure. After reading an article on it, Betty claimed that Jeff was very abusive and would not let her do anything without his permission. That would explain her behavior, but I'm still not completely convinced that she was entirely innocent either. A new couple has since moved into their house. They're completely normal from what I can tell, knock on wood, and we haven't had any murderous events happen on my street since. This happened a little bit ago, about a month, and it was a bizarre experience to say the least. I'm 15, and I was playing some video games before passing out. It was about, say, 11 p.m. when I hear the doorbell ring. Out of instinct, I begin walking downstairs, but about halfway there, rationality came to mind. Who the heck rings a doorbell at 11 p.m.? I silently strode back upstairs and stood in the hall, kinda expecting something bad to happen. Exactly 1 minute later, it rings twice. My parents begin to leave their room and give me a quizzical look, and all I had to respond with was a shrug. Then he starts banging on the door. My mother jumps at the first bang, and my father's eyes widened, but more in confusion than fear. He decided to go downstairs and peep through the view hole. It was our neighbor. My dad hesitantly opened the door, and I could hear my father's voice tremble slightly. Hey, what do you need? Next thing I hear is an entire full-blown scream argument from our neighbor, claiming that this household was his and we stole it from him. My father's uneasiness was quickly replaced with annoyance, and he simply shut the door without giving our neighbor the time of day. My dad stepped on the first step going up the stairwell when our neighbor first hit the door. I'm not talking banging with a fist. This man was full-on body slamming it. My father was stunned for a second, and my neighbor charged the door again. This time we began to hear the splintering of wood. Everyone reacted at once. My father went to brace the door with his body. My mother went to go get the other two kids, and I went for 911. The body slamming ensued for another 5 minutes, and while I was on the phone with 911, it stopped. I thought it was over and I was relieved, but I still stuck on the phone. I go peek out the front window of my house, and boy was it only getting started. Our neighbor took his Jeep Wrangler and simply directed it straight at our house. We had zero clue what he was doing, until he hit the gas and we heard the squealing of tires. Then he immediately hit the brakes. He was trying to scare us out of the house. I was still on the phone with 911, and I stepped away from the window to comfort my siblings, crack jokes and such. Eventually, police arrived and arrested him. The next morning, I left for school, still shaken from the night before. I stepped onto our front steps and saw tire marks leading up to our front door. The lunatic actually nearly rammed our door down with his car. I really never want to see this guy ever again. But he lives directly to my right. Also, I don't know if he has a mental illness or not. I'm sorry. And no, I'm not going to physically harm him via blade or bullet, so stop suggesting that. I also don't care if he had threatened us. The situation was resolved with no one harmed. Stop saying that I or my father should have hurt anyone. There was no need. Rationality over emotion. And no, not even I trust my guardians with a firearm. I would probably be the best candidate for it, but I doubt my father will buy a gun and rely on his 15-year-old son to use it. Best that I wait until I'm of age. Hey everyone. This is a real story that has absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents, as the situation at home was beginning to become a bit too toxic for me. In my first year at uni, I moved into a student accommodation and met some really great people. It was a good year, without meeting my boyfriend, who I'm still with and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. But at least we had our own house and weren't restricted as much with noise and parties, as living in a small shared flat like in the first year. Note, I had a ground floor room, and my window gave into a very small backyard, in which I would go smoke every day as I'm a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street, where you would put your bins and broken chairs, blah blah blah. The door could only be closed and locked from inside the backyard, but since it was an old door, we had to attach some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside of our house one day because of a police intervention due to one of his flatmates attacking him, and the others with a kitchen knife, and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates, and saw one of them being covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm, and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmates didn't know what to do, so we offered him to help to clean himself, and to give him an old t-shirt to change out of his bloody clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police, and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about the story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who we helped was quite weird. He said a lot of stuff and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me. And we noticed when helping him he smoked quite a lot of marijuana, but just didn't really care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure that he was okay, as we didn't know him. Then, after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait in front of your house then, and we can talk further." Needless to say, I was creeped out, and just thought that he was joking. So I bought my drink at the shop and headed back to my street. And as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep and waiting for me. So I panicked and went back next to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. But obviously he wasn't home and no one else was either. So I literally just waited it out until they left an hour later, and then sprinted back home and locked the front door. Note, my front door had a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy, and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I went smoking in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that we put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it, and just closed the door again and put a new string on it, thinking that it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me and my flatmates up in the middle of the night. But we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he usually did, and he, who usually never wakes up because of noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any other noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always had my window open because it would get really warm inside. So we both just froze. And then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly, as if they were trying to get inside. And then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us. But we were ready to get dressed and get out of the room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard the window move and get more open, and one of the guys sang something in a different language that we didn't understand. And then we started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of the bed, took my phone, put on clothes, and ran out of the room and out of the house. I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then I called the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes, as the headquarters were only a couple streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think that me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us that they went inside of the house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were just carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused, as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors. So the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The 2 guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later, as I was so scared and it tormented me for months on end, not knowing what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm now still coping with it, and I find it really tough to get over it. I'm always asking myself what if, and what would have happened. I now very often wake up because of the slightest noise, and I get horrible nightmares because of it. But hey, at least I'm still with my boyfriend, and we often talk about it, and it helps a lot. I am omitting identifying details for privacy's sake. If your world absolutely cannot go on without them, then I guess feel free to DM me. You've got a 50-50 shot of me answering or me telling you to leave me alone. But let's take it back to 2007 to 2008. I was 16 when this began, 18 or 19 when it finally went to court. Picture a Norman Rockwell-esque suburban family. Parents, 3 kids, a yard and a dog, and blink and you'll miss it, USA. One random day, a neighbor man has a mild dispute with his neighbor. As a totally warranted response, neighbor man takes every hose that he has and floods their yard. Solid decisions lead to solid consequences, so naturally he was fined for water waste. My parent runs the water in small-town USA, and because neighbor man lived a block from us, he decided to drive over to the water district, shouting that he is an acquaintance of my parent. Second solid decision of many to come from neighbor man. Absolutely no one takes kindly to name-dropper folks, so tuck that gem away under life facts. My parent comes in and tells him that even if his kids did this, they would still have the same repercussions, gracefully glossing over the fact that, other than maybe driving by one another, none of us actually have ever interacted with neighbor man. Neighbor man repeats the name of the man working at the front desk, as well as my parents' name, and claims it's now personal, and storms out. My family members and I began to see neighbor man at random places constantly. The DMV, the grocery store, our respective jobs, etc. Apparently, when you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and your parents pay for your house, you have all kinds of time to stalk. It went from random sightings while out and about to phone calls. The cliche 90s type of call, breathe, hang-ups, and the I can see you variety. At this point, Neighbor Man was more of an annoyance than scary. But as I've stated, when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. Neighbor Man began parking across from our house, staying from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., literally just sitting in his car, blasting music, staring at the house. Fool must have had the determination and bladder of a racehorse, because who sits there for 10-ish hours? His music was trash too. Maybe he was a masochist, seeing how long that he could suffer through crappy music and a full bladder. I doubt that anyone with a semi-rational concept of social interaction could fathom why. This went on from 3 to 4 times a week to a nightly occurrence. Imagine being a 16-year-old female that doesn't even feel comfortable to change in her room because of the prospect that he might see through the blinds somehow. Trying to sleep knowing he's out there. We were prisoners in our own home. He began to get bolder. Neighbor Man drove his car speeding and up onto the sidewalk at my sibling and her partner while they were on the sidewalk, out front coming home from a date. They both had to physically jump out of the way to avoid being hit. He made lewd gestures at me when I brought my dog out for a walk and was waiting for my sibling to come out and join us on the walk. It was so bad that I ended up crying and going back inside. This had been going on for a year at this point. The cops always said the same thing. There's nothing we can do unless there is a threat made against you or someone is harmed. My parent confronted, meaning tired of his crap and asking him what he thinks he's doing, Neighbor Man in the street after my incident, to which Neighbor Man called the cops, and they came asking us why we were harassing and threatening Neighbor Man. I will never understand why the system waits until you're a victim rather than prevents someone from being victimized. Almost 2 years in and it's Christmas time. My parent has a brain aneurysm. Fortunately, they made it through without any lingering effects, which is extremely rare. I convinced my other parent, who had been living at the hospital with their sick partner, to come home and shower and eat. At about 9 p.m., we get a knock at the door. A random man in random clothes, holding a Christmas present, says that he's here to deliver it to family name. We ask who sent him, and he says he can't say. We ask who he works for, and he shoves the gift at my parent and leaves. We were obviously very uncomfortable opening it. Parent decides that they need to know what it is, and opens the present. Inside is a 17-page document of the grounds on why Neighbor Man is suing my parent that was currently in the hospital. Even I could tell that it was fake with the grammatical errors and typos. Neighbor Man took the time to set and type this up himself, thinking that it would scare us. The document and fake details that he put in did not. The fact that this 40-something-year-old man was so fixated on our family that he sat and typed a 17-page fake document did scare us, however. Things progress, and Neighbor Man began pacing in front of his car and pretending to have phone calls, and where he talked about pushing my parent down the stairs, or knowing where the kids went to school and worked, and how easy it would be to access us at any time. At the time, I worked a closing shift, and it let me off at about 1 a.m. He would be parked next to my car and follow me home. One time, I even tried to take random roads, and he still stayed right behind me, pulling up to the house with Neighbor Man parked across the street. Think neighborhood street with maybe 5 feet between a car parked on one side and one on the other, and having to get out and run to the door was a nightmare. We were all exhausted from not only the aneurysm scare, but also living looking over our shoulders. My parents' friend told her friend, who is a DA, about the situation. She called and came over and took our case on pro bono. Testifying was a wild ride. We had to put in official statements prior to being called to the stand. We were not allowed to be in the room when a family member was testifying. nor were we allowed to talk in the halls as we waited for our turn. Imagine reliving 2+ years of traumatic experiences, being cross-examined where you're made out to be a liar, and then not able to have your family comfort or support you afterwards. Needless to say, it was not ideal. There was enough to put him away for 1.5 years, as well as a grant of felony restraining order. We moved while he was still incarcerated. My sister passed while he was in prison, and he immediately tried to sue her estate. She was 21 at the time of her death. He tried to sue her after he was released. He claimed that her testimony from him running his car at her and her pretending was false, and the only reason he was locked up. That's not the case, as there were harassment and stalking charges, and that the money that people donated to a GoFundMe for her accident, he was entitled to. There's so many more details, but this was already long enough. So neighbor man, let's never meet again. You made us prisoners in our home for years, and clearly, you are still the same and have not learned a thing from your time locked up. The dumbest part about all of this is it's not even the first creepy experience that I've had living in this apartment. Both floor units are giant suck. I live on the bottom floor in the back corner of an apartment building in a major city. One of my bedroom windows looks out into a ground level, inaccessible dirt alleyway between my building and the one next door. Well, a weird new guy moved into the next door building, and boy does he chain smoke his heart out. Oftentimes he smokes cigarettes and sits in his window, but sometimes we will climb out and stand in the alley. The first time I ever noticed him, it was well after nightfall when I was home alone. I saw an ember levitating in the darkness, and then it dawned on me. It's someone smoking. In the pitch dark. I promptly closed the shutters, but not before noticing that he was looking directly into my bedroom. Okay, I get it. I'm moving around and I caught his eye. No big deal. Over the next few months, my boyfriend or I would notice him occasionally. If you lay on my bed, you are at a low enough angle where you can see him when he's at the window through the cracks in the blinds. We noticed that he always seems to be looking in my window's general direction. Always. He doesn't just smoke a cigarette here and there. This dude will either sit in his window and chain smoke for an hour, or pop out several times at night. So it beckons the question, is he just looking in our general direction, or does he see us? I've been having some creepy things happening with a new neighbor in my apartment complex recently. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just overreacting, but I would love a second opinion. I'm a 24-year-old female college student living 2 blocks from school. I've lived in the same spot for 2 years, and I've never had any issues. I have a small emotional support dog that lives with me too. This will be important later. Things just got weird this last month. A guy moved into the apartment below me. His apartment is to the right of the only stairwell leading up to my house. I always have to walk by his door to walk to class, check my mail, or get into my car. To describe him, he honestly reminds me a lot of Norman Bates. Quiet, strange, small build, pale skin and bright blue eyes. Something about him just seems off. I first met him when I was trying to leave my apartment. I was about to back up when some jerk pulled his car, blocking me from exiting. I was getting out of my car to ask him to pull forward, when my new neighbor was also getting into his car. Instead of letting me speak to this guy, he told him to move and I politely said thank you and left. The next day, he was waiting outside by his bike to go to class. He instead follows me up the hill to make small talk. He asks me a lot of questions which made me feel a little interrogated. Some of the questions were like, where are you from? How old are you? Are you single? How long have you been here? 2 days later on a Saturday, he knocks on my door forcefully at 8 a.m. I jump up out of my sleep and look through the peephole to see him standing there rocking back and forth. Mind you, I've only seen him twice, and we've never had a real conversation other than him trying to pry into my life like he knows me. He knocks on my door 3 more times, and finally just slips something underneath it and leaves. I wait about 10 minutes and open the door to find a note. It said, "Hello there, neighbor. I just have a few questions about your dog. How do you get away with having her? I want to get one but don't know how. I'd love to hear more. Cheers and kindest regards, Jimmy. P.S. Here's my number. Please text me." I decided to not text him because I don't like telling every person about why I have my dog. It's no one's business but mine and my realtor's. I also was uncomfortable with the fact that he came to my door with no knowledge that I lived in that specific unit. That's when things started to happen. He waits till I leave for school and rides his bike behind me. 2 weeks ago, I had to make several trips to my car because I brought groceries, and he stood by his window and watched me the entire time. Every time I go outside now, he watches me with the blinds open. He knows that I've noticed him too, but he doesn't seem to care. He just stares with a blank, lustful, or sinister look in his eyes. Yesterday, I took my dog outside, and he came outside of his house and stood at the back of the building to watch us play in the grass. He just stared at me. When I wanted to come back inside, he just watched me walk upstairs and pass him while he just had a cold look on his face. I've never been a woman who scares easily. I can take care of my own. But he is making me feel very, very uneasy. I live in a very small town, about a population of 1,100 if not less. Word gets around fast about a lot of things. I got the heads up in October of 2013 that I would be having a new neighbor soon, and he just got out of prison for some sort of crime, as he'd been registering on the offenders list. As a single female who lives alone and has some serious traumas, this did not set well with me. But the guy was pretty well shrouded in mystery, save for hearsay. When the guy first moved in, I was probably his biggest advocate. I kept telling people to give him a chance, because we still didn't really know what he was in prison for. I mean, hey, guys get put on the offender list even for peeing outside sometimes, right? But they don't go to prison for it either. Nevertheless, I decided I would try to keep an open mind. I'm going to take a minute to explain the layout of my apartment. My main entrance is a hidden door. I have a small driveway next to it and a bunch of bushes. The neighbor's house is right next to my entrance, separated by the bushes, and his front door pretty much faces mine, though mine faces to the south, while his is a straight view of my front door. I went weeks creeping around my own apartment in an effort not to have my new neighbor, even though I kept telling people to give him a chance. Admittedly, I was pretty weirded out by the situation, until one day while I was trying to get back into my car to go to work, and suddenly the neighbor popped out from behind that row of bushes. It startled me to be sure, but he introduced himself, and I introduced myself. He offered to trim the bushes. I'm not even kidding. Admittedly, I didn't know whether to laugh or be weirded out, but I just told him that I only rent the apartment, and I wasn't sure what my landlords would want. Sometime between here and there, it came out that he was in prison for attempted assault, as well as a slew of assault and battery charges. The official story goes that he was at a bar with several of his friends, and there was a group of women drinking there too. One of the girls felt sick and wanted to lay down in a friend's car in the parking lot, and he followed her, and yeah, you can see where it's going from there. I did not necessarily feel very endearing to him upon hearing that. I also felt the need to mention that we live within the school district. Elementary, middle, and high school are literally just up the street, and lots of parents were in an uproar about him living there. Though I believe our state law indicates that there's no problem with it as long as no crimes were committed against a child. His parents were here with him for a bit, but I got the very distinct and accurate feeling that they were going to get him established here and then dump him on the community at large. In early November, I had a car accident. The neighbor came into my workplace, literally a block away. It's a small town, like I said. He came that afternoon. It was my day off, and started to ask my boss about me, starting with if I worked there. He almost had to have known since I walked to work pretty frequently, and at that point I wasn't trying to hide it. I was there first. No reason to go out of my way yet to avoid him. She said that his eyes were all over the place, like he was casing the joint, and he was rather possessive in speech. My neighbor. I met her, mine, me, mine, my, and asked if I'd been in a wreck. She confirmed, and he said that he'd have to bring me over a care package. That was the last thing that I wanted. The whole exchange left her with a rather sour feeling in her stomach, and she called me immediately to let me know what had just transpired. I'm still relieved to say that the care package never came, but it definitely put me on edge. Even more so when he came into my work that following Monday to get breakfast and told me that he didn't know that I worked there. All right, at that point in time, I was definitely sketched out. His parents left the day before Thanksgiving. Yep, they left their son all alone the day before Thanksgiving. While I don't really like the guy, I think that was pretty screwed up. Somewhere between this time period, I started noticing him watching me. Not too frequently when his parents were there, but just enough for me to notice that he was watching, and for my hackles to be raised. After his parents dumped him there, the watching became pretty constant, all the time. I would leave in the morning. He's at the front door watching. I would leave in the middle of the day, conveniently outside waving. Come home at night in the pitch darkness, still waiting and watching. Over the next month and a half, things really escalated on that front. I was feeling less and less safe about going home. Several friends and family members witnessed him watching me. He seemed to skulk around at weird times. On Thanksgiving Day, he hit all the houses of single women on the block and dropped off 3-pound bags of M&Ms for anyone. He tried to knock on my door, but I didn't answer, and I've pretty much stopped responding to door knocking that does not come with a phone call or text first. He went upstairs to my landlord's entrance, introduced himself, and asked that she make sure that I get some of the candy. Yeah, no thanks. I talked to a female police officer, the only one we have. Yeah, we are that much of a token community. And she told me to start logging everything, and that the police would do nightly checks on their ride-arounds. My landlord cleared out a space on the other side of the garage for me, so I no longer have to park around back. I can use the other set of stairs to get directly into my apartment. Someone brought me some pepper spray, which I never hope to use, and I also have a samurai sword at my disposal. Pretty far-fetched there, but hey, whatever makes you feel better, right? It makes me so mad at myself to admit that I'm still really scared of this guy, especially upon recently learning that he has military training. More recently, he was spotted just sitting outside of my work at around 8 p.m., well after closing time. When he was noticed, he just tried to casually disappear into the night air. The guy seems to go out of his way to creep people out, and yet seems to have no idea why no one wants him around. I'm happy to report that I see less of him these days since I park inside, but he does make random stops inside my work to get an odd assortment of items. I've been instructed to go hide in the back until he leaves, which sometimes takes forever, since he seems to stall now and wait for me to come out until he's exhausted of all of his conversation options. Has anyone dealt with anything similar to this? I'd love to hear what you guys have to say or think about this situation. This is less of a creepy one-person encounter, and more a whole community creeped out by one man. The neighbor in question is somewhat famous for his lawn, an impossibly thick green landscape that he had tended by a company. I've vaguely been aware of him losing it on the landscapers, screaming at them outside. Enough that I knew he had a temper. The first real red flag that he might be legit crazy came last summer. He asked a teenage boy in the neighborhood to check in on the house once a day and make sure all the doors and windows were secured and water their flowers. The day they left, though, he left a crazy list saying the kid had to be there multiple times a day, turning off and on different sets of lights at specific times, and leaving weird chores for him. Also, the kid was not allowed to walk on the lawn and had to remove his dirty shoes before walking on the concrete sidewalk. He was never to enter the house, but was to turn off and on the lights from the doorway by means of a stick with a loop on it. Also, he was not allowed to use the garden hose to water the lawn and had to instead use a teeny tiny watering can. The letter implied that my neighbor would have the kid under surveillance and would have pictures if he failed to comply. Basically, the kid's parents called him and said that they weren't comfortable with the situation anymore, and while they would keep an eye on the house, the deal was off. They argued over the phone. When my neighbor got back from vacation, it was early morning, and he immediately went to their house, woke them, and tried to pick a fight with them. One of the other neighbors is a retired C, and came out to see what was going on, and tried to settle the issue. Crazy neighbor said that he would let it rest if he was allowed to bare butt spank the kid. He flipped out when they told him heck no. Sometime after this, another neighbor was at the grocery store when he was cornered by Crazy Neighbor. Crazy Neighbor apparently just talked at him in rapid fire for a half an hour. Among other things, he started saying how wives shouldn't have friends. After this, everyone started talking about how you don't see his wife anywhere. Occasionally, she will be out watering flowers, but while her husband is seen out, she isn't. Considering that you used to be a social butterfly, this is weird. During the winter, everyone found pamphlets in their mailbox from the landscaper he uses, along with a note saying that it was mandatory to now use this landscaper in our area, and failure to comply will result in being sued. We are private, single-family homes with no HOA, so this is patently untrue. During the winter, someone saw his wife, and her arm was in a sling and she had a black eye. When they went to ask her about it, he wouldn't let her speak and said that she had slid on ice. Since then, there have been a few attempts to talk to her alone, and all have failed. They've gone so far as to get their church involved and to call a welfare check by the cops when he was out of the house. But if she was being assaulted, she has been refusing help. Snow was bad this year, and he blew a fit about the snowplows piling snow on his property. So he scattered screws on the roadway outside before they came by one morning. Then someone in the neighborhood got a puppy. It's quiet and has a fenced-in backyard. Its owners wake up in the middle of the night to the doorbell ringing. When they come out, Crazy Neighbor is standing on the road at the edge of the property. He tells them that the first time the dog gets out, they won't have a dog anymore, and pulls out a gun and waves it around before pointing it towards the backyard and saying bang. Obviously, they go back inside and call the cops. When confronted, Crazy Neighbor claims that he was out for a walk, thought they were awake and stopped by. He says he didn't get the gun out, but it had been on his belt and that he didn't mean his statement as a threat. He got some sort of citation from the police. Come spring, he has taken to sitting outside and writing something every time someone walks or drives by. We don't know what, but I have taken to driving differently home to avoid going by him. Most recently, someone put up a swing in the backyard. They came home from work to find tire tracks through their backyard, and the swing set run over and crushed. No one saw anything, but his massive truck happens to have the same kind of tires as the tread marks left behind. The retired cop has taken to compiling statements from everyone and keeping records, because we think that this is going to end badly. Edit. To anyone wondering, I have 2 more updates in other posts. Check my post history. But for a little bit of a short version, he's since done some nighttime creepy crawling, threatened to shoot children, and he got to do a little jail time. To keep it brief, when I was 17, my family and I lived in a rural town in Australia. We moved into a relatively isolated neighborhood, but about 50 to 100 meters next door lived a single old lady. When moving in, she seemed nice enough and introduced herself, etc. Always seemed a tad nosy and asking a lot of questions, but I put it down as what lonely people do. She seemed sweet, or so I thought. One day, on school holidays, I was home alone and making a sandwich in the kitchen. I look out the window over to her property and through her bedroom window. I thought I saw her figure in the distance, but it was hard to tell. For some creepy reason, I got my binoculars. I was bored, okay? I looked over, focused them, and my heart sank into my chest. Mouth dried and legs shook with shock as I realized that she was staring directly at me. After a few seconds, she made a massive grin on her face. I shut the blinds, told my parents, but they played it off, saying that I must have not looked properly. But that's not even the creepy part. The night before we were set to move, my father was in the Air Force. I finished playing around on my PC before going to bed. I awoke to rustling sounds outside. I got freaked out when I realized that it wasn't merely creaking sounds in the house. With frozen courage, I peeked out the blinds ever so slightly. And bam! I made eye contact with the old lady directly out my window. My body froze and she started quietly laughing, not moving her gaze at all. I shut the blinds, panicked, and shouted for my parents. The 3 of us searched outside, but nothing. My dad confronted her, and she acted like the phony, sweet old lady with dementia again. Thank God we moved the next day. As we packed, something in the back of my mind told me that she was watching from afar. Still sends shivers down my spine. I still have paranoia, trouble sleeping at night, and bad dreams. I try to justify it as mental illness or dementia, but it still scares me even though I'm 22. I just imagine one day the same lady out my window, even though I've moved across the country. I just want to say how much I appreciate this subreddit, being a safe place to share these stories. I've shared a few stories in a previous post, but reading what others have shared has jogged my memory, and also made me realize how messed up some of these situations really were. A year ago, my apartment complex decided that they wanted to renovate my unit, so I had to move out at the end of my lease. I live in Denver, and rent is pretty ridiculous here, So I started worrying about finding something affordable in my neighborhood, which I love. I posted on the Nextdoor app to see if anyone in my neighborhood knew of any affordable rentals in the area. I immediately got a message from someone named Joe, who said that one of the condos in his complex was going to be up for rent soon, and he knew the owner. He offered to get me in touch with the owner. I asked if he could send me pictures of the unit, and he asked if he could text me some pictures of his neighbor took, because the chat function on the app is really slow. I now feel stupid for doing this, but I gave him my phone number. I kid you not, I received a phone call from an unknown number within seconds. I don't normally answer calls from unknown numbers, but I was expecting a call from a number that wasn't saved in my phone, so I answered it. I was completely bewildered when the person said, "Hi, it's Joe. How's your day going?" Huh? It took me by surprise, and I didn't know what to say. He started to shoot the crap on the phone, talking about how he works nights, and how tired he is, and how he takes care of his daughter while his girlfriend works during the day. I finally interrupted and said, "So, about the condo?" He pretty much disregarded that and said, "I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate me talking to you, but I don't have to tell her, right?" I said I have to go and immediately hung up the phone. As soon as I did, he started texting me. It was really bizarre and alarming to me. I blocked his number, and moments later he found me on Facebook and sent me a friend request. I'm 32 years old, but it was so disturbing to me that I called my parents to tell them about it, and how unnerved it made me. And the worst part is that on Nextdoor, even if your exact address isn't listed, your complex is. I was pretty certain that I didn't have my address visible in my profile, but I checked, and sure enough, my address and unit number were public. Unable to contact me any other way, he started messaging me again on Nextdoor, asking if I wanted to go on a walk with him. You can't block or report people on the app, so I deleted it. One night, a month or so later, I had a knock at my door at around 10 o'clock on a weeknight. I looked out my peephole, but couldn't get a good enough look at the person. He had his head down slightly. Either way, I don't answer the door for anyone I'm not expecting, especially not a random guy at 10 o'clock at night. Feeling panicked, I called my neighbor across the hall. She's an older woman and we look out for each other since we both live alone. I asked her if it looked like he was a delivery guy at the wrong door. She opened her door to get a good look at the guy, and that spooked him because he literally ran away. I have no idea if this was the Nextdoor guy or not, but my gut tells me that it was. This was a big wake-up call. I always felt like I practiced good online safety, but I didn't even know that my address was visible on Nextdoor. I'll never be casual or lazy about privacy settings like that again. For a bit of context, I grew up in the middle of farmland in a large 1800s Victorian home. Given its history, there has always been several shacks and barns that once belonged to the builder of this house. There's a highway that sees maybe 3 cars on it during the night, and directly across from said highway, about 200 feet inward of a cornfield, is a shack that I have always found creepy. As kids, myself and my friends would dare each other to go inside and look, which always ended up with us going as a team. Nothing scary was ever found. Maybe a few broken glasses, metal piles, and miscellaneous items. There was no electricity or any sort of utility that made it homely. Years go by, and the existence of the shack becomes a part of my daily life. However, one particular night as I was watching TV, I noticed a light going off and on outside of my window. After getting startled, I dismissed it as passing cars, simply more frequent than they typically are. An hour passes. It's nearing midnight and the light stays on. This time, I know for sure it's coming from outside. My family was asleep, but being my pansy 16-year-old self, I needed confirmation. Too bad for me, no one wants to go check it out. So I go alone. I grabbed my pocket knife and a flashlight, the best I could think of with my shaken thoughts, and I take off into the night. As I neared the highway, the light turns off, almost making me choke on air. But I had to figure out what the heck was going on. I make it to the entrance of the shack, which has no door, and slowly begin to enter, my flashlight scanning the room for any sign of life. What happened next, I'll never forget. 5 feet away from me, there's an old tattered recliner, facing away, that my father had tossed in there for future disposal. I shine my light on it, because I knew I'd seen it rock ever so slightly. As I did that, a man stands up from the recliner, saying absolutely nothing. All I could tell was that he was middle-aged and wearing a jacket of sorts. Before I could process what was happening, I was already sprinting across the road and praying that he wasn't behind me. It felt like years before I could make it to my door, but as I'm about to make it into safety, I decide to look back. He was standing in the road completely still, no words whatsoever. It's been 7 years since then. The shack still stands. The recliner remains in place. My dad never believed me. I wish someone could share the dread that I had when I realized the recliner was facing a window, which was directed straight at my house. To the guy that was staying in that shack, please, let's not meet again. I had a bad situation with my first boyfriend. It actually began in a very weird way, but being as young as I was 14 at the time, I ignored it because, well, someone actually liked me. When I met him, we went to different schools. He went to a private school and I went to public school. After a few months of pretty much just an AIM friendship, he transferred to my school. First red flag. We started quote-unquote dating, if you can even call it that, at 14, and I started to notice him getting way too serious about it. He would talk about being together forever and going to college together. He would even scold me if I got a bad grade because I might not get into college. I realized how overwhelming he was and broke up with him. He was so embarrassed that he didn't want to tell his parents, who he apparently tried to convince every day that we would be together forever. He wanted me to go to his house, out to dinner, etc., and pretend that we were still together. I felt bad for hurting his feelings, so I did it for a little while. It finally ended when I began seeing someone else. I told him that I was dating someone and he freaked out. He started crying and yelling at me and ordering me to give back everything he ever gave me, telling me that he wanted to unalive himself. And then he pulled a painting out of his closet that I briefly mentioned liking. He said that he was going to give it to me after our 1-year wedding anniversary, and I ruined that. That's when I stopped feeling bad, and I did not speak to him again. It might sound mundane, but it was very scary to 14-year-old me. He ended up in the dryer at my apartment complex in the middle of the night, naked and crying. Yes, you read that correctly. And no, I'm not making this up. I wish I was. I found this guy on OkCupid, and he was a really nice guy, if a little strange. Good looking too. We dated for about several months, during which time he slowly revealed that he was hearing things that he couldn't possibly be hearing. His upstairs neighbor or my roommate were talking crap about him, even though I couldn't hear a thing. and he started to get paranoid. This all came to a climax one night when we were at a comedy club with some of my friends. He had been acting strange all night and thought that my friends hated him and were talking crap about him from a couple of feet away. They weren't. I was sitting between them. They had even told me previously that they liked him. He left before the show started and I didn't see him again. Until 8 months later, my roommate was getting ready for work one morning. She gets up at around 5:30 a.m. She heard strange noises coming from the laundry room, which shared a wall with the hallway of our apartment. She thought that the loud wailing sounds were from our neighbor's crazy friend, and that she'd have to deal with her when she went to the laundry room to get her bike. But when she went in there, she couldn't see anyone, and wasn't sure where the sound was coming from. She searched around and was looking under the table across from the washer and dryer, when she heard the dryer door being pulled shut. I know, horror movie stuff right there. She was about to open the door, brave lady that she is, but thought better of it and went to wake up sleeping me. I work in mental health, for help. I got up and I could hear the crying, so I went out to the laundry room and opened the door. At this point, the person who had previously occupied the dryer was lying face down and naked on the linoleum floor. I asked if they were okay, not knowing who it was at that point, and there was no response. I told my roommate to call the police, and while she was on the phone, this person gets up. He was actually wearing mirrored aviator sunglasses and walks past us and into our apartment. He sat on one of our chairs and proceeded to give me a death stare while my roommate was outside speaking with the cops and her work explaining what was happening. He was in our apartment over the course of an hour, while the police and later the paramedics checked him out, and he did not say one word. The most he did was make a guttural growling noise while he gave whoever was speaking that hate-filled stare. Finally, the paramedics took him to the hospital, and I never saw him again. Some notes. The car we figured out was his was parked outside for about 5 days, and one day it just disappeared. All he had in his pockets, his clothes were on the floor of the laundry room, so I brought them into the apartment, was a boarding pass from around the time that he disappeared. His family was from another state, and car keys, and we could see that in the car were only a bunch of energy drinks and fast food wrappers that implied that he had driven up from other said state, about a 1 to 2 day drive, and taken up residence in our dryer. My neighbors and I tried to get in touch with his family, but they were unlisted and the hospital couldn't tell us any information. I wish him well and hope that he's doing better now. My former roommate and neighbors are all Redditors and can verify this story, if necessary. I think I was around 18 years old. We'd been dating for about 8 months, and I broke up with him because my parents were treating me differently, and I didn't like it. It put too much strain on both my boyfriend and my parents and I's relationship, and I couldn't take it. I broke up with him one night, and about a week later he showed up at my parents' house wanting to talk to me. My mom answered the door. I didn't want any part of it, so she told him to go away. He got belligerent and eventually left, so she called the police. He was pulled over and given a warning. Then they let him be. Dad was at work. Mom took sister somewhere, and I was playing Mario Party 8 on my Wii at home. There was a knock at the back door, and I looked through the glass from the couch, and he was there looking in trying to talk to me. Again, I didn't want any part of it, so I ignored him. He got mad and shouldered the door. The frame cracked. He did it again and the door burst open. I said, "What the heck are you doing?" And he grabbed me and put me over his shoulder and carried me outside. I figured he was just going to put me in the front seat and leave with me. But then he popped the trunk of his car with the remote, and I realized what was going to happen. I twisted a little, which surprised him, and he dropped me. But then he put me in a headlock where I couldn't breathe, and I stopped struggling. He tossed me in the trunk and shut it and drove off. At this point, I was doing everything I could to get out of the trunk. It was a Buick LeSabre, the model which, of course, doesn't have a way to open the trunk from the inside. So I started kicking the back of the seats to get out. I eventually got one open enough to stick my head through to get some air. It was August, and the temperatures outside were riding 95 degrees. So inside the trunk, it was about 110. I got my head out and could finally breathe. He had calmed down a bit, and I knew he just wanted to talk to me. So he didn't really freak when I was able to climb into the back seat. When he was putting me in the trunk, the neighbor kids were outside, and they saw what was happening and ran inside to tell their parents. Parents called the police. Police called my mom, and my mom was doing 95 down the highway to get home. Ex-boyfriend drove me an hour and a half away to an old camp he used to go to, and we talked for a while. He then took me to Pizza Hut because I said I was hungry. I remember wondering why no one was concerned that I was waiting for a pizza without shoes or socks on, because no one said anything. I figured my parents hadn't realized what had happened yet. Little did I know, an Amber Alert had already been issued. Anyways, he decided he didn't want to go to jail, so he was going back to his workplace/place of residence to get his shotgun. When he got there, the cops were waiting for him and tried to taser him. They missed, and he jumped in the back of his car and did a backwards U-turn. He started driving through the city at speeds of 60 to 85 miles per hour. If you've never been in a high-speed police pursuit, let me tell you, it's a rush. So much adrenaline. Anyways, he was getting to get on the highway again, but the police had it blocked off with spike strips, so he turned onto a back road that dead-ended. He ended up crashing into his tree. I was in the front seat by this time. The cops swarmed the car, pulled us both out, and since they didn't realize who we were, cuffed us both and put us in separate cop cars. Once everything was situated, they uncuffed me and put me into a police SUV and transported me back to the police station in my city. Parents and sister were there, freaked out. Found out that I was okay. The whole ordeal lasted around 10 hours. My ex got 4 years and is now out of jail in a halfway house. My ex and I dated in high school to my freshman year of college. It was more like a friendship to me. We never kissed or did anything physical other than holding hands, and we just hanged out a lot. He was always deeply in love with me, but it was more like an obsession that I didn't reciprocate. One day when he fell asleep while we were watching a movie on his laptop, I had a strange gut feeling to look around on it. On his desktop, there was a folder with my initials on it. I opened it, and there were 400 pictures and videos of me. They were all taken unbeknownst to me. They were all mostly of my legs area, but with clothes on. The pictures were taken everywhere. Public places like at restaurants under the table, in the car, at school, at our houses, etc. All while I had no clue. Like I mentioned earlier, we never did anything physical. We were both virgins. It hit me. He always had his iPod Touch on him, and it always seemed like he was on it playing games and other stuff. That's how he must have taken these pictures. At the bottom of the folder, there were new videos that were recent at the time. I play them, and somehow the footage came from inside my dorm closet. I always went in there to change right after I took a shower, and he knew my routine. I go into my dorm closet and find the hole where he would have put the camera or iPod. It was 4 a.m. when I found all of this, and I guess it hadn't hit me yet because I was so tired and just knocked out. Then I woke up, realizing what I had found and how serious it was. I called my best friend. She came over to my dorm and I showed her. Both of us cried on my bed for a while. I had never felt so violated in my life. Later that day, a group of my closest friends helped me confront him. I told him I found what was on his laptop. He looked at me like a deer in headlights. He started crying, saying, "I tried to stop. but I couldn't help myself. He then ran out the door and sat on a bench outside my dorm, crying with his head down for hours. I could see it from my window. After that, he stalked me. At my job, he would be outside when I got out at 10 p.m. and watch me from his car. I had a new boyfriend by then, my first real love, and he would be with me to protect me from my ex. He also tried to kill said new boyfriend with a bat when we all went to the same house party. My friends locked me and my new boyfriend in a room so that my ex couldn't get to us. I could hear him trying to break into the room and swinging the bat and breaking stuff in the house while others were holding him back. Then he disappeared at the party and everyone went to look for him. They found him outside on the porch in the fetal position, rocking back and forth and crying. A year later, even after losing his virginity to someone else, and me being with my new boyfriend for a while, he told some mutual friends that he didn't care about any girl, and that he just loved me forever. To this day, everyone I'm close to knows that if I were murdered, they knew who the prime suspect would be. I guess a reverse perspective might be nice. I'm probably the crazy ex, although nowhere near as crazy as most of these stories. I was best friends with the girl for 3 years before dating, and we dated for around a year. She broke up with me somewhere out of the blue, and I insisted that we stay friends because I didn't want to lose her as a girlfriend and as a friend. Well, frankly, I convinced myself that her decision wasn't real and that she'd change her mind the next day. And when she didn't, the next week and so on, I messaged her daily and she would message back. But in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have bothered contacting her. Normally, I'm a rather reserved person, but when I'm drunk, I've been known to do some stupid things. This included showing up at her apartment at 2 a.m. with pages of drunken breakup poetry that I thought somehow would impress her, and pouring my drunken soul open to her. After she kicked me out, like any sane person should do, I began my cold, dark walk home. Despite all the stuff that she must have put up with me post-breakup, she still decided to call me the next morning to say, "I don't ever want you to show up my apartment again, but I wanted to make sure that you got home safe." I guess it made me realize that even though it feels like she hurt me beyond repair, it wasn't fair of me to lose control of myself like I had. So I'm not the craziest of exes, and thankfully I've reached some clarity about the whole situation. But I still feel disgusted with myself for acting the way that I did. Oh well, hopefully she'll forgive that one day. I dated a stripper for about 6 months. Yeah, I know. My little brother got cancer partway through our relationship, and I was obviously in the hospital with him the majority of the time. She got the flu, and without fail she called me every day crying that I wasn't able to take care of her. Not the best, but how our relationship ended was quite grand. We adopted a cat for Valentine's Day, and she loved him to death. One day, she is leaving for work and asks me to feed the cat. Of course I will, but I had an unusually long day at work and I was tired, so I decided to lay down on her couch and take a cat nap. Pun fully intended. Well, she got off early, and seeing that I did not feed the cat, I started having a dream that I was being stabbed with a fork. Well, I was. 13 times in the back because I didn't feed the cat. I proceeded to get up and run out of the apartment while she was chasing me. She threw her heels at me with deadly accuracy, hit me right in the back of the head, and stunned me enough that I fell down 2 flights of stairs, got concussed, and sprained both ankles and wrists. The next day she calls me and acts like nothing happened. While I was in class, I was receiving a ton of calls, texts, and voicemails from my then ex. I ignored them and refused to be distracted because it was a midterm review session. He then found my class, threw open the classroom door, and started dragging me by the arm to leave the class. I was absolutely horrified that this scene was occurring in front of about 40 people. I resisted because I really wanted to stay in the class and he was being crazy, irrational, and ridiculous. He finally was able to drag me out, and though the entire class was silent and watching, they did nothing to help. However, when I finally got outside, I told him off. When he finally left, the class was over, and I returned to my own dorm room. It was torn apart. My laptop was folded over its back, and its screen had been stomped on and distorted. My DS was murdered in a like manner. My mirror was cracked down the middle with blood on its broken edges. Finally, in the middle of my room were torn out leaves of my diary with drops of blood on them. Apparently, my ex had broken into my room, read my diary, and went berserk. On the pages he tore out, I had written something like, "I'm glad we broke up. I'll find someone better." Yeah, he's definitely a crazy ex. He continued doing other crazy stuff for a while. I called the police on him a few times, but they didn't do anything to help. Eventually, he graduated and disappeared. I was engaged to my high school sweetheart, who I pretty much allowed to treat me like dirt for years. After high school, while we were living together, it was apparent that the relationship wasn't going anywhere, and I finally found the courage to end it. I was the one with the job and the money, so I was keeping the apartment and asked her to move out. I think I gave her like 2 weeks or something, but it was a long time ago. Eventually, she shacked up with some guy, I think, and was out of my hair. Every now and then, she would pop in because she left all of her stuff at my place while she was trying to find a new place. I kept hearing stories from everyone of her epic levels of sluttiness, and just tried to stay away from it as best as I could. At some point, though, out of anger, I went into her jewelry box and took back the engagement ring that I had given her. It was several weeks before she realized it was gone, and I'd already sold it by then, and told her so when she confronted me in my apartment. She lost her crap. She started demanding that I give it back to her, or at least its value in cash. I told her that's not how engagement rings work and she can leave. She started hitting me and trashing my place. I didn't have to take it. She was smaller than me and was at the time, a black belt, but I just let her take out her anger. She ripped my shirt, slapped me, punched, kicked, bit, everything. Finally, she hit me square in the face and drove my head into the door behind me. On the other side of that door was a calendar hanging on a nail that stuck through the door. Just a small amount, but enough to drive it into the back of my skull, and it really hurt. I just grabbed her hands to stop her from flailing anymore and directed her over to the door. She could tell that I had lost my patience, so she just stormed out. About an hour later, she shows back up, this time with her mom. And the police. The cop took my statement, took one look at me and asked if I wanted to press charges, or if I needed an ambulance. I declined both, and then he escorted her and her mom off the property, and advised that they take it up with small claims court if they wanted to proceed any further. I was dating a young lady who lived in the Midlands, and she'd come down to London on the weekends and we'd have some fun. Nothing too serious, but it made my weekends enjoyable. Out of the blue, I was asked to move from London to New York by work, and so I told my then casual partner that I'd have to break things off because I was leaving the country. She accepted it and stopped coming down on the weekends. Anyway, fast forward a few months and my move to New York gets canned due to budget cuts. I still had my ex on Facebook, and I started to notice some odd photos popping up. It turned out that she had quit her job and moved to New York when she thought that I was going to move, and was now living there for 6 months. She reached out to tell me a few days later and I had to explain that I wasn't there. She was angry. About 2 years ago, my ex and I went through a really nasty breakup. Lots of crying and nasty words said. It became apparent that she had a lot of emotional problems and really wasn't the person that I thought she was. Lots of anger and lots of lying, as I discovered. And to make things stranger, she is the one who dumped me multiple times and was absolutely furious when I finally accepted it and told her that it was time for her to go. I wasn't exactly perfect either, but that's what happens. I had also started a new and healthy relationship at this point, maybe 3 weeks after the primary breakup, which made her angry to no end. Anyway, she shows up one day to collect some belongings that were still at my place, and she sets me down on the bed and hands me a note telling me to read it out loud. It was a really nasty speech about how I am incapable of love and a terrible person and deserve to die. I refused, but she's screaming at me, and I was just like, fine, I'll read it if it'll make you go away. So I finish the speech, and she pulls out a loaded gun from her purse and spends the next 15 minutes trying to muster the will to pull the trigger and splatter my brain all over the wall. She says she knows the law. She knows she'll be caught. She knows where she'll go to prison, and she's fine with it because I'll be off of this planet. So I spend this time poorly, not to totally freak out, and with tears streaming down my face, telling her that she's not a killer and just needs to go live her life without me. We parted with a hug, and I just learned that she got engaged to a new guy a couple of months ago. One day, I was on the phone with my best friend and told her that I was thinking about leaving my ex because he's too much. Next thing I know, my phone is going off, and he's asking me if I plan on leaving him. I was flabbergasted, and I got freaked out so he could tell. So then he told me that he set up a camera in the living room so he could see if I'm bringing anyone home. He said I could unplug it because he realized that it was irrational, and as long as I promised not to leave him. Fast forward a week later, I noticed my tapestry was moved from behind the bed. When I looked behind there, sure enough, I saw the cord to another camera. I immediately unplug it, and there goes my phone blowing up with calls and messages. Our relationship only lasted a total of 8 months with him. Funny thing is, he was the one cheating and making Tinder accounts of us looking for another female to join us without my permission. To this day, I have to block accounts that he makes just to stalk my social medias, and I am a really private person now. My ex bought a new phone and lost all of his numbers. He asked me to text him so he can save my number again. As him and I drive home, I text him, "Hey sexy, what's up?" And he responds, "Hey, can't talk right now. I'll text you back in 5. I figure he's messing with me and forgot about it. As soon as we get home, he goes to the bathroom. A moment later, my phone lights up. X. So, hey, what's up? Me. Not much, you. X. Super in the mood. Want to meet up tonight? Me. Why not right now? I'm in the mood too. X. Okay, I'll try to make it as soon as possible, cool? Me. Yeah. A moment later, he comes out of the bathroom for the following conversation. Him. I'm actually just gonna head home, I think. Don't feel too good, is that okay? Me. Okay. X. Oh, but can you text me real quick so I have your number? Me. Sure. I send him a text while we stand in the same room. Hi. Him. Crap. I forgot what exactly happened afterwards, but I vaguely remember removing him forcefully from my apartment. A real keeper, that one. She asked me to do a triathlon that her brother was doing, and she was going to watch his son. I've never done one before, but she told me that she really thought that it would be good for me, and would be really proud of me if I did it. So I did. It was a whole weekend camping trip. It rained the whole time. We got there on Friday. I unpacked my setup, cooked, cleaned, and did everything the whole trip. Her brother apparently forgot to register, so it was just me doing the triathlon, which was on Sunday. Woke up at 5 a.m., jumped in the coldest water I have ever been in to start, but finished it. It was a mini triathlon, so like swim half a mile, 13-mile bike ride, and 5K run. But still, that's a lot for me. Anyway, when it ended, I went back to camp. She made me pack everything up, then told me if I couldn't put the tent in the original cardboard box it was in, not just the bag that it was in. When I said she was welcome to do it herself, she told me that her ex had no issue doing it. Mind you, I'm exhausted from, the triathlon, and she just watched me pack everything alone. I put it in the box but ripped it halfway down. I didn't give a crap. Drove 3 hours home and she broke up with me on the car ride home because she just didn't see any potential in me anymore. So yeah, good times. My ex proposed to me publicly at a bar, in front of all of our friends. He liked the way it went so well that he proposed to me 2 more times at 2 different bars. We were bar hopping, in our hometown, in front of everyone we know. I said yes 3 times. So we set a date and I planned this whole wedding. Buy the dress, set up the hall and the catering, flowers, everything. The only jobs that he had were to buy and rent tuxedos for himself and his groomsmen, and to find someone to marry us on the date that we had chosen. It was getting really close to our date, and he hadn't done any of the things that he agreed to do. I finally confronted him about it, about a month before this whole event that I had planned, at which time he told me that he was not going to marry me, and that he didn't think that I was going to take his proposals so seriously and actually plan a wedding. 3 times. Shaking my head. I am happily married to someone else now. I dated a guy my age in my senior year in high school who began to show signs that he was mentally unstable when upset. I decided to break up with him one day when he picked me up in his car. When I tried to get out of the car, he started driving. I told him to please let me out and he would not. Instead, we ended up at his house. I would like to mention that I didn't call the police because I didn't suspect any danger from him. I just thought that he was being a jerk. I did call a close friend during the drive to let her know where I was and where I was going. Once we arrived, he told me to come inside his house, and I refused and was getting my phone to call a cab. I couldn't walk home since I didn't know the area too well. It was absolutely ridiculous to see this guy ball up his fist and make this childlike tantrum face and swear at me that he was going to shout at the top of his lungs if I refused him. Fast forward a week or so, the guy would send me nasty text messages, talking to me like I murdered his family or something. He began to message my Facebook friends asking for me. It was really embarrassing, and showed up at my doorstep asking for me. It was horrifying, and I never thought that people like that existed and that it would ever happen to me. He stopped when I told him that I would call the cops and the school, as well as his parents. My ex-husband decided to start shooting up during the middle of our marriage while I was pregnant with our son. Then he decided to live on the streets and not work. He went to jail, got clean, did okay for a year, then walked out on me for another woman. 2 months go by and he decided that he wanted to work things out. I did not. So he moved into my apartment. I left and gave him the place. He stalked me. One night, he broke into my new home and got in bed with me. Now he tells people that I'm the one that screwed him over because I left. Oh, and he burned down my first house, cooking French fries. This girl that I knew asked me out, and we seemed to get along quite well. So I thought. I knew her mom wasn't a fan of me, so we kept it quiet for a while, hoping that maybe her mom would warm up to me. Well, her mom found out and crap hit the fan. I thought maybe my girlfriend would try and calm her down, but boy was I wrong. A couple of days after her mom found out, my girlfriend suddenly sided with her mom, and they both really started abusing me. I noped out, but then they both started stalking me everywhere I went. I couldn't get away from them. Neither of them drove, so they would catch public transport from their side of the city to mine just to abuse me. They would wait at places that they knew that I frequented. I thought that they may have gotten tired and over it, but it kept going on for a couple of months. Every time I came across them, all I got was screaming and shouting. Absolute crap from both of them. I finally decided to take action and get a restraining order. They tried a couple of more times, but they eventually gave up. I had very little trust in women, and people in general, for a long time after that. It was one of the most traumatic things I've been through. Oh, and I don't think we were even dating for 3 whole weeks before her mom found out. My ex, JJ, was a creep. I was with him for 19 months. This happened around 2 months into the relationship, just as he was starting to get controlling, and it terrified me. It was 2 a.m. and I was in bed. I have super bad insomnia, so I was just listening to YouTube and scrolling through Reddit, not expecting to sleep for at least a couple of hours, when I heard a tap on my window. I assumed it was my cat, so I called her name because she always meowed whenever she heard her name. It was silent, and then tap, tap, tap. I turned my YouTube right down and called my cat again. I hear her meow in the bathroom and panicked. It wasn't her outside my window. Outside my window is the roof of an extension that was built. It slopes up to my window and can be easily climbed onto via my neighbor's woodshed. At that point, I know there was someone out there, but I was too scared to look. I sent JJ a message about it, but he was asleep, and it sent but didn't deliver. The tapping kept happening. Roughly every 20 seconds there would be a tap, 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 and then silence. It continued for about 45 minutes while I lay in bed just listening. I felt like I was stuck in bed, like if I came out from under the quilt, then they would somehow get me. After an hour, I realized it stopped completely. I pulled myself from my bed and went to my kitchen where I could see the roof, and I saw a pair of legs dangling over the edge, illuminated by a torch. I decided to give up with my mom, and slept on the sofa with my cat that night. At least whoever's it was wouldn't know where I was. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to my alarm. I go to turn it off and notice that I have Snapchats from JJ, which is odd but not unheard of. They're all from around 3:30 a.m., so probably just after I fell asleep. I opened the snaps and my stomach dropped. It was a photo of my bedroom window from the outside. Then one of the legs dangling into my garden. And then one of me sleeping on the sofa, taken through the kitchen window. I messaged him asking him what the heck he was doing. I got a reply saying he'd come to check on me and chased a guy off from my house. At that point, he had me convinced that he could do no wrong, and if I opposed him, I was scared about what might happen, so I just left it at that. From then on, it happened a couple more times, and every time I just tried to ignore it. But with the joy of hindsight, I know I shouldn't have. I should have told someone or broken up with him, but I was too scared of what he might do. I have a lot of stories about JJ. I might write some more. I've been considering putting it in a book sometime now, but I'm not sure. I hope if anyone reads this, then they enjoy it. So for starters, I've been dating this girl for a while now. Her name being Isabel, going on a year very soon. And all is going well in that regard. However, when we first met, she told me about a less than ideal ex-boyfriend that she had a couple of years before she had met me. They still went to the same school, and he ended up going to the same university as us after we graduated high school as well. Apart from that, all three of us went to the same church, meaning there was a lot of opportunity for him to meet us. The creepy encounters with him, Jose being his name, started a little before he graduated high school. After he heard we were dating, he was furious, even going as far as to say that I was abusive on Twitter, but nobody believed him, given his accusation was complete horse crap, and he was notorious for doing the same in the past, in order to keep Isabel from talking to other guys when they were together. That was just the beginning though. It started off small at first, seeing him at the mall whenever we would go out on dates, before it was illegal to go outside. After a while, it seemed like a little too much to seem like a coincidence though. He started showing up to our church, which, although wouldn't ever really be abnormal, he all of a sudden joined the same youth ministry as well. It seemed as if he was trying to get as close to us as possible at all times. There was one instance that I remember very specifically. At a grad party everyone was invited to. Everyone was in the backyard, and I remember looking across the patio and just seeing him staring at me and Isabel from the other side. His eyes didn't move, and his breathing was very heavy, as if he was angry, anxious, or both. He didn't try anything that night though, probably because of the other people there that night. After I left the party and dropped off my girlfriend at her house for the night, I saw a black car following me for a majority of the way home, which I didn't really think much of, and not to sound like that guy or anything, but I wasn't too worried about it either. I'm fairly well built, and I've done martial arts for a little over 6 years. The next day, that same car was tailing me almost the whole day while I was running errands. Things got a little heated in the afternoon though. I was sitting in my car outside of a store, waiting for a curbside pickup, when he parked a few spaces down from me, got out of his car and came up to my window. He started yelling at me, saying that I would never be good enough for Isabel, that she still loved him no matter what I thought, and that he was going to make sure that she and I weren't together. I just tried to ignore him. Starting anything probably would have been a bad move, given that he hadn't even touched me or my car, but I was still a little heated. After heading home, it was already pretty late, so I just played video games for a while till I was tired enough to go to sleep. When I was walking back to my room, I saw him from my window, just standing there on the sidewalk looking right at me. The only reason that I knew it was him was because of the light from one of the street lamps. My parents had also seen him, and asked me to go check it out since they aren't the youngest of people, and wouldn't be able to do much other than yell at him to go away. But as soon as I walked out, he just got in his car and left. This happened every night for about 3 days straight. The last night I ever saw him was not like the others, except this time he didn't leave when I went outside. In fact, he started walking closer to me. I didn't notice until he was a lot closer, but he had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a fairly large knife that you would use in the kitchen. Adrenaline kicked in, and I ran back into the house and told my mom to call 911, after which I went back outside. He was just there in the front yard waiting. When I stepped outside, he said, "Isabel belongs to me, and I'm going to make that happen, no matter what." He ran at me with a knife, but muscle memory kicked in, and I had him pinned down after that. The cops came shortly after, and I explained the situation to them, after which he was arrested with a couple of different charges that I don't really remember. One other thing I do remember, however, was what was inside of his car. When the police came, they also searched his car to see if he had anything else that I should have been worried about. They found a bunch of tape, some rope, another large knife, a handgun, and a camera. I don't know what was going through his head, but I could at least guess from that kit he had in his back seat that he planned on hurting me in some way and recording it. I hate to think what would have happened if he had tried to come into the house while everyone was asleep, but I'm glad that he was arrested for what he did, or planned to do, anyways. I began dating a very cute, super fun, amazing, or so I thought, girl. I'm 29. She is 24. She was so easy to get along with. We had fun, took awesome road trips. We moved in together, got engaged, got married. Everything is awesome for about 3 years. Then, one day, she begins to act really weird and paranoid. Now, a little backstory. One of the things that she told me was that she had no contact with her parents because of her father's abuse. I mean, who would lie about that? She's totally not acting like herself. And finally, I ask her what is going on. She demands to see my email. This was before text messages, because she knows that I've been conspiring against her with my friends. I'm really confused, so I hand her my laptop and I'm like, babe, I have no secrets. You can read all the emails you want. The next day I come home from work and I find her moments from death. She's not breathing. I call 911. They come and bag her, get her on life support, the whole nine. The doctors tell me that it's likely that she won't survive the night. She OD'd on fentanyl and alcohol, also widely out of character for her. Amazingly, she doesn't die, and 3 days later comes out of her coma, only to tell the doctor that I've been keeping her locked up in the basement. We have no basement, and abusing her. It gets really messy. I find her parents' contact info through friends of hers that knew her brother. I call them and they come to my state. Turns out they had hired a private detective to find her and find out what was up in her life, etc., because she disappeared from them after college. There was no abuse. In fact, her parents told me about her diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, and she had episodes like this in high school and college, where she insisted that her boyfriend was abusing her. Anyway, I immediately filed for divorce. She had lied to me about her entire life. She dragged me through a year-long divorce, constantly lying to judges, etc. She would get lawyers to take her case because she convinced them that I was an abuser. Only after they found out the truth and that we had no money, they would drop her. Then she would get another one, so it took forever. The worst part was, she stole my dog, and I never did get her back. My sister and her husband have been married for a very long time. When they met, they were both married to other people and started cheating on their spouses. In 2008, when my sister came to visit me and my mom, she confessed that she was cheating on my brother-in-law. Before I found out my brother-in-law was an idiot, I had a lot of respect for him. So when my sister told me about the affair, I was furious. I had known my brother-in-law for years. I've always been able to tell my sister what I think, so that day I certainly told her off. She tried to defend her actions by telling me that she had been a good girl for then 18 years, and she deserved to be happy. I was like, what? She and I were standing out in my mom's front yard, and my sister is facing me with her arms crossed in front of her, pouting like a child. I gave her so much crap for what she was doing, but it got worse from there. She informed me that she was going to Honduras with the guy to help him do some contracting work. My sister told me that my brother-in-law knew about it. I was stunned. Well, my sister didn't go to Honduras after all. After she went back home, she ended the affair after she confessed it to her husband. He forgave her, saying, "I was once where you are now." The guy my sister was messing around with contacted my sister and asked if he could borrow $500 because work had been slow and he needed to make his truck payment. My sister asked her husband to loan the guy the money, and he did. My sister charged the guy interest on the loan and gave him a short period of time to repay it. The guy wasn't making any attempt to repay the money, so my sister got nasty. She warned the guy that if he didn't pay the loan off in full with the interest, my sister was going to contact the guy's wife and tell her about the affair. The guy thought that my sister was bluffing, but she wasn't. She sent the woman a letter telling her all about the affair and the loan. The money was repaid very shortly after with interest. To this day, I am still amazed that my brother-in-law is so stupid that he would loan money to a man who cheated on him with his wife. But things got worse. On Thanksgiving weekend, my brother-in-law went out of town to be with his son, daughter-in-law, and their daughter. Because they didn't live very far from me, I asked my sister to ride down with her husband, drop him off, and come down to my house. I was going to spend the holiday alone and really wanted to see my sister. She said that she just wanted to spend the time by herself, which I thought was odd. She wasn't invited to her husband's son's house because of a falling out that they had years ago and never reconciled. I tried and tried to get her to come and be with me, but she wouldn't. Okay, fine. Shortly after, I called my sister and asked her what she did over the weekend, and she hemmed and hawed about it. Finally, she told me that she had spent it with a guy that she had met. What the heck? She had me on speakerphone and my brother-in-law was in the room. My sister told me that she had confessed what she did to her husband. I was beyond stunned. Next thing I know, my sister and her husband had made an appointment with a psychiatrist. My sister claimed it was to work on their marriage. She told me the doctor told her he wanted to see my sister for her issues and give her prescriptions for them. The doctor also recommended therapy for my sister. My sister refused to get the prescriptions filled, but she did say that she would go into therapy. I have no idea how long she received help. She has a lot of issues though, and always has. These two people are still married and are still together. My sister and I haven't spoken to each other since the spring of 2009, but not because of her infidelity. She's probably still cheating on her husband, but whatever. He's an idiot for staying with her. When I was 23, I was renting my first place when my ex-girlfriend reached out to me. We had dated for X amount of months in high school. It's been over 10 years since high school, and I can't remember how long it was. It just went badly because I was a jerk and started talking to another girl. Anyway, my ex said that she was over what had happened when we were teenagers and was willing to give it another shot. So we have a date, and then several dates, and things are doing really well. A month into our relationship, one night I'm at work on a late shift, and she calls me saying that she had gotten into an argument with her mother. They had gotten into some sort of domestic about something that she got slapped, and needed to cool off at my place. I get home and turns out she was moving in. I'm pretty laid back and wanted to help with the rent anyways, so I'm somewhat okay with it. I mean, I knew I was walking into a snake pit, but I didn't know that it was going to be a viper pit. So we lived together for a whopping 2 months when things take a turn. She starts telling me that she's insecure about me talking to girls. Then that changes to watching adult videos as well, which didn't work because I have control issues. We start fighting a lot, sometimes all night long. She starts cutting herself, saying it was all my fault. She ends up getting tetanus. Late phone calls asking where I'm at work and who I'm with. I work late hours at an ambulance service. Things come to a head one night when Crazy Ex tries to tell me that looking at adult videos is the same as beating her. She starts screaming at me. bringing up all the cutting and the doctor visits, claiming that it's my fault. I get fed up and tell her to move out. This pushes her off the deep end. She grabs my handgun that I keep for self-defense, tells me that she's going to unalive herself then and there. I call the police. She leaves shortly afterwards, after she throws my loaded gun outside. I think, yay, it's over. But it wasn't. So a few days go by without incident. Crazy Ex texts me saying that she needs to give me her house key. I tell her no, to throw it away, but she drives to my house anyway, leaves the key and tapes a note to my door saying I'm mentally ill and need help, and she forgives me, blah blah blah. I stopped reading after the I need help part, and she keeps texting and texting asking if I read it, even going as far as to blaming her behavior on pregnancy, saying that the baby is mine, but she lost it due to stress. So here I am, years down the road, married, with a wonderful 2-year-old hellion, with no regrets of leaving the Crazy Ex. So, to that Crazy Ex, let's not meet again. This happened some months ago, precisely on the 5th of November. I live in northern Italy, so that was the evening in which the red aurora borealis appeared visible for us. I was chilling at home after a long day, when one of my friends calls me and asks me if I wanted to try to go see the aurora with him. I said sure, because I'm always up for an adventure. And from where I live in the top mountain is circa 1 hour in the car. At 21:30-ish, he comes and gets me and up we go. We even see a cute chunky fox while ascending. We arrive at the top of the mountain. There's a big parking lot there, and we get out of the car. Pretty freezing winds and howling winds. We encountered only one car on the road, and one is parked at a distance from us, apparently empty or just dark. We take some pictures. Can't really see the aurora, but some reddish specks of light here and there. Still magical. We can, however, see a beautiful Milky Way. So despite the cold, we just stand there in admiration of the universe above us, chatting lightly. After 40 minutes to an hour, I start to feel uneasy. Not really with a reason. Then my friend goes to use the restroom. He only goes a short distance and remains in sight, and I concentrate on the surroundings, as I'm used to giving credit to my internal voice. So I suddenly start picking up on something. I hear footsteps. Every time the wind goes down, they go silent, but a bit delayed. I can clearly distinguish them as the iced snow crunched under the weight. When the wind picks up in strength, I tell my friend when he comes back. We listen, and he confirms it as they're getting progressively closer. We made eye contact, decided we saw enough of the stars and didn't want to stay around to find out, and calmly walked back to the car, locked the doors, and booked it swiftly out of there. We kept check the next day about robberies or anything else, but we didn't hear anything. I'm still amazed and spooked in how sudden. I wanted to write about what happened to me and my partner in September of 2023. We were hanging out with our 2 new friends, a husband and wife. Let's say their names are John and Mary. They decided to camp at Todd Lake Recreation Center, which is in George Washington National Forest, and invited us to spend time at their campsite, have a few beers, relax by the campfire, etc. My partner and I decided that we weren't up for overnight camping, but were down to hang out for a bit. The recreation center was only 45 minutes from home, so we thought we could drive if we didn't have but a few drinks, ate food, and chilled for a couple of hours. So we get there at around 4:30 p.m. and have camp snacks, sandwiches, chips, nothing special, and some alcoholic seltzers. We wander down to the lake and let their dogs swim, and then we decide to head back to the campsite and start a fire. I knew we weren't staying the night, so I kept track of how many drinks I had and the food I ate to ensure that I was suitable for the drive later. In total, I had 5 seltzers the entire night, over hours. Not to sound like an alcoholic or anything, but 5 seltzers do not explain what happened to us that night. I can handle my alcohol, and I'm responsible while drinking by pacing myself, eating food and drinking water in between each beverage. So we're hanging by the fire with John and Mary, and next thing you know, John says, "Hey, do you guys want to walk down to the lake?" And we respond, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." The camp has a short walking path to the lake, probably half a mile away. It should only take minutes to get there. Now this is when it gets weird. I look at my cell phone and see that it's 8:30 p.m. and decide to put my phone in the car before we walk down to the lake, because I don't want to lose it. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the woods, passed out on the ground on a trail with my partner in the middle of George Washington National Forest, an hour away from their campsite, and John and Mary were nowhere to be found. My partner was on his back with his head turned to the side, and I was lying halfway on the moss and the other half on him, with my head turned to the side, almost as if we were placed perfectly. We were lost and both felt extremely confused and sick. We both started throwing up and had to take breaks walking out to try and find John and Mary's campsite. It took us an hour to get back, and it appeared we had hiked an hour outside of the recreation center. We both had zero recollection of how we got there, why we were both passed out in the middle of the woods at night, and why the heck 5 seltzers with food over a multiple hour span made either one of us be so sick and lose memory at the same time. My partner was completely disoriented and started screaming for help. I was begging him to be quiet because I felt so sick and had no idea where we were. I needed a moment to collect myself and get my bearings to try and hike out of our current situation. Something to know about us is that we are both avid hikers and backpackers and very comfortable outdoors in nature, even alone. However, at that moment, I was so thankful that I didn't wake up in the woods at night on a trail alone. Thankfully, he was with me. The entire time, we both felt like we were being watched as we tried to find our way back. It was unsettling. I was telling my partner when we were trying to find our way back to the campsite that something felt very wrong, and when we got back, we needed to get in the car and leave. I felt it in my bones, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what happened. We were both utterly shocked that we somehow both conveniently blacked out simultaneously. I know what you're thinking. We were drugged, right? We felt that too. But why would John and Mary, our supposed friends, drug us? And why would they drug us and carry us deep into the forest? It didn't add up. We finally made it back to the campsite, and I first opened my car and grabbed my phone to see what time it was. It was 2:30 a.m. My heart sank. How did this happen? How did it go from 8:30 p.m. when we were walking down to the lake, which was half a mile or less from their campsite, to 2:30 in the morning? Neither of us liked not knowing what happened to us in that lost time. So before we decided to leave, my partner knocked on their tent and said, "Hey John, we're leaving. What happened, man? We need to get out of here. Something's off." John then replies, "Where is Mary?" And my partner and I both looked at each other concerned and say to John, "What do you mean? She's not in the tent with you?" And John replies, "No, I thought she was with you two." That's when we all decided to search for Mary. John said the last thing he remembered was we were hanging out by the fire and asked if we wanted to go down to the lake. And then, hours later, he woke up underneath the picnic table at the campsite, not remembering how he got there. However, something seemed fishy, and he was far too relaxed. We found Mary down the trail to the lake, slumped over, asleep in the woods near the campsite. Neither remembered what happened and why we all ended up in these places. No one can remember what happened for those few hours. It was misty, dark, and foggy on the mountain, and I was shivering, with my teeth chattering, feeling sick and just ready to go home. We got in the car and returned to our house, but it took a while to settle enough to sleep. When we spoke to John the next morning, they laughed it off and said, maybe we just shouldn't drink so much next time we hang out. I remember all of us hanging by the fire, and then mentioning us going down to the lake, but I stayed back to deal with the dog and you three went down there. John changed his story from what he had said the night before. Something didn't set right with me. The Todd Lake Recreation Center was almost empty. We only saw one other family camping that night, and they weren't anywhere near our campsite, which was also odd. My partner and I don't feel like we drank enough to the point that it would cause us to black out, especially at the same time. So what did happen? We were so sore and a little cut up, but our only thoughts were this must have been something paranormal, or they did drug us. I started to get flashbacks of memory, and all I remember was John's face on the beach, then black. Did aliens abduct us? Was it something from Appalachian folklore like Mothman or some other bizarre creature? Did we all drink too much? Did we get drugged? My partner lost his phone that night, so I called the ranger the following Monday, and they said they found it in the woods busted up between campsites 5 and 6. But John and Mary were camping at campsite 1. The ranger mailed it back to us because I didn't want to drive back there, and had a horrible pit in my stomach. The phone never cut back on, even though the front of the screen was perfectly intact. It was only the back of the phone that had been busted. A part of me doesn't want to know what's on that iPhone. The next day, my partner was violently ill, and I was shivering with teeth chattering and chill bumps all day. We honestly probably should have gone to the hospital. In my 30 years, I've never experienced anything like this. And to this day, we are skeptical about meeting new friends or having new people into our lives. Either way, we are both so grateful that we made it home safely that night, and we have each other. What do you all think? My partner doesn't have social media, but I blocked John and Mary on mine, and we haven't seen them since. We moved to another state in 2024, not because of this reason, but I've dealt with a lot of PTSD and night terrors since this occurred. I now worry if it was John or both of them. Are they doing this to other people? Thank you for reading. So, this isn't something I witnessed. I was told this story by one of the men who allegedly saw it. For context, this guy had run with some questionable crowds and did what jobs he had to make money at times, if you get my drift. So, he has a lot of stories. I mostly consider this a tall tale, but there is still enough of it that makes me wonder what if. According to him, we'll call him Zed for the sake of the story. He had been finishing up some work down in Louisiana back in the late 1990s with his buddy and had a few days to kill, namely to get some fishing and hunting in, albeit out of season. One of the guys they had worked with gave them directions to a spot way back in the swamps and marshes, or the bayou, as it's more commonly called, that they could do that without risking being caught by fish and game agents. He said one of the best things about this spot was there were, oddly enough, never any alligators there. Bit of a red flag, that one. Anyways, one fine morning they set out in their boat before the sun was up, navigating their way through the swamps. From what he described, this was a section that was close to the Mississippi border, routes used by smugglers to move various products across state lines. They finally arrived at the spot after a few hours and some detours, their way of not saying they got lost. Turned off the motor on their boat and started fishing. The trees were just thick enough to prevent you from being seen from overhead, and they were essentially in a huge inlet that was somewhat sheltered from the rest of the bayou and had the start of solid land along two sides of it. By solid land, that also meant you had to walk across 10 to 15 feet of muck that could suck your boots off before you got to solid ground. So according to Zed, the day was progressing, and fishing wasn't going great. But they still had beer, so they weren't inclined to go anywhere. They both noted that, as the guy had said, there were no alligators. Normally, you could spot them lurking around or sunning themselves, but they were just utterly gone from the spot, as were most of the big fish, it seemed. It was at this point they observed a herd of feral hogs emerge from the undergrowth on one side of the lagoon and make their way to the muck that was described before and commence to start rolling and rooting in it to their heart's content. Zed and his buddies slowly angled their boat closer, as they had sidearms with them, and certainly had no issues with getting wild pork instead of fish if the opportunity was there. The hogs were leery but not afraid, keeping the humans in their line of sight as they frolicked. Zed saw they had no real way to get to a hog if they shot it there, so they just floated along and watched for a good opportunity. But instead, they saw something else entirely. According to Zed, that's when they saw the mud start to move. He knew instantly it wasn't an alligator, as an alligator would be flailing around in the mud trying to reach the hogs, and whatever this thing was, it was covered in mud. The only way he could describe it was something was pushing its way through the muck like a mostly submerged bulldozer, creeping up on the pigs. They watched as it slowly approached a cluster of hogs who had noticed the movement but seemed more curious about what it was than afraid. One of them, a pig that Zed estimated was between 150 to 175 pounds, was the furthest out in the muck and made the mistake of attempting to sniff at whatever the intruder was. Zed said that quicker than they could react, something lunged out from the thing and attached to the pig's head and face. As the pig thrashed and tried to jump back, letting out the most blood-curdling scream they'd ever heard, the thing was hauled partially out of the muck and came into better view. Zed realized it was an alligator-snapping turtle of proportions he had never heard of. He's seen the one they keep at Bass Pro Shop. That got big enough that it cracked its tank and had to get a new one, and he said that was like comparing a chihuahua to a pit bull. It was still partially obscured by the muck that was covering it, but Zed swore its shell had to be at least the size of the hood from a Volkswagen Beetle. He was an extreme car enthusiast, so he knew his vehicles. His best guess on its weight was it was well over 500 pounds, and was now backing up into deeper water, dragging the pig with it. Zed said from what they could see, the turtle's head was so big that it was able to fit, its jaws partially around the pig's skull, and its beak was now essentially acting as a meat hook. Apparently, it was about a 30-second fight to drag the pig out into the lagoon, but Zed said it was clear the pig never had a chance. The turtle dragged it out into the water, and the pig made one last desperate attempt to break free, apparently hearing something screaming underwater one last time. It's as unnerving as you'd imagine, and Hollywood doesn't get the sound right. It then just went absolutely quiet after that. According to Zed, he and his buddy sat there for a minute, processing what they had just seen, and except for the froth on top of the water and the stirred up mud, there was no sign anything had just happened. The other hogs had fled as soon as their comrade was attacked, and except for some bugs, it was almost completely silent. They couldn't say why, but Zed said they booked it out of there, that something was off, and it felt wrong to be there. It wasn't like they could go to Fish and Game and describe what they saw, but they did fill in their acquaintance on why there were no alligators in that area. As far as Zed knew, nobody else has ever seen this colossal turtle and came forward to talk about it. But Zed said that it was big enough that if it caught a person unawares, it could easily overpower and kill a human, the same way it did that pig. Again, this is how the story was told to me. It's not my story, and I'm inclined to mostly believe it's a tall tale, or an exaggerated one. But it does highlight that you don't need something as fanciful as a skunk ape or Bigfoot to be nervous about what might be lurking out of sight, I live in the Midwest. I live on a small rural lot between a cornfield and a small forest, in a camper. I've lived in this country my entire life. I know the entire county like the back of my hand. This being said, I've come to the conclusion that my experiences around the rural and wooded parts of this country are crawlers. I'm 100% sure of it. I've had many encounters actually. None back to back, but they happen frequently. There is a forest/park in the middle of the town that I always hated at night since I was little. As I got older, my cousin and I thought being scared was really fun. We'd go there at night on purpose, but never lasted long. I always felt like I was being watched. This, on top of urban legends of people going missing here at night, made me feel really uneasy. Fast forward to a couple of years ago. I got married and am settling into the life as a husband. I'd take my large, all-black German Shepherd, Fenrir, on walks with me at night. I always walk towards the park, but I usually don't enter into it. The first time something weird happened was 5 years ago. I was walking Fenrir, and the woods to the front and to the right of me, to the left and behind me was a neighborhood edge and a small playground, went silent. My dog started acting super anxious. He's usually a very stoic dog and quiet. He's 120 pounds and built like a tank. Looks very intimidating and he knows it. I heard rustling in the woods following me, and I felt like I was being stopped. I ran home, and that's the end of the first encounter. I had a few more encounters like that, but last year, things really amped up. I was on a walk around 11:30 p.m. with Fenrir, my wife, and our little newer dog, Booger. He's a terrier Chai mix. We are walking down the same path, and about 3 blocks away from the woods, 4 or so deer are sprinting out of the trees into the street towards us, and they seem terrified. Then I hear what I can only describe as what sounded like a human trying to mimic the sounds of a monkey. I thought it was silly until recently, when I read that other guy's story who heard the same thing. We laughed it off as some kids playing around. Once we get up to the woods and are walking parallel, we can clearly see 2 reflective eyes and a silhouette staring at us from the tree line. We also heard a deep growl, and then like a hissing sound, but it wasn't super high-pitched or anything. Both of our dogs acknowledged this as well. Finn stared, and Booger growled a bit. I made a Facebook post on the community's Facebook group, and other people told similar stories around town. Around this time, I got a job as a tour guide/maintenance for Rail Explorers. I'm working there again this year as well. We start April 1st. Basically, they take unused or tour-specific railroad sections that aren't used federally, and they have these pedal carts with motor assist on them so you can use to explore the tracks. It's super cool and super fun. The one I work at is like 5 minutes from where I live, and it goes through the woods in an inaccessible part of the country, unless you float down the river and hike up steep, loose dirt hills. You go under one old car bridge, and you go over 2 multi-100-foot-length old train bridges. The first one is larger and taller, and it's about 150 feet off the ground above the forest. The second goes over the river. About 6 months into the job and it's fall. We work until midnight, sometimes with the last tour leaving around 9 p.m. That means the last tour for the last 2 months of the year are in complete darkness. The way that job operates is with 6 employees. 4 get on the lead bike, and 2 get on the rear bike. From the lead bike, we drop off one person at the busy intersection so they can flag traffic, and one person gets dropped off at the large train bridge that goes over the woods. The person at the bridge gives a short safety speech to the customers, who stop and go one at a time over the bridge. The employee carts are much faster than the customer ones. We all have walkie-talkies, and we usually have these battery-powered floodlights on stands that we use so the customers can see us, and light up safety vests. On one particular night, we were behind by 20 or so minutes. Instead of leaving the depot at sunset, we were leaving at dusk. I was stationed by the high bridge. By the time we reached the bridge, it was pitch black aside from the stars providing a little light. My coworkers dropped me off and waited with me until the first customer arrived. I gave the little speech to the first cart of 4. I chatted with them a little bit, and I was trying to buy some time and wait for the next customer cart, so there wasn't a massive gap for my coworkers who have to flip the bikes around. After a few minutes, I let those customers leave and I was alone. I was alone for 20 minutes. I used the radio so many times, but it was static for everybody. One of the only times we've ever had an issue like that as well. I kept seeing movement in the tree line. I kept hearing fast footsteps all around me in every direction. I had the floodlight on above my head, so everyone and everything could see me, but I couldn't see anything. I turned off the floodlight and used my personal flashlight. I kept seeing quick glimpses of pale skin moving quickly, but right when I started seeing stuff, I could hear the next customer cart coming close. So I turned the light back on and waited for them to come around the corner. When they pulled up, I noticed they had a little boy with him, and he's scared of the dark. I'm terrified at this point, but have to act appropriately, even more so because of this boy. I don't want to scare him. As I'm finishing my speech, I hear movement right behind me, and I say, "Geez," and spin around with my flashlight on instinct. Poor kid. I told them that it was probably just a deer, and they're good to go across the bridge. That same night, the person stationed at the intersection. This isn't like an in-town intersection. It's very rural. It's right next to a massive cornfield. He's Native American and was very in tune with his culture. He told me privately a few weeks later that he heard rustling in the cornfield, and whatever was out there was whispering his name and trying to get him into the field. He was also without communication for those 20 minutes, but he wasn't in the woods and could see a lot better than me. Another time, me and that same coworker were headed back to the front car. We were way ahead, so we stopped the cart in the middle of the high bridge. It sounds scary. I'm a bit afraid of heights, and this bridge has massive gaps between the planks that you could fit through. But after doing it so often, you get used to it. It was a clear night, and we were watching the stars and having small talk. Then it goes silent. We are 100 or so feet in the air above the woods, and can hear for miles. The dogs barking across the river 2 miles away can be heard without even seeing the houses. We hear what sounds like a human mimicking a monkey noise, and we hear growling. He looks at me completely seriously and tells me in a stern tone that we need to get out of there right now. I drive out of there, and he moved states to Nevada shortly after this. A few other things happened here and there and to coworkers as well. Each of my coworkers have at least one story. I'm only sharing mine in the post, otherwise it'd be too long. A few months go by and it's late fall, around the middle of November. I drive through that park in town a lot when I just want to go for a drive. I had my dog Fenrir with me and it's about 2 a.m. I can't sleep, so I'm listening to a Melvins CD and driving leisurely through the park. As soon as I get past the entrance gates, I feel really uneasy and weird. I'm not easily scared. Going to that park at night makes me feel a primal fear. It's beyond fight or flight. I have never felt that way in my life anywhere else, ever. And I feel it every time I'm there. I'm driving through the park and I've rolled the windows up a lot more. Fenrir can still poke his head out but can't leap out. As I go deeper into the woods, I feel worse and worse. I decided not to turn around because I'm already past the halfway point. Turning around would make me stay in the woods longer. I started speeding where there weren't any turns I couldn't see around. I round the last corner, and what I saw made me have nightmares for months. There was a pale, skinny humanoid. Tall and lanky, not quite human, crawling on its hands and feet, but it was crawling very quickly, like 20 miles per hour. We don't have bears here. The only animals that size are large humans and deer. That wasn't a deer. It went from my right, across the street, and went into the tree line. Fenrir saw it too. He doesn't bark at animals, not even other dogs. He went ballistic. He was trying to force himself out of the small gap in the window, nearly foaming at the mouth and snarling. He never, ever acts like that. I'm a certified dog trainer, and I've raised him from birth. Most recently, I've become obsessed with this park. I've walked there at night from my camper to the park with Fenrir. I'll never do it again. I didn't see a figure this time. As I was entering the park, a massive owl flew by my head, so close I could have smacked it mid-flight. This made me feel weird for some reason. As soon as I get into the park, I feel extremely weird, anxious, and nauseous. I walk a few hundred yards to the only streetlight in the entire park, and I turn around and face the woods. Me and Fenrir stand there, frozen for like 10 minutes. The silence was deafening. Anytime I heard anything, I'd jump. Finn was anxious too. He kept staring into a certain spot in the woods a ways off. I swear I saw eyes in there every once in a while. I built up the courage to walk out and haven't gone back since. It'll be interesting to see what happens at my job this year. I wanted to add that the county that I live in is packed full of abandoned mines. Hundreds of them. This happened Easter of last year. My husband's family owns an old farm with a large property with mountains, a lake, and woods. No one lives on the farm anymore, so we use it as a holiday residence. This is West End Norway, so fjords and mountains and lots of red deer all over the place. No neighbors and no animals except for wild ones. There are old ruins from the Viking Age about 500 meters from the house, nearby the lake. Much unknown history, and I find the forest very eerie. I'm Norwegian, and my ex, the father of my kids, are Canadian. He's not so much around anymore, and my daughter, who's 10 years old, is very fond of horror movies. My son, who's 9 years old, also likes a good scare. To help them not forget their Canadian culture, I told them about the Wendigo. This was in the car on our way to the west for the Easter holiday, since there's so much deer out there. I told them a story I've read, and on this sub I do believe, about Wendigo mimicking kitten sounds, and I told them that these Norwegian mountains are the same as the Appalachians before the continents split up, and that's maybe why they can be so eerie. The second day there, we cut down some small trees outside the house. The kids and I dragged the branches over a small field and tossed them down a hill. This hill is where the forest begins, and also the path down to the lake. My husband was in the garage, the other direction, fixing the chainsaw. As we took a break by the tree line, my son, with the Wendigo story in mind, starts to make a special cartoonish cat meow that he thinks is funny into the forest. He kept going maybe 6 to 9 times before I told him to knock it off and get back to help us with the branches. We turn around, and there was a very clear meow coming from the bottom of the hill. It sounded exactly like my son's meowing. It wasn't my son. He stood right beside me, and it was his voice and his characteristic meow. We shrugged it off as someone hiking answering the meowing, and I didn't want to scare the kids for real, and didn't remind them that it's private land, and nobody except for us goes down there, because the only walkable path is through the garden and small field. We got up to the garage, told my husband, and went inside for lunch. He was just like, well, lots of spirits in these woods. And then we didn't talk about it again. He's a man of few words and not easily scared. He grew up on the farm every vacation. He knows the land well and thinks it's mystical, but not scary. My husband reminded me of the meowing in the car on our way there this Easter. We still can't figure out a rational explanation. So we just landed on the spirits in the forest, or a very stupid fox. I've been getting more acclimated to camping as a solo female. I'm pretty comfortable in the woods for the most part. I feel safe and at home. This was my first time solo camping in the area I'm from, so it felt particularly special. Pretty rugged, remote part of WNC. I camped off a gravel road right by the creek. After having dinner by the fire, I settled in my tent, the air of early spring growing colder. As I'm trying to get cozy and drift off, I hear what I can only describe as a woman singing. I'm a skeptic and know our ears can play tricks on us. I've definitely heard things before when there's a monotonous sound like the river, so I tried to brush it off. But it had range. It wasn't consistent at all, as if there was a tune to it. At this point, I froze, holding my breath. The singing sound would stop and then start again. I was terrified, honestly. Eventually, I had to suck it up and go to the restroom. The moon was full so I could see. Nothing there at all. Just the beautiful creek in the night. I continued to hear it for a little while longer before a very poor sleep. That's all. Nothing crazy. But I just know what I heard, and I don't have an explanation. Spirit in the river, perhaps? I don't know. But whatever it was very spooky. I am from Madrid, Spain. My family is from a small mountain city. We are all familiar with mountains. Even though I live in Madrid, I always go to hike in the mountain range surrounding Madrid. I would not consider us to be very superstitious and or believe strongly in supernatural events, although I am a huge fan of folklore. This story happened in the summer. Back when I was 14 years old, my mother took me and my brother for a week-long trip to a mountain range in the southeast of Spain, close to the old town of Riopar Viejo. We had already spent half of the week going on multiple hikes, and we visited beautiful lakes where me and my brother would swim, despite them being super cold. Overall, we had already had a lot of fun, and we were enjoying our small family trip so far. One day, while it was very sunny and warm, we went on a hike again to this kind of abandoned trail, which some of the locals of the village had recommended. It was not accessible by car, and there was no phone service. We couldn't care less, since we loved to spend time in nature, and we would just spend our time walking and talking instead of being on our phones. We found a crystal clear lake with beautiful turquoise greenish water and lots of water vegetation in it. My brother and I immediately jumped in, and afterwards we had picnic for lunch. So far, so good. Suddenly, while we were enjoying our bocadillo de jamón, we heard a loud scream. It was a very high-pitched scream and just overall scary. Considering the fact that we were next to the lake, in a small valley between tall mountains, we could hear it kind of echo. All three of us immediately looked at each other startled. We were certainly not imagining anything. From what we could deduce, the sound came from the other side of the lake in a very bushy area. The lake itself was not very big, and we decided to make our way around it to investigate. Because although we had not seen anyone during the entire day out there, maybe someone was in danger or needed help. I cannot really specify what the scream sounded like. In hindsight, it was not your typical scream for help. But who knows what humans are capable of sounding like when in dire need of help, right? After about a 20-minute walk, we were already getting to the entrance of the bushy area at the other side of the lake. All three of us approaching with our walking sticks in hand and in a cautious position. The first thing we noticed was an awful smell of rotting flesh. That, together with the scream earlier, made us feel a sense of dread. Normally, you would feel welcome when helping someone out, but we did not feel welcome at all in this place. My instincts were telling me we should just track our way back out of there, while not losing sight of the bushy area. However, we could not shake the feeling that we had to help if someone needed it, so we decided to proceed slowly. The joy and laughter we had at the other side of the lake were no more. Whatever was going on at this side of the lake, it felt wrong and ominous. I could not talk on my brother or mother's behalf, but the hair on my arms stood on end. After making our way through the brush for 10 minutes, we were finally reaching a clearing. During this whole time, the sense of dread had continued, and the awful smell of rotting flesh had only increased. Finally, in the middle of the clearing, we saw what had caused this smell. In what seemed to be the perfect middle of the small clearing, we found the dead corpse of a deer, or at least what remained from it. The limbs were removed from its torso, and the head was half-eaten. The thing is, the cadaver looked fairly fresh, as if it was killed that same day. However, the smell was still that of a rotting and decayed corpse. It did not make any sense. We checked for footprints or dung in the clearing, but did not find anything. A logical explanation would be wolves, or even bears, since we got both of them in rural Spain. However, the missing footprints and the way of how this deer was ripped apart made it seem almost unnatural. After we had checked the surroundings, we left as quickly as possible. On our way back, we did not stop to rest at the lake or anything. We just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. When we were leaving the valley behind us, halfway up one of the surrounding mountains, we heard another scream similar to the first one. However, this time we did not feel the urgency to check if someone needed help. Instead, we paced up our speed and did not go back. Somewhere in the evening, when we finally had made it back to our village, we went for dinner at a small old bar in the picturesque town square. We talked to some of the older people from the village about our experience with their abandoned trail. They told us that apparently we had somewhere taken a wrong turn on the trail, since it was not very clear, and that this was the reason that we ended up at the valley with the lake. They also told us that a few centuries back during the Spanish Inquisition, the local townspeople had gone to that valley because a so-called witch lived there and set her house on fire, killing the poor woman. Since then, the locals never hiked close to that lake or its surroundings in the valley. A couple of days later, we left to go back home, but we have never been able to shake the feeling of dread that we experienced that day. Again, we're not superstitious or big believers of the supernatural, but what happened on that day was definitely weird. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's call him H, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors, so he decided to take me on my first backpack, just the 2 of us. For those who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to this point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car. Seeing grizzly country signs around every corner wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. The first incident. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, you're supposed to make noise as to not startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in, and almost at the top of the ascent. I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent, save for the rushing stream that was to our left of the trail. Silent woods are never a good sign. This usually indicates predators nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes, we had not said a word to each other, having been too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the same time and gave each other knowing glances. I came up over the top of the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me in the middle of the trail was a grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet as he was behind me, so I did the first thing that I could think of. While still in my frozen stance, I managed to take my arm and started flinging it wildly behind me, trying to get H's attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting on all fours, not looking away from us once. H quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he just started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly quite wasn't fazed, as it started to walk slowly towards us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. This bear was about 5 feet in front of us when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, and he bolted towards the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. H said, "It's probably just some falling branches." But we both knew that that wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail in an attempt to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and at the same moment, H stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we were not sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large black/brown mass. It looked to be 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly that we had just seen a few moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just off. At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but that is exactly what we did. We were aware of the heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. H was doing his best to console me. "Honey, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We're going to be okay. I'm sure that won't happen again." That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpack. Not another hour later, though, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack. About a minute after we had sat down, I noticed bushes moving in a line toward the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush comes this adolescent grizzly, who looks just as spooked as I'm sure we did, but he came straight for us. H, being the crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, "Bear spray at the ready." That did the trick and the bear ran off. All I could think was just my luck. But that wasn't even close to what happened the second night. The second night, before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trails/route we planned to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you and make sure that everything is okay. There were not many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We didn't see a single other person once we were en route. Anywho, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We had been following hoof prints the entire second day, and we hadn't seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boot, laces, and socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark out, and H was the only one with a working headlamp, as mine wouldn't even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to set up camp, as we still needed to eat. It was freezing and the wind was blowing. It was creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear H or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be roughly 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being roughly 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. This place was strange. We both felt it, though he didn't tell me how freaked out he was until after we had left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished from my pack. Half of the trees were dead and fallen, just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was pretty dense. To help alleviate my anxiousness, he started playing Ninja Party out of his portable speaker. This didn't help much, as it just echoed off the trees, creating a dissonance of sounds. He also thought that it would ward off any predators nearby. This is when we knew that our anxiousness wasn't paranoia. The silence was back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. It also may have had to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to turn off the music and head into the tent. Also, it was freezing. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Falling trees? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Thud. We both froze. That sound wasn't an echo. It came from inside the clearing. Definitely not a falling tree. Thud. It came from right outside the tent. We both stopped breathing. H's hand found mine and we clung to each other paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I whispered, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but couldn't decipher what it was. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inwards. At this point, whatever was outside knew that we were inside, so I shined my flashlight at the side of the tent. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. H said screw that, and pulled a Glock from his sleeping bag. He cocked it, and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back, and we heard fast footsteps heading towards the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave the tent till the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left on the fire, leaving a distinguishing stench of evaporated pee. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. We think it was mud anyway. The takeaway? Wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry. I could give you a million times as a kid and young adult that I felt scared or paranoid playing in the woods. It's a beautiful place, and I spent my entire childhood getting lost, not literally, out there by myself or with friends. As kids, we never got too far out there, but you could actually see the progression of us venturing further and further out as we got older, because of forts and carvings that we would leave. This one particular time, like 1,000 times before, my friend and I had just graduated high school. It was our last summer of freedom, and we spent the entire summer camping and hiking out there. We had decided to try and find a new place to set up camp, and walked for what felt like miles before we came to a nice clearing. The area was relatively new to both of us. We got the camp set up and fire going, and the plan was to wait until nightfall, smoke some weed and play Monopoly. For the sake of backstory on my friend and I, my buddy is a smaller, real goofy guy, but comes from a family of foresters and always had a deep understanding of all the trees and different plants that you come across. He had no fear of going and camping out by himself. If I spent 10,000 hours in the woods, he probably spent 50,000. As for me, I'm a taller, sturdier guy, and as we got older, I spent more time worried about women and sports, and the woods became a place for small parties. Also, I never had the balls to camp out alone. In fact, older me wouldn't go far at all when I was alone, because I could never shake the feeling of being watched, which was from paranoia, but still an uneasy feeling. Anyways, camp is set, fire is going, but it's getting lower and needs wood. Sun is down and we're both cutting up and having a good time. My friend is sitting on this little chair that he always brought and loading up his makeshift bong, and I was crouched breaking some excess limbs off some logs that we had gathered for the fire. All of a sudden, this strong breeze cuts through the clearing. I couldn't tell you if it was the suddenness of it or what, but my friend and I both stopped immediately and looked at each other. The breeze went just enough to flicker our fire down to a small flame. We both sat completely still in almost total darkness, and neither of us said a word. Across from us on the other side of the fire, we could hear footsteps. They sounded like somebody was running and would slow to a walk and then run again, definitely on two legs. By the sound of it, they were pacing back and forth over the same spot. Then, just like it started, it stopped, with a softer crunch on the underbrush. I knew by the sound it had taken a crouch. I was crouched still, and knew that I was staring right at it in the dark. My friend grabbed my shoulder and said, "Buddy," and when he did, I felt this surge of fear come over me. I could feel it and hear it in him. I had been so fixated on the footsteps and rationalizing what I heard that I hadn't even considered being afraid. But this was true fear. It was raw and made me feel helpless. I could hear my friend after a while grab some leaves and he dropped them on the fire. For the split second the leaves covered the fire, we were in pure darkness. Then the fire sprang to life. We both quickly grabbed more leaves and brush and threw it on the fire. I got some sticks and logs on there, and neither of us took our eyes off the spot or moved much for over an hour. Finally, the leaves crunched, and it slowly walked off. Whatever it was had sat crouched watching us without moving for far longer than any animal would. It wasn't until the footsteps disappeared that I realized the smell had disappeared as well. It smelled like a paper mill, spoiled eggs almost. For the rest of the night, besides whispered remarks, neither of us really moved or stopped looking at the spot. Nobody went into the tent, and I had very short, light sleep sitting on the ground, with my head rested on my hands. My friend never went to sleep. In the morning, we packed up and silently walked back home. To this day, we talk about it. In the 7 to 8 years since it happened, my forester friend has not camped by himself out there since. My roommate slash bestie and I decided to go on a cross-country road trip where we spent whatever savings we had doing whatever the heck we wanted for nearly 2 weeks. After finally returning home the next week, we found out that there was a huge storm brewing in the Gulf. Being dumb college kids, our parents made us evacuate with them. My dad worked at a local hospital in the suburbs, and everyone was required to go through the storm, but they were allowed to bring their families. My mom, dad, and I packed up and planned to stay at the hospital. The usual hurricane plan was to hold up for a few days until the storm blew over. This was different. The storm passed. Levees broke. Chaos ensued. We were terrified, sure, but we knew my parents' house was safe, as we had a pretty good view of the surrounding neighborhood from atop the hospital parking garage. Compared to other stories of horror, we lived like kings. The hospital ran on a generator, so we never lost power, and we were never without food and medicine. Crazy stuff ensued, of course. Dogs were rescued and operated on since doctors were kind of bored at this point. Parties were had. All the while, the surrounding city was decaying. When the waters went down, people were able to return home. My parents' home in Metairie was unharmed aside from small damages, but totally livable. My college house with my roommate had water up to my second-floor bedroom. I was able to salvage most of my things, but my friend lost everything. Turns out, a family must have held up there for a bit, as I found diapers, candles, car keys, etc. The only things looted from my home were essentials: soaps, towels, and blankets. The only jewelry stolen from all of my valuables was a metal cross, which I believe they may have needed, so that's totally cool. Turns out, my house was marked as having a dead body upstairs. Probably my room, and probably why my comforter was gone. After recovering a bit and moving in with my parents in the weeks after the storm, I began to make the most ridiculous, stupid money ever made, as restaurants were cash only. This did create a sort of screwed up lifestyle, but I cleaned up my act. My dad was working at the Windsor Court Hotel pre-storm, and when it hit, he and a selection of the staff were on the premises. They spent the bulk of the storm moving priceless pieces of art to locations to keep them safe from any potential damage to exterior walls and the resulting exposure. He said the first night after the storm had passed, he went up to one of the higher floors and looked out. He says it like this: "Man, it was crazy seeing the city like that. No lights, but an occasional beam from a flashlight or something like that, and quiet. No cars, no music, no people. Just the occasional gunshot and someone hollering. It was just big and dark and gothic, like a Batman movie." He said that it was unreal to see, but he realized the wheels had come off when he was looking out a ground floor window at a Subway restaurant across the street, and a man threw a trash can through the front window, and then a moment later he set the store on fire. The arsonist then screamed and ran through the street like it was the best thing ever. My dad then went on to say, "It was right there. I was thinking, oh boy, what's stopping this guy from killing me?" The National Guard came by not too long after. He told the staff that they were all going ASAP. He said they drove out in a line of cars like elephants walking through a dark forest with trunks holding tails. And once he got out of the city, he drove up to Baton Rouge where I live. He was shell-shocked for a few weeks thereafter. I was a new kid in the USA for the first time, and we settled in New Orleans from the jungles of Borneo about 3 years prior to the hurricane. As there aren't many natural disasters in Borneo, We were pretty freaked out by hurricanes, so moved away every time something came close. When the hurricane hit, I was around 10 years old enough to know what it is and how serious everything was, yet not yet old enough to really understand. Basically, I saw the whole thing as a big adventure where I got a week off school. I only really grasped the loss and devastation to the whole community years later, upon reflection. Anyways, about a week prior to the hurricane, my dad was thinking, oh no, not another one, because we have been there for a few years. The only difference was that the projected path for Katrina was headed straight for us, but usually it turns last minute. 3 or 4 days prior was when people started worrying, and I remember Dad said to me that this one was going to be a bit more serious than the rest. Mom was not in the US at the time, so just me and Dad. When the city ordered a mandatory evacuation, Dad was like, yep, pack your things, let's go. I remember putting all of my favorite toys on the top shelves and leaving the old ones closer to the bottom, just in case of flooding. I put most other things on my bed and took a collection of 20 stuffed animals, which I insisted I need with me in the car. I don't know what Dad was thinking, but he kept telling me this was serious, but ended up leaving really important documents, such as the passport, his master's diploma, etc., in the house. Anyways, with my treasure secured, I loaded everything into the car and prepared for the 6-hour drive to Houston. We had a family friend in Houston, which we could go and live with. At the time, we also knew several other families in the area from the church we went to, so we called them up and were going to leave for Houston together. Everywhere we went, everyone would have their TVs set to the news or the weather station. There would be constant updates on the wind speeds of Katrina and path projections, etc. So there was supposed to be 5 families, which left together, but when 3 of us grouped, the other 2 called and said they needed more time packing. At this time, we hear that the freeways are getting pretty packed, so our 3 families decide to leave first. Cue long and boring drive, lots of traffic and endless road. What usually takes 6 hours to drive took us 8. Luckily, we had enough gas, food, and water and everything, and made it to Houston after a long day drive. We were one of the first among our friends to make it there. After we arrived in Houston, the family friends showed us where we would stay, and the adults congregated downstairs to watch more news weather. Us kids actually set up board games upstairs. There were around 7 to 8 of us then, and had lots of fun, so time passed pretty quickly. After almost half a day, we see another family arrive. They left an hour after we did, and apparently took 10+ hours to drive from New Orleans due to the traffic buildup. The last family arrived middle of next day. Turns out the roads were closed and they had to detour north. Their overall journey took 20+ hours, and they left around 2 or 3 hours after we did. In total, there were between 30 to 50 people living in the same house, including children. So for the next week, we kids sort of enjoyed an extended sleepover where we would actually do lots of fun things in Houston City. We went ice skating, went to a park, and also I remember jumping on this huge trampoline. I think this was necessary for the adults to de-stress, because otherwise they were all just downstairs watching the news. After a few days, Dad told me that the hurricane hit New Orleans, and then the atmosphere calmed a bit. I remember that we kept checking Google Maps satellite view because we wanted to know whether our house was still there or not. It looked the same for a few days, but after about a week, we saw that the huge tree in our backyard fell onto a part of the house, so there would be some damage, but otherwise it was still there. After 1 week, we heard that New Orleans was struck pretty bad, and were told that we could not go back. Even just to take our stuff, we'd have to wait until the area is secure. Dad and most of the other families decide to move out and find apartments in Houston and enroll me in a school. After 1 month, Dad leaves for a few days with all his friends to New Orleans. By this time, Mom flies back to the US to take care of me. Dad did not want me to go, because it was still pretty dangerous due to the looting, and I did not want to get an injection anyways, so I stayed home. He left for the day and came home later with lots of stuff, including his documents. He told me that our house was pretty alright, We had 4 inches of flooding, but there was moss and mold everywhere. I learned that while our house was good, one of the families we lived with had lost their whole house with more than 9 feet of flooding. While all the other families came back with stuff, their car was empty. Other than that, another family which just moved to the US was also having a bad time because they did not have time to buy insurance before the hurricane. While they had minimal flooding, because they were so inexperienced with hurricanes, they actually thought it would be like a day trip and went to stock up their fridge before, and when they went back, the house stank. Anyways, we got along for the next few months in Houston. Parents sorted out all the insurance and everything, while I just focused on school. I remember being quite amazed at how friendly all the adults were to me. I got free meals, some senior citizens club knitted blankets for us, and there was just lots of support. After a few months of school, we had a break where we went back to New Orleans to stay at a friend's place for a week. They were away, and we helped them look after the house. We visited all the places we used to go, and saw basically the aftermath of the hurricane. My old school was completely flooded over, and many of the house's restaurants were destroyed and/or closed. While lots of repairs had already started, you can still see parts of the city which were like ghost towns. About a week into staying at the house, we came back to the house to find a tank blocking the street. We were confused, and some police officers just told us we had to turn back and find someplace else to stay that night. We went to live within another friend's house and kept looking at the news wondering what happened. Only the next morning did we hear that the direct neighbor was a veteran who had mental issues and apparently holed himself in his house and started shooting randomly. We heard that he had run out of medication and just went crazy. When we went back the following morning, we saw blast marks around the outer walls of his house and broken windows, etc. The door to our friend's house was opened, and some of the furniture had been rearranged, so we guessed that the police/military used it in some way. Mostly it was the furniture near the windows facing the neighbor. This specific incident for me highlighted how different New Orleans was now, and also the difference between it and Houston straight after the hurricane. After 1 year, we left the United States because Dad was posted elsewhere. Only late last year did we visit New Orleans again. We met many of the neighbors which we did not see for 8 years, and saw that the city was doing really well in terms of rebuilding. The parts which we visited were as they were before the hurricane, and I got to visit my old school and the library which I used to hang out. Overall, even though I did not really understand the hurricane, it did really show me how impermanent life can be. While I believe we were very fortunate compared to most, it did force me to grow up a bit. At the same time, the experience showed me how amazing some people can be, and how even very simple things such as a blanket during the ordeal could make it all seem much better. I still have that blanket with me, and am using it while I type. That's my story. Hope I didn't bore y'all too much. Thanks for reading. This is something I've never really talked about before. I was living on the West Bank at the time and worked on Chupetopolis Street as a line cook. I was sent home that morning and remember thinking this is just another hurricane scare. No big deal. My mother was a nurse on the West Bank. We decided it would be best to stay at the hospital to weather out Katrina. I don't remember much from the hurricane, but the week that followed was one of the most formative experiences for myself, and certainly made me more appreciative of the relative normality that I enjoy day to day. Help was extremely slow coming. I was volunteering around the hospital as the staff dwindled to a skeleton crew. Nurses, medical doctors, aides all left to be with their families and check on their homes, but none of them returned. No police presence whatsoever. At night, I would go up to the roof and watch the fires burning out of control across the river. We were the only functional medical facility in New Orleans proper. Some patients requiring life support made their way to us early on. Our hospital was the last one with electricity. People were walking across the bridge from the devastated East Bank, attracted to the light of our building. I remember staff turning people away, back into the pitch-black city because we couldn't take anyone else in. They looked like the real Walking Dead. We heard reports of savage R-wording and murders happening in the Superdome and Convention Center. It sounded like the bowels of hell to me. The manager of a Walmart gave one of the hospital admins the key to the store so that we could freely loot it. I remember really respecting him and wondered if it was Walmart policy or if he was just being a good human. I helped put a man in a body bag. A friend of mine drove in Rambo style from Baton Rouge to get me out. Jacked up truck, AR-15, tactical this and that. The whole prepper package. I stayed with him for a few days before getting a ticket to Philly. I left Louisiana to never return. But overall, I had it pretty easy compared to the other hellish stories that I hear. I've lived in Houma all of my life. My family had stayed through Andrew when I was younger. I figured Katrina was just going to be another storm. A few years later, Ivan was supposed to go up the mouth of the river, but returned at the last minute. I figured this would be no different. The Sunday before, I was in the Superdome for the preseason game against the Ravens. I remember seeing Bob Brett, local meteorologist, on the big screen with the storm on the radar in the background. Everyone booed. I remember driving home having this odd feeling. When it became evident that it wasn't going to turn, I packed up and headed a little north. Everyone else I knew had evacuated. I had heard horror stories of 16 to 20 hours to get to Houston. I decided to go to my mother's about an hour north in Donaldsonville, west to southwest of New Orleans. The storm was intense. The neighbor lost their roof. My mother lost multiple trees, one nearly falling through the center of the house that we were in. My truck, parked near her front door to protect her home from any damage, would slightly lift off the ground and move a little with the wind. The noise was like a constant freight train for hours. This was one of the only times in my life I've actually been afraid for my life. After the storm, we spent the next few days clearing out my mother's backyard. You couldn't walk through it with all the fallen trees. On the third day, I figured if I was going to be hot and nasty, no power or cold showers, I might as well be hot and nasty in my own home. On the drive home, I started to realize the gravity of what had just happened. I was far enough inland that flooding wasn't a problem, but the wind had caused mayhem. I had to drive around 100-year-old oaks thrown across the highway. Power lines were folded like toothpicks. We listened to the radio, and we had heard about the New Orleans being flooded, but we didn't get it. Friends who had evacuated had told us about the flooding, and we were, yeah, water, no big deal. When I finally got home, I turned on the generator, flipped on the TV, and it really sunk in. People on roofs, their homes like islands in a sea. They were already trying to repair the levees, but the damage was clear. New Orleans looked like a total loss. I didn't think it would ever recover. All of the towns south of us had flooded out, with families losing everything. Houma had fared pretty well, minus the wind damage to a few brick storefronts. We dealt with no power for about a week before things started to go back to normal for us. A couple weeks after the storm, I drove through New Orleans on the way to Florida, and I will never forget the landscape. The fact that New Orleans has recovered as well as it has is a testament to the resiliency of its residents. My story happened on my 50th birthday. My wife and sons asked what I wanted to do for my birthday. My expected answer was a weekend on Long Beach Island, New Jersey. The town of Beach Haven is where my favorite hotel is. It was June 7th, 2012. It was a beautiful beach day, so the four of us walked to the beach to set up our things for the day. As the day goes on the west side of the island, we could all see a dark gray weather front approaching the area. We've seen this kind of weather many times over the years. As the front approached, we could see far west to the mainland on New Jersey, which was clear and beautifully blue. So we figured the front would be around 15 minutes as it passes. As the front was over us, it started to lightly rain. My wife and I tucked in under an umbrella, and my sons continued playing catch. The rain continued, and then it started to get windy, so I brought the umbrella down to block the wind. My wife and I were dry and blocked from the wind. We were happy knowing this will be over in minutes. Well, no warning, no area thunder. A bolt of lightning blinded us like a flashbulb, hitting the umbrella I was holding, and sizzle boom I call it. I felt the lightning travel through my left arm into my chest, and then out of my feet into the sand. I yelled some choice words. My wife and I were talking and moving my arms and legs, so I looked okay. About 15 seconds went by, and again, boom, another bolt hit down the beach about 100 feet away from us. Panic set in, so we all ran off the beach, left everything behind except for car keys, jumped in the van and drove back to the hotel. I had a very large glass of vodka and couldn't believe what had happened. When I finished my drink, we all went back to our beach spot, and our phones and my wallet were still there. The sun came back out. I was sore for a few days, and now I have a new respect for thunderstorms. Happy birthday to me. In 2010, I had a day that changed my life forever. My wife and I took our boat offshore to the east side of Cape Lookout, NC, where we always had great fishing catches. That day, we went to the Atlas Tanker wreck east of the shoals off the Cape, and then to my favorite hard bottom offshore of Chicken Rock. Our first drop, we both caught huge groupers that had their heads out one end and tails out the other of our 151 quart cooler. The next drop resulted in two more the same size, completing our limits. It was time to go home. The day was so calm I had rolled up the curtains on our T-top so we could move faster. As soon as we got close enough to see the lighthouse, I saw a sight that chilled my blood. A front had moved in, and a purple-black storm cloud stretched as far north up the beach as far as we could see, and ran a solid, deadly line south, disappearing in the rain that fell from it in torrents. Orange bolts of lightning danced down its entire ugly face. Uglier still was the massive waterspout sitting on the offshore sandbar that formed the southern side of the slough, where we would need to cross the shoals to get home. By now, the wind had picked up to more than 40 knots. The seas were a wind-whipped nightmare. My wife held the bow, and I fought my way to the locker under the bow cap, and got us life jackets that we helped each other into as the temperature crashed and we were engulfed by pelting torrents of hail. Somehow I managed to drop my front curtain, providing limited shelter from the blasting hail, rain and sand being sucked from the bottom. As I attempted to jog to my right to get around it, I saw a smaller twister directly in my path, cutting off our escape. The next moments were a blur as I prayed that my wife would survive. The swirling wall of wind-fueled ice blew the big old hull on its side, and I felt a super hot flash and was momentarily blinded. Suddenly, we were through the worst of it, and I regained my control of the steering, and using my GPS plotter, followed my outgoing track across Cape Point, It was still pouring buckets of icy cold rain, mixed with hail nut. We were through the worst of it. Standing in a freezing slurry of several inches of accumulated hail, still getting blasted by more, I managed to get our side curtains down and resumed our course down Shackleford, with lightning crashing all around us. With a couple of miles to go back to Rough Point at the entrance to Beaufort Inlet, I made a hard right turn, causing my wife to ask where the heck I was going. "I'm getting close enough to see the beach," I replied, "because if another one of those things gets us, I'm driving us on the beach and we're going to run for it." As we got to the inlet, the front cleared the coast, and it turned into a bluebird clear day. It wasn't long before I had the boat on the trailer, and we were in the warmth of the truck heading home. As I dried out, I started to smell singed hair. Looking down, I noticed the burns on my left arm and a second burn on my left shin, a couple of inches above my ankle. Looking at my face in the rearview mirror, I gasped and pulled over, because the singed hair and red flash burns over the left side of my face told me what the hot flash I'd felt during the waterspout had been. My wife is an RN, with all the cardio qualifications, so I felt confident when I asked her if I should stop at the hospital to get checked out. I decided to go on home because my heart was fine, and they'd probably keep me overnight for observation, and they don't serve beer. It's a good sea story now, but it was the last trip I took on my boat. The beginning of changes I could never foresee. I still have PTSD, or at least a deeper understanding of folks that do. I was trying to seek shelter in the shark encounter outside viewing area at a theme park because it had a large cover, but was denied. So I went to stand under the shark feeder that happened to be next to the flagpole. Lightning struck the flagpole and then me. It came in through my left hand and exited out of my right foot. I was taken to a hospital in Orlando, Florida. I was 24 years old and a mom studying to become a nurse when I was struck. I've suffered long-term issues, including chronic severe pain, swelling in my lower extremities, heart problems, severe headaches, and fatigue. I don't know what life has in store for me, but it's 7 years later, and I'm still in horrendous pain, and doctors have no idea how to help me. I was on my way back from volunteering at a festival in Denmark when the weather turned wild. My friend, who's frightened of thunderstorms with reason, apparently experienced my ignorance. You never get struck by lightning. I got off the train in the middle of Copenhagen and considered myself quite safe considering that taller buildings were surrounding me and that it's a rare phenomenon to get in a large city. So I went to unlock my bike to start my journey home, not knowing that the second I stood up against the pylon my bike was locked against, the lightning would strike into the pylon. I experienced conduction, with the lightning traveling through the pylon, my bike, and then me. The seconds seemed like forever, and all I remember clearly is myself screaming very loudly, a power going through me, and being surrounded by intense white and purple colors, as if you were traveling in a spaceship faster that light. That's how crazy the colors looked. I didn't faint. Luckily, otherwise, my heart most likely would have stopped, or I would have experienced heart problems. The shock you experience when something so unreal happens to you is indescribable, and you're overwhelmed with sadness, ridiculousness, confusion, laughter, and luck. I called the ambulance myself when my arm started to tingle, spasm, and tense up in unreal ways, also seeing as I thought it would be safer to get checked by medical experts. A fast trip to the hospital turned into an overnight stay with long needles and company consisting of elderly folk being positive about their heart problems. They did not expect a 19-year-old girl as a roommate for the night. That was sure. I was released with the comment that nothing is wrong, but you might experience some psychological trauma. I experienced way more than that. It may have been because of the psychological trauma, but no doctors in Denmark had knowledge of what exactly the symptoms are from getting struck by lightning. No one really knows how to deal with it. This was the biggest realization for me. It was not as normal as having PTSD from a car accident or other trauma. It runs deeper because you start to question the health of yourself. At first, I thought everything was fine. Of course, my muscles and nerves were more tense than ever, but I was in school, stressed, and carried heavy books every day. A more reasonable cause than your safety system still alarming yourself. I went to physical therapists, acupuncture, psychologists, chiropractor, and spoke up about my feelings and symptoms, yet nothing seemed to help permanently. Thinking back, I realized I've been way more affected than I thought so. I've experienced what I realize may have been a slight depression, had a personality change from extroverted to closing myself off from others. I've struggled sleeping and felt like I was fainting, fatigue not being uncommon by now. I'd never really experienced headaches before, and now they occur more often than pleasant, not knowing if it's because of the muscles tensing up or because there's actually something wrong. The uncertainty makes you go into a spiral of anxiety where you overthink whether the tingling in your legs, arms, and fingers come from something way more critical than just muscle tension. Your heart beats fast and suddenly goes faster. You think you're suffering from a heart attack or high blood pressure. It all blends together, and you experience an unusual anxiety attack where you still function, but with less concentration, more introverted, and more tired. Your body working on extra high alert exhausts you in a way only people with experience can imagine. The incident changed me, and it's debatable whether it was for the better or worse. You are forced to look into yourself and question the actions of your body, but it also limits you to do things you would have been able to do before. Getting struck by lightning is such a rare incident that no one really knows how to act around you when you experience changes, and medical experts have such little knowledge about the symptoms that they have a hard time guiding you. I'm sure other victims of electrical shocks and lightning shocks will have had similar experiences. A few months ago here in Houston, Texas, I was indirectly hit by lightning. I was standing at my back door, inside. The door was closed, but my hand was on the metal door frame when I was hit. I went to the emergency room via ambulance and didn't have burns, just bruises and chest pain, and weakness on the right side of my body, which the jolt went through. I was released after being admitted for about 13 hours, and was told that I might have some late side effects, but never told what that would be. I've noticed the past few weeks that I get random brain fog and memory loss. Like yesterday, I forgot the name of a song that I had just learned how to play and how to actually play it. My husband had to show me a video of myself playing it in order for me to remember. Things like this keep happening. I was supposed to follow up with a neurologist, but with no insurance and over $30,000 in medical bills, I can't even afford to pay. It's just not feasible. I was hit by lightning while playing in my backyard with bow and arrows shooting targets. I was holding arrows in my hand with metal tips near my ear, bending over to pick up more arrows when lightning hit me. I still have some hearing loss and ringing in my ears. My story falls under the category of ironic. It was my last day of living in Florida. I was in career transition, leaving the chief meteorologist post at WJKS in Jacksonville to become the weekend meteorologist at WEWS in Cleveland. It was a typical late summer Saturday afternoon. The Cumulus Towers were starting to build, and the thunderstorms would soon arrive. The moving vans had just departed, and we were putting the final touches on cleaning the house. My job? Vacuuming the living room. I heard the first clap of thunder, and then the downpour began. For those of you that have never experienced an afternoon thunderstorm in Florida, here's how they typically work. There's lightning and thunder, torrential rain, and occasional gusty winds, all which lasts about 5 to 10 minutes. Then the sun comes out. It's not really a cooling rain, it just makes things more humid. This particular thunderstorm would have been of no concern, but we had a screened-in back porch, and I had left one of the windows open. So the torrential downpour was now soaking the porch's indoor/outdoor carpet. So I shut off the vacuum, opened the sliding glass door, walked across, reached over and grabbed firmly onto the metal window frame to shut it. It was at that point that I looked and saw all the little hairs were standing up on my wrist. I thought to myself, now would be a good time to get out of here. The next thing I know, I'm on my back in the living room. My oldest son, who was about 2.5 at the time, was standing over my face. He said, "Daddy, that was funny. Do it again." Normally I'd laugh, but I couldn't talk. In fact, I was, in the immortal words of Led Zeppelin, dazed and confused. Just then, the door flew open, and my next-door neighbor ran in and asked if everyone was okay. He saw me on the floor and started to assess. He was a sheriff's officer. He started asking me a bunch of questions, and when I finally spoke, I asked, "What happened?" He said, "You must have been struck by lightning. I saw your house get hit. That's why I came over." I sat there for a few moments and finally declared, "There's no way that I just got struck by lightning. I'm a meteorologist." Yes, I really said that. Luckily, I survived. No major damage except for a burn on my back, where we surmised the lightning went up and out of me. The real irony? I was on the Duval County Board of Lightning Safety. I was lucky enough to pass along this story, and act it out, to a couple of thousand school classrooms over my 20-plus years on television. Every so often, I'll run into one of those students who is now all grown up. To a person, they all remember the lightning story and my lightning safety lessons. When you hear thunder, go inside. When you're inside, no baths or showers. Stay off of any cellular phones. And don't hang on to any metal window frames. My name is John. In 2013, when I was 16 years old, I was struck by lightning on Labor Day weekend at my lake house in Gainesville, Georgia. I coded for 4 minutes and 48 seconds. They thought that I was dead. Thank God I got struck while my buddies and I were playing football in a field. There was a doctor, pastor, and a nurse watching us play. There was storms going on that we ignored. When I was directly hit by lightning, the doctor ran out and immediately started CPR and chest compressions. After almost 5 minutes, they were able to revive me and get me to a hospital in time. At the hospital, they put me in a coma to protect my organs, and then transferred me to the doctor's hospital in Augusta, Georgia, where I was in a coma from August 31st to September 4th. They said that I would not be able to walk again, but I'm walking and jogging 2 months later. After one more surgery, I'm told that I will be back to 100% after the long recovery process. Then, I will be able to return to high school and my lacrosse team, but I won't be playing in thunderstorms anymore. I have an apartment in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, on top of a 5-story building. It is at the bottom of the major mountain pass and 5 blocks from the beach. so the warm air collides with the cold air from the mountains directly above my building. All summer there are epic storms in Vallarta, and I always seem to be in the heart of the storm, so I always go inside when they begin. I was in my bedroom, with both my front door and back door open. They line up perfectly, laying on my bed and trying to calm down my loving terrier body. He was shaking violently, and I had my hand on his head telling him not to worry. I will keep you safe. Seconds later, looking out my open bedroom door, I see a 4 or 5 foot stream tube of lightning flying through my apartment and splintering in all directions. It seemed like slow motion. The lightning entered into my spine, which was pressed against a wall and left 2 holes in my back, then went into my pet's head, which fried his hearing and vision. He is deaf and blind now. All of the electronics, as well as my refrigerator, phone, internet, etc., exploded or shorted out for good. Many of my Spanish clay roof tiles cracked and fell in. My neighbors on the lower floors rushed up to see what happened. I was in a state of semi-consciousness. My neighbors saw some smoke come out my back from the holes. It took about a week to clear my head, and then the huge changes in me began. I started to know so much, such as when I was being lied to. I could see who was a bad person and predict when things would happen. I would know what the truth was in most situations, even if I was not there. This changed my life dramatically. I dropped so many people out of my life. I had been incredibly social, happy, with hundreds of friends, and all of a sudden I knew who and what was real. I had no more desire to be very social. Many said it was depression or bipolar disorder. The lightning did cause me to have some nerve damage, resulting in a tremor in my hands, mostly my left, which is my dominant. This hand gets very bad when I am tired, and like many others, I now sleep less and have terrible insomnia, and I am far less patient. I was struck by lightning outside while working as a game warden in Millville, New Jersey. I was in the middle of a tree and my work truck that had a 6-foot aluminum ladder in the back. We were all hit. The tree looked like all the bark flew off where the lightning rolled around the tree. The truck's electronics were fried and I was found in the middle of the truck. I lost conscious for a few seconds, couldn't see anything, then flashes of light, and then my vision came back. I couldn't feel my limbs. I couldn't move them. It seemed like they were not part of my body. My heart rate was erratic, but a CAT test came back okay. I did a follow-up with the doctor. After complaining about my head still hurting, they found a golf ball-sized wound in the back of my head. I lost my career doing what I loved because I could no longer carry a gun. My whole life changed in an instant and will never be the same. I still suffer from the barometric pressure. My head gets heavy, and I don't have the ability to concentrate when there is a storm coming. I don't even watch the news because it just stresses me out, knowing I won't be able to get things done that I need to because of the storm. Resting my head helps, but nothing takes the annoying vibration sensation that goes on in my head. For the first 2 years, it was a long, slow recovery. I'm still not fully recovered. I lost my ability to talk right and walk without swaying or falling. I gave up at one point and just didn't get out of bed for 6 to 8 months. It was just so hard that getting dressed was a huge chore to accomplish. I would constantly throw up or feel sick to my stomach if I moved, so I just chose not to move unless I had to. I had such severe migraines and dizziness every day, all day long. Nothing helped. I felt like that feeling you get when riding in an elevator and it stops. I had that all day. My vision got worse for 6 months. I got a new prescription, and my vision went back to normal. A doctor diagnosed me as having something wrong with my eyes and said he could help, but my insurance never approved the treatment. Still, if I move my eyes quickly, I get sick to my stomach. I can only drive on days where it's not that bad. I don't trust myself otherwise. I'm a lot slower than I once was. I walk slower, talk slower, and think slower. I used to be pretty fast-paced. My family and friends say that I'm more normal speed now. It doesn't make me feel better though, because when you are used to being one way your whole life, then it drastically changes in an instant. It's hard to cope. I know I could be a lot worse, and I'm thankful that I came as far as I did. I try to deal with what I have and make the best of every day, because you never know when your time is up. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm trying to figure that out and do the best that I can with what I have. My whole life I used to sit on my porch and watch the storms with my dad. I loved to see Mother Nature's dark, stormy sky roll into my backyard. I still like storms, not as much as I did due to the complications I get from the weather changing, but they are still beautiful. I definitely have a new respect for storms and an understanding to stay safe. On Saturday, July 14th, 2012, in Belfair, Washington, I was in an open field setting up the sound system for an outdoor event. There was a lightning storm in the hills around us, but I didn't think anything about it. I don't remember the lightning strike or the loud thunder that soon followed, but I was later told that a lightning bolt struck 2 trees behind the facility, debarking one in a spiral pattern and split the other in half. It appears it then traveled through the ground to the transformer box, where the PA system I was working was hooked up. I was holding my iPod in my left hand, which was attached through a cord in the power amp. All of a sudden, I felt a horrendous shock go through the tips of my fingers and up my arm. Then my chest muscles felt like they were pulled out and snapped back like giant rubber bands, launching me out of my chair. When I came to, my left arm was burning like hot pins and needles, and my chest muscles were in spasms. My heart was beating fast and erratic. At first, I thought I was having a heart attack. When I came to, people were screaming, "We got hit." I only remember bits and pieces of the event afterwards. I remember holding my arm to my chest in pain and looking down at my right shoe and wondered why there was a hole in it. There wasn't one when I put it on earlier that day. Power and communications were blown out to the facility, and they had to run off emergency generators for the event. Later on in the day of the strike, I noticed a large bruise appeared on the front and the back of my left bicep muscle. It was not there before, so it's possible that the voltage went up my arm and maybe exited a little out of my bicep muscle front and back, then traveled into my chest. A friend looked at my shoe and said the voltage had to ground somehow, and it must have traveled down and exited out of my shoe, causing the hole. The next day, I felt like my heart was running a marathon, but I thought it was just an adrenaline rush. 2 days later, I woke up and drove to work feeling really disoriented. I reported the event to my supervisor and was told to fill out an electronic accident report. I couldn't figure out how to complete the form, so I contacted the safety officer. He said he heard about the lightning strike and offered to help me complete the accident report. After that, he drove me to the hospital to get checked out. The doctor told me I was very lucky to be alive. They mentioned and the full effects might not be evident for up to 10 or more days. The strangest things started to happen with my body. Before the strike, I was also dealing with severe back pain, but after the strike, I was virtually pain-free except for the pins and needles in my fingertips and spasms in my chest. No pain in my back or anywhere else. I remember first feeling like I was like a squirrel on a wheel because I couldn't slow my heart rate. After it slowed down, I experienced feelings of confusion. I got lost in my own house, and at times I didn't even know where I was or what I was supposed to do. I would start things and forget to finish. I had to relearn how to the simplest chores, like grocery shopping. I would be driving and not remember what exit to take or where I was at a given time. I was a master at multitasking, but for months afterwards, I had problems doing even one thing at a time. At work, I would sit and stare trying to remember what to do. As the days progressed, the fog started to clear. As my brain became clearer, the pain returned more intense than ever. I remember waking up 16 days later and I could hardly put on my shoes. I decided to go to urgent care. The doctor looked at my arm and referred me to an occupational therapist for treatment. The pain was debilitating. All I wanted to do was lay down and sleep. My energy level has since improved, but I still deal with chronic pain and depression. This experience changed my life, and I have a whole new respect for the power of lightning. If you can hear it, seek cover, and don't go near electrical appliances or devices. I live in the deadliest state for lightning, Florida. Unfortunately, I let a friend talk me out of using my better judgment one day. We were in Naples, Florida, enjoying a day at the beach. I saw the storm coming from the glades and told him several times that we needed to leave. Being from the northwest, he didn't believe me. Finally, the thunder was very close and we started to leave. A bolt struck in the grassy area beside us, and I was struck by a secondary finger. It ran through my body and out of my toe without leaving damage. 2 days later, I began feeling lethargy and a growing headache. A trip to the ER revealed a concussion. I definitely learned my lesson. Hello, my name is Jennifer. I live in Pensacola, Florida, and I was struck by lightning on June 21st, 2003. The weather was rainy. However, there was no thunder or lightning. My husband and 12-year-old son were outside on our covered patio when lightning and thunder hit at the same time directly over our brick home. My husband said that the flash was bright and the thunder sounded like a cannon going off. He hurried my son and himself into the house, only to find me at my stove with lightning running through my body and out of my front legs. I was on our phone when lightning entered through my left ear, traveled down my body, and out the front of my legs. The lightning formed a big orb around my legs and then dissipated into the floor. The phone was shot out of my hand and into the pot on the back burner of the stove. I had discoloration to both fronts of my lower leg area and bruising. However, no burns and only one blister. The phone ironically still works. However, the charge was drained out of it. My stove works. There were no burn marks found anywhere in or around the outside of the house. However, the garage door opener was fried. It hurt like heck. My joints were brittle and were going to break if I moved. However, I was able to communicate and move my body. My husband took me to the hospital, and on the way to the hospital I started twitching slightly and feeling cold from the inside out. I went into seizures approximately 30 minutes after the strike, and they lasted about 3 hours. I spent a couple of days in the hospital. I was left unable to walk on my own, but could move all of my muscles. My vision was blurry for weeks. Now I'm able to focus better. However, my eyes feel strained continually. Headaches and tremors are frequent, and thankfully decreasing in the intensity and frequency. Everything in my body was shaking for weeks, and I was cold continually. It took 6 weeks to feel warmth again in my body. I'm able to walk now, and am in physical therapy 3 days a week. I have memory loss, vision problems, hypersensitive hearing, numbness, and all-over weakness. I'm so thankful to be alive, and know that I am blessed to still be here. A few years ago, a group of friends and I went camping together. The campground we wanted to go to was full, so we ended up camping deep into the forest, several miles away from any other campers. Well, the first night we woke up at about 2 in the morning to drumming and singing. It sounded like a traditional Native American type of song and music. I don't know how to describe it, but I got the feeling that something was very wrong. It was like the feeling you get when something bad happens. And the sound didn't sound like it was coming from anywhere in particular, but was just all around us. Anyway, we were completely freaked out and decided to sleep in our car. The next night, we decided to see if we could find any other campers near us that might have made the noise. We literally saw no sign of life anywhere around us, and we were in a somewhat clear part of the forest, so if anyone was camped near us, we would have seen them. We were still freaked out, but decided it was probably nothing, so we spent another night. That night, we woke up at the same time again to loud music, but it sounded closer this time. We also felt like something was wrong, and were extremely freaked out. We were too freaked out to go sleep, so we just stayed in our tent awake all night. The next day when we woke up, we decided to pack up and see if the other campground was open, and it was. When we stayed, nothing else happened. To this day, I really don't have an explanation for what that noise was. I don't understand how we could have not seen any other campers, and why they would have played music in the middle of the night. We also weren't on tribal land. My best friend, who was one of the other campers, is Navajo, and she said the music was similar to the music that she heard in tribal dances and rituals. I'm still freaked out about the whole ordeal, and it's hard to explain, but my body was just telling me that something was very wrong when this was happening. I had moved back to Georgia from Southern Oregon. Don't worry, I later returned to Oregon for a while. And the city life was a cultural shock after the peace and tranquility of the remote state of Jefferson. I decided that I needed to go out in the woods for some sanity. So on Valentine's Day, I went camping up outside of Helen in the Appalachian foothills by myself. I drive as far as I could up the dirt road, maybe 7 miles, until the rest of the road was closed off for winter. Nobody on the drive anywhere. Set up camp by the creek right there. Had a fire going, still daylight, and a truck pulled up out of nowhere on the road. 2 guys. I'm a female in my 30s, by the way. I hate to stereotype, but they looked like the Appalachian hillbilly part. They also had a bottle of liquor in their hand that they were drinking from. They asked why the road was closed. They peered around my campsite from inside of their truck, I'm sure noticing just one chair by the fire. I said that we were only staying for one night, and looked at the tent maybe to insinuate my man was in the tent. They left. They were creepy. It got dark and I got in my tent, and I kept thinking about those guys and I just could not shake it. I had no cell reception. I thought maybe I could sleep in my truck bed that had a camper on top. In case they came by, they would check the tent. But why would I put myself through that? So, I'm feeling defeated, because I just want some nature magic to soothe my soul. But I packed up my camp, put the embers out, and got on the road. No way would I have gotten to sleep. I pulled out of the site, and around the next corner, hours after I had seen them, they were there in their truck, just waiting in the dark. They pulled out in front of my truck after starting theirs quickly and started driving down the long, windy 7 miles. I had no reception. I was super scared, thinking of what I could do if they stopped. What if they ran their truck off the cliff? What if they had a gun? I made it to the main road and they took off, and I stayed in a hotel and told the hotel clerk to call the sheriff, and this was their license plate. I know that I probably narrowly escaped an R-word or death or both. Happy Valentine's Day. Good thing I never celebrate it. I'm back in Oregon, and very happy, by the way. You ain't gonna get me. Me and my friends, Mexican graphic design students, went to the Laguna Salada, Salty Lagoon, in Baja California, Mexico, to watch the Milky Way and shoot some star trails photography. The Laguna Salada is a vast patch of salt-encrusted land that was once a lake. It dried quite a bit ago, and you can actually find ancient bleached seashells if you check carefully. Anyways, we arrive at an entrance from the highway and drive around 500 meters deep into the Salada. We come to a nice spot with a lot of bushes at one side, while clear on the other. We thought this was perfect, as the bushes would block out the car headlights from the road. We stop and get out of the car. Then we all notice this strange, hissing, rattling sound all around us. Imagine being surrounded by invisible people playing maracas, some far, some closer. We are so puzzled and fascinated by the sound that we start to throw out theories about what it could be. A friend says it might be echo from the cars. Others says they're insects. And another one jokingly says, alien probes man, etc. With that put aside, we set up the tripod, camera, and shutter switch. We shoot some test shots, and after everything is right, we leave the camera with the lens open to shoot the star trails. We grab some lanterns and decide to go exploring. After walking about 15 minutes, one friend says, in a very fearful voice, 2 men are coming at us. We are like, yeah bro, nice try. But he repeats, not kidding, 2 men are coming at us and they got assault rifles. Almost instantly the 2 men yell, turn off the flashlights, turn of the flashlights now. And we're all like, he's right. We are scared and do as the men command. They get close and say, don't move, keep your hands down, don't do sudden movements. And then they start asking questions in a very aggressive tone. Who are you? What are you doing here? How old are you? What are your names? How long have you been here? Etc. After explaining ourselves, they start whispering to themselves while pointing their rifles at us. We are all frozen with fear, believing we were going to be executed right there for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the men say, go back to your car and keep taking your photos, but do not go near that bush patch because, and I quote him, rifles tend to miss fire in there. As we are walking away from them, I was pretty sure we stumbled into a bunch of narcos doing some shady stuff there. I'm sure we are going to be sprayed from the back. I'm just walking slowly, as our flashlights are off, waiting for that hot lead to enter my back. You know how they say that your life flashes in front of you when you feel you're close to death? I can assure you it's not a lie. Past Christmas come to my mind. Me opening my sweet Super Nintendo, graduating from high school, past girlfriends, etc. I even start to get angry at life, telling myself, I'm gonna get killed by a bunch of scum narcos, all because of some photos. Thank God nothing happened. We get the message and decide to nope out of there. We decide to get out before we become another number in Mexico's narco wars. As we are all grabbing our stuff and packing up, we hear a loud rattling in the floor. A friend turns a flashlight, and turns out it is a baby rattlesnake, inches from my friend's feet, and in attack posture, with rattle shaking like crazy and all, ready to strike. We cannot believe how stupid we were. All the sounds we heard in the beginning turned out to be rattlesnakes. All around us. Narcos and rattlesnakes. We noped out of there, and never came back. A few summers ago, me and a few buddies went catfishing at a local reservoir. This is rural Ohio, and the reservoir was off a dirt road about 2 miles from the village that it fed, which was a village of about 1,500 people. We had fished this spot tons of times, and we very rarely saw other people during the day, and we never saw anyone out there at night. So the day we went out, it was about 9 p.m., sun's going down. We had a couple of cases of beer. We were planning on staying out until the sun came back up. We didn't want to be bothered. We weren't really allowed to have alcohol around the reservoir anyways, so we actually drove a dirt service road clear around the reservoir, as far away as we could get from the road in. This service road was nothing but compacted dirt, with tree roots running across it, areas that had washed away during flooding, fallen trees in the road that had been there for years, etc. This place was not a well-traveled road, and the only way we got around it was that we all had lifted 4x4 trucks or jeeps. The site we pick is out on a piece of land that stretches out into the water a bit in a teardrop kind of shape. Goes maybe 20 feet out into the reservoir. So we have water on all sides of us besides our back. We figure we can fish from different directions. Since we will have 5 or 6 poles in the water, it would give us a little bit more room to cast without tangling lines. Plus, there was remnants of a fire pit and some wood that was already collected. So, we go to start a fire, bait our poles and start drinking. We fish for 2 or 3 hours and get good and drunk. In the meantime, a thick summer fog creeps in across the pond. Then we hear a huge kersploosh, and we see the ripples coming from across the water to our right. There's maybe 50 yards of water between us and the other bank, and the fog was so thick we could not see the bank or what caused the sound, but we could see the ripples in the water once they got to us. We explain it away to be a tree limb falling in the water, or maybe a beaver jumping off into the bank, and we keep fishing. About 20 minutes later, another huge kersploosh, and the ripples come again. And let me tell you, there was no mistaking the sound. It was not a fish flopping, and it was not a frog jumping in the water. It was the sound of a very large and heavy object, like the sound someone makes when they do a cannonball off the diving board. But we explained it away as we did with the first. Shortly after that, we run out of wood for the fire, so we leave one guy to watch the poles. Me and a few buddies go into the brush to find fallen sticks and whatnot. We all go our separate ways and meet back at the fire shortly after. One of my buddies comes back to the fire with a white jacket, a pair of rubber boots, and a clown mask in his arms. This was about the time when there were all the posts about the scary clowns who would lurk around towns to scare people. I knew that those stories were crap, so I figured it was just left over from some kids who had a party out there one night and left it. So we get the fire going again. We fish for a little while longer, when we hear twigs breaking in the woods across the water, and then another huge kersploosh. At this point, we know there is someone out there with us, and the sound has to be dropping something in the water. So we call out and we say, "Hey, if there's someone out there, we aren't making trouble, just fishing and drinking some beers. We'd be happy to have you join us." Dead silence. So we call out again to no response. A couple of my buddies are seriously freaking out at this point, between the booze, the clown mask, the fog, and the mystery noises. So I get that drunk courage. You know the kind. And I decide that we should all go walk around the bend and see what the heck's going on. This guy's being a butthole and trying to scare us. I convince 2 of my buddies to come with me, and the other 2 guys watch the poles. So we 3 trek into the bush with our flashlights, make our way through thick fog, start working around this lake, and as we go, we start finding bits of trash and saplings that have been cut down, and then more trash, and then footprints of someone in their bare feet, which is odd since it was so much work to get back to this spot on the lake. No one would be hiking around this far around the lake to fish in this spot. As I'm sweeping the woods with my flashlight, I walk over the crest of a hill, and not 10 feet in front of my face is a tent. This tent had been there for a long time. There was moss growing on the sides of it, and there was trash and stuff thrown all around this campsite. Most concerning, though, was the pile of propane tanks. There had to have been 15 or 20 of these 5-gallon propane tanks. So we all looked at each other and said, "Well, guess this is none of my business." And we hurriedly made our way back to the fire, threw all of our stuff in the back of the trucks, and made our way out of there in a hurry. On the way out from around the reservoir, we pulled onto the main, still dirt road and passed a crappy little Toyota Camry with 5 dudes in it. Watching in the rear view, they pull onto the service road that we just left out of. So for those that aren't savvy in rural southern Ohio, we busted a meth lab in the middle of the woods. The owner of said meth lab tried to scare us away by throwing stuff in the lake. I can only assume that when throwing stuff in the lake didn't scare us away, the meth cook called some of his buddies to come scare us out. Or worse yet, the meth cook called his buddies after we saw his operation. In which case, I'm glad that we got out of there before they showed up. I used to work at a Boy Scout summer camp. Every week, I had to take a big group of campers to a secluded spot for their wilderness survival badge, where they had to build a shelter out of sticks, leaves, etc., and sleep in it overnight. The spot was only about a half a mile from the main camp, but we took them a circuitous route that made it seem really secluded. Anyways, on this one night, all the campers had made their shelters. We had cooked dinner, and we're all just sitting around the campfire. It was getting late, maybe 11 o'clock, so I sent all the campers to their shelters for the night and started cleaning up the fire. That's when we heard in the distance what sounded like church bells. They were pretty faint, but myself and my fellow staffers could definitely hear them. They went on for about 30 minutes, ringing every 30 seconds or so. We were all a little creeped out, as there were no churches or towns within 20 miles of us. After the bells stopped, though, the singing started. It was too faint to hear the words, but it sounded like church choir music, but a lot of people and a lot more enthusiastic. Also, it was almost midnight at this point. The singing went on for well over an hour, sometimes quieting down until we almost couldn't hear it, sometimes getting so loud that we thought it was getting closer. All of the campers were super creeped out, but I lied to them, telling them that there was a church service going on in camp, and that there was nothing to be scared of. Eventually, at almost 1 a.m., the singing stopped. I found out a few days later that there had been a large KKK rally only a few miles away that night, and that is the singing that we heard. I grew up down a long dirt road in rural Alabama. My family owns a decent amount of land. I still miss the peacefulness sometimes, but I'm a gamer, so I need my high-speed internet. Anyway, the first time my friend and I decided to camp by ourselves, we were about 12 years old. We picked a spot in a field that was right at the edge of the woods. We really weren't that far from the house, maybe 500, 600 yards. Far enough to make us feel like we were being brave, but close enough to run back to the house if needed. Everything was going fine. We had a tiny fire and plenty of junk food to gorge ourselves with. It was probably around 10 or 11 that things took a turn for the worse. We were both just sitting and staring at the flames. There wasn't much noise that night because it was early winter, and the bugs had pretty much vacated by that time. So all we heard was the crackling of the fire and the occasional wind gust blowing what few dead leaves might have remained on the trees. That's when we heard it. I couldn't say exactly how far away the sound was, but it came from the woods. It was a blood-curdling scream. To this day, I've never heard anything in the wild that would make you as uneasy as that sound. We both looked at each other, and I know that we were thinking, run to the house, but we were tough kids, right? So we decided we'd lock ourselves in our tent and brave this new danger we'd discovered. Neither of us had any clue what that noise was, but we knew we weren't setting a foot outside the tent until the sun came up. My friend ended up actually falling asleep an hour or so later. I didn't have an easy time, though. I could see the dying light of the fire glimmering through the tent fabric. I just laid there watching the light dance until something disturbed it. It was like the fire went out completely, but then it came back, and I immediately realized something had walked between the fire and the tent. I covered my head with my sleeping bag, scared to death. I never heard a sound. No footsteps. Nothing ever messed with the food we left outside. 30 minutes later, I had to uncover my head because I was pouring sweat and about to suffocate myself. I could still see a tiny glow from what was left of the fire. I couldn't see or hear anything else. I laid there for probably another hour before I finally fell asleep. I woke to sunlight. My friend was already up and outside. We talked about the scream, and I told him what I'd seen after he fell asleep. We looked around and could see no tracks or any other signs that something else had been here besides us. It wasn't until years later and a couple of sightings from different people that we found out what actually made the sound. A panther. I went on a camping retreat with a group of friends when I was just getting out of high school. We stayed at a campground that was made up of lots of cabins that had those metal bunk beds and a large main cabin with a kitchen and a socializing area. It was the first night up there, and I wanted to take a walk around the wood near the campgrounds. I walked along some trails until I could no longer see the lights from the cabins, and it was practically pitch black. After a little while, my night vision kicked in, and I continued my exploratory hike. After about 15 minutes of walking in the dark, I could see a shape ahead of me in the path. I stopped and tried to make out what was there. About 100 feet ahead of me was some small guy or kid standing in the middle of the path. He was standing completely still, and it appeared that he was standing in the middle of a bridge that the path led to. I stayed really quiet and started backing away while keeping my eye on him. It was way too dark for me to make out any details about him from where I was. All I could really see was that he was standing completely still. My nerve finally broke, and I hurried back to the campground. When I got back, I told my friends about what I just saw. And of course, a bunch of them wanted to head out to check out what I found. So, a bunch of us group up, and I lead them back to the bridge where I saw the guy standing. As we get closer to the spot, I could see that he was still standing in the same spot. We all kind of stopped and waited. We started whispering to one another about what we should do now. Some wanted to turn back around, and others want me to go over to him to see if he was okay. Being stupid, I agreed. I went ahead of the group and inched my way towards the figure. I was ready to bolt the moment something seemed wrong. So I got close, and when I got to the head of the bridge, I could see what the shape actually was. It was an upright vacuum. Someone had stuck an upright vacuum in the middle of a hiking path for some reason. I guess seeing something so foreign to the surroundings, along with it being completely black and white dark, made our imaginations go a bit wonky. Overall, this was pretty mundane, but the whole experience has stuck with me for decades. So me and 3 of my buddies, Andy, Kurt, and Morgan, were hiking the AT over summer break. We were only going to be out 3 to 4 days doing a section in Pennsylvania. On day 2, we were multiple miles into a state forest and multiple miles away from any roads or towns. As planned, we made it to a public shelter right around dinner time. It was a roof and 3 walls, with some wooden bunks built in. We were hustling to get there as some clouds had been rolling in. We pretty much drop our bags at the shelter and it starts to rain. It was a summer rain where it blows in and pours for about 30 minutes, and then blows away to reveal blue skies and sunshine. So we were glad to start building a fire and getting dinner ready. About 5 minutes after the rain had stopped, we hear someone coming down the trail, thinking, "Aw man, they must have got caught in the rain." However, first to round the trail is a happy little corgi, dry, with his feet barely wet. The corgi ran up to us as we all had our snacks out and started begging for food. Behind him came a middle-aged man, slowly moving down the trail. He was wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, cowboy boots, had no gear with him, and was also bone dry. At this point, we all start looking at each other, because none of this makes sense. We nervously play with the dog for a few minutes as the man takes his sweet time making his way over to the shelter. He walks up and says hello, and doesn't really engage in any conversation. Seems a bit socially awkward, and we were all too bugged out to try and ask him questions. He came within about 10 feet of us and was just walking around and seemed to be enjoying the scenery. We all looked at him and agreed that he was totally dry. White t-shirt and jeans. It would have been easy to tell if any of it was wet. We then say goodbye, and he starts to walk back the way that he came. Started calling for the dog to follow him, saying, Toby, come on, boy." The dog had almost no reaction to these remarks. Granted, we had food, but you would expect some kind of reaction. Then I looked closer at the dog, and it was wearing a Barbie pink collar and had metal ring hanging, but no dog tag attached to it. The man kept walking away and called the dog a few more times. Eventually, he disappeared down the trail. The dog stayed a few more minutes, and then just walked away in the opposite direction they came from. Just walked off into the woods. So once they both are gone, we start talking to each other. No one saw any hikers behind us all day. No one saw any tents or shelters set up close by. We all confirmed on our map that the closest road was miles away. We all agreed that he was dry and very strange. And we all agreed that the dog seemed to have nothing to do with him, and it had a girl collar, and didn't react to the name Toby. We even tried to call it Toby and it didn't react. So, as our minds race, we decide that this man must be some kind of serial killer hiding out on the trail, living off the hikers that he kills. Killed one with a dog and decided to keep it. From there, we formulate a plan. Andy had some paracord, and we all had tin cans left from dinner. We set up a perimeter of these noise traps around the shelter and across the front opening. We also took the wooden picnic table that was next to the shelter and tipped it up on its side against the front to try and secure us inside. Nighttime, and it's absolutely pitch black. Fire pit got too wet to keep something going. We all sleep on the top bunks with our knives ready to go right by our beds. None of us really slept. At the slightest noise, we would jump, and then call each other's names to make sure that we were all there. I would pass out occasionally and fire off one of my grizzly bear snores and freak everyone else out. At one point, Kurt got down to look out the front and almost got stabbed by Andy as he was trying to climb back in his bunk. Then later, poor Morgan had to pee and was trying to pee out the front and accidentally hit the string and made the cans rattle. Well, the rest of us were ready to pounce on this silhouette by the front door, and he had to yell, "No, it's just me, it's just me." Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Eventually, we made it through the night. Sun starts to come up, and we start taking down the table and traps. We left a note in the shelter sign-in book about Toby and the man that was with him. We diverted our path and moved over near a campground the next night. Set up a concealed camp 1/4 mile off the trail. Then, the final morning, we got to the campground payphones and called in for our extraction. None of us have ever forgotten how terrifying that night was, and since then, we often recall the story of Toby and the man that was with him. I'm a little late to the party, and it's hiking instead of camping, but it still fits the theme. I'm walking along Striding Edge at Helvellyn in the British Lake District. It's a quite sharp glacial arête, which involves some scrambling. It's considered a technical grade 1, suitable for beginners. I'm with a mate and it's mid-afternoon. One hazard is that fog descends on the area very, very rapidly. One minute you have a low cloud and overcast skies. The next you can't see 10 yards in any direction. So it's 10 a.m. and two of us are making our first graded hike. There's a pub on the other end. We expect to make it for at latest 3. We pass other hikers on the way, exchange pleasantries, and go on our way. It's 10 past 2 when we reach the pub and we both order pie and a pint. The barkeep asks us if we've just done Striding Edge, and we confirm we have. He then asks if we saw a blonde woman, about 35 or so, with a bright red rucksack. We confirm we have. We spent 5 minutes with her talking about weather conditions on the day. At around 11:30, we climbed above the dew point and into dense fog. We told her about it because we descended beyond it by the time we saw her. As best the coroner knew, we were the last to see her alive. She'd lost footing on a particularly narrow part of the route and tumbled over 100 feet. It's a little chilling, knowing that you were the last friendly face that someone saw before their death. My boss and his dog, colleague, and I went on this hunting/camping trip in the California desert some years ago. We all had firearms, and the plan was to do a survival camping experience where we would only carry water and food for the dog, and some emergency food and communication sets. We set up camp very deep inside the desert, and the nearest town was probably an hour's drive away on our 4x4 rental truck. 2 days in and we haven't caught anything, and the heat is driving us crazy. On the second evening, as we're out on the hunt, we see what looks like mountain lion droppings around our camp. No big deal. We've got firearms and stuff on us. We return to base empty-handed on the third evening too, and we haven't eaten solid food in 3 days and are just surviving on water. We start a campfire and put our heads down for some rest, and my friend sees 2 sets of eyes staring at us in the distance. We bring the dog, and the dog goes crazy looking in the same direction as the eyes. We scramble into the tents and bring out our rifles and wait for something to happen. This standoff lasts for about 10 minutes, and we notice the animals move around a bit as we watch it. We don't fire our rifles because killing what looks like a mountain lion would invite a ton of trouble, so we just wait. At some point during this, the animals just turned around and left. I've never been more scared in my life. We packed up all of our stuff with one guy standing guard with a loaded gun at all times. We locked the doors of the car, rolled up our windows, and just left. Until today, we're convinced that it was a mountain lion. Occasionally, we think it was because we were crazed by the heat and hunger. But then, why did the dog bark? We don't know. I recently went winter camping at a nearby state park. Had a good hike, found my campsite, and settled in for the night. The campsite was near a park road, only about 200 yards from the road, but on the other side of some trees. My tent wasn't visible from the road, which will be important later. Just as I was starting to drift off to sleep, I hear footsteps coming down the trail toward my site, and when I open my eyes, I can see a beam of light scanning the woods on the other side of the pond I'm camped by. Then the light sweeps toward me, hits my tent, and turns off. Footsteps retreat. I'm a little spooked, and by now I'm definitely making sure my knife is handy, but figure it was maybe another hiker looking for a place to camp.
who saw me and turned off the light once he realized someone was already in the site. Either that, or it was the Rangers checking on me. I'd filed an itinerary with them. So then I finally do drift off to sleep, only to be awoken about 30 minutes later by a vehicle coming down the trail toward my tent. I can hear it crunching on the gravel trail, steadily growing louder as it gets closer. Again, I see lights sweeping the woods across the pond, this time headlights, and again they come around the bend in the trail, shining directly onto my tent. At this point, I'm spooked. Knife in hand, I call out, "Hello?" When I do, the vehicle backs up, turns around, and retreats back up the trail. At this point, I'm really spooked. I call the park office and have service, thankfully. No answer. So I call 911. I tell them where I'm at, and she tells me to hold on, puts me on hold. When she comes back, she tells me that officers are in the area, looking for someone. I ask if she can give me any more idea about what the problem is, so I can help. I'm an experienced backpacker and my day job is 911 operator, but she won't tell me anything. I tell her I'm a dispatcher, and if it's a missing hiker or suspect, I'll keep an eye out if she gives me the description, but she still won't tell me anything, so we disconnect. No idea who they were looking for, but I'm pretty sure it had to have been a suspect. It was the middle of winter, and I only saw one other person in the park all day. An old man walking his dog, close to the trailhead where I started. Between the cold and the incident, it was definitely my second worst night out backpacking. So I was around 19 camping with my buddy up in the mountains of North Carolina. We had hiked a few miles up a mountain from a campsite his grandparents were staying in, and made a little lean-to shelter off a big rock we found near a stream. This wasn't on any trail, we walked up through the stream. Everything was awesome, no worries at all. Flash forward to a little after midnight. It's really dark. Light can barely make out your hand looking up at the sky dark. The fire is nothing but coals, and I'm on the outside half of the lean-to looking out into the woods. Then, I see a light. Just for a moment, mind you. So naturally, I continue to watch that same spot. A few minutes later, I see it again, pretty much in the same spot. My first thought was we had somehow gotten up close to a road on our climb, and I was seeing some headlights through the trees. Well, I kept watching to confirm my suspicions, when the light did some crazy flip maneuver. So either someone had a crazy wreck, or it's actually someone with a flashlight walking around in the woods in the middle of the night. So I'm just frozen, staring off into the darkness waiting for Hillbilly Joe to murder me, and my friend is just snoring gently behind me up against the rock. After about 10 minutes with no more sightings of any lights, suddenly a light appears at my feet, out of nowhere. It was an orb, maybe the size of a golf ball. I've had people say, oh, it was just a firefly, but it was white. Like perfect light. I'm still not sure how to describe it, but it didn't seem to cast light on its surroundings. It just was light. But it went from the base of our shelter where my feet were, and moved silently in a perfectly straight line, all the way past my head, then disappeared. I am literally frozen solid now. Couldn't move if my life depended on it, and for all I knew it did. About 15 agonizingly long minutes after it scanned me, or whatever, it went back to flitting around near its original spot. But now it wasn't going off. It just stayed on, all the time. At this point, my friend rolled over in his sleep, and was close enough for me to bump him with my elbow, while not making any noise and keeping basically totally still. He was immediately awake and alert, thinking there could be an animal nearby. He leaned up on my back and peeked over my shoulder after I whispered, "Look in the woods." After a few seconds, I heard him whisper, "What the is that?" I'm not crazy. It wasn't a dream. We stayed watching the light dance around for a few minutes, until he turned and looked up the hill from our shelter, and there were 2 more lights flitting around up there. We remained awake until the sun came up watching them. They stayed until about an hour before dawn, Once the sun was up, we passed out for a few hours and then packed our stuff and left. We still don't have an explanation for what they could have been. Spirits, ghosts, aliens, mutant fireflies. I will mention that when I finally fell asleep that morning when the sun rose, I had a dream reliving it. Except this time when the light scanned me, I sat up and said, "What are you?" At which point it went from its perfect white over to red and flew directly into my face. I woke up at that point. Whew, that was a lot to type. Anyone else have anything like that? My cousins and I used to do a lot of camping in all seasons. One fall, we went to one of our usual places, this little ridge that made almost a bowl shape, perfect for us and our supplies. It's about a mile hike into the woods from where we parked. Well, that night, it was late, and we were all sitting around the fire, talking and smoking some weed. We can hear coyotes off in the distance. After a few minutes of hearing the coyotes sound off a few ridges away from us, we start hearing rustling from the ridge above us, and then we hear more coyotes sounding off, even closer than the first ones. The first ones sounded off again, and the rising we heard seemed intensified. They were getting excited and restless. We're all looking at each other, completely silent by this point. One of my cousins reaches behind him and grabs his gun and a big mag light. He stands up and walks to the edge of the fire's light and shines his mag light up to the ridge above us. And the eyes, all the pairs of eyes. There had to have been at least a dozen, just on that ridge. He shined the light all the way around us, and everywhere there were more eyes. In total, there had to have been 36 coyotes. The biggest pack I have ever seen. My cousin fired off a few shots, hoping to scare them off, but they barely so much as flinched. It was a long night. We took turns sleeping in shifts, making sure that our fire never went out. The coyotes would come in closer, just feet outside of the firelight, and wait. It was maddening. Knowing that we were being hunted, knowing that to these animals, we were prey. Sometime before dawn, they slipped away without us noticing. My cousin said he looked up, and they were just gone. There wasn't a single set of eyes left. Easily the most terrifying thing that's happened to me while camping. This will probably get lost in the mix, but I used to live on the big island of Hawaii, where the current lava eruption is going on. My girlfriend and I at the time decided to go camping at McKenzie State Park along the coast in the Puna district. We had planned on staying for 4 nights, but ended up only staying for 2 nights. I had heard about it being haunted before, but sort of wrote it off, and was sure not to mention this to my girlfriend. The first night, around 2 a.m., we woke up to what sounded like multiple people using a pickaxe on lava rock and groaning. This went on for what seemed like a few minutes, and then stopped. It was really weird, as there was only 2 other people at the park that night, and I was sure that they weren't using a pickaxe. We eventually fell back asleep, and asked the other people the next morning if they heard it, and they had not. The second night, it was just my girlfriend and I at the park. I'm getting chicken skin right now thinking of what happened. It was around midnight when I woke up to what sounded like someone sprinting back and forth outside of our tent. Like they were sprinting back and forth at full speed. I was the only one up, and turned my light on and it stopped. It freaked me out, but eventually I fell back asleep. A couple of hours later, my girlfriend is squeezing my arm and whispering directly into my ear, "Someone is outside the tent." It sounded exactly like a couple of hours earlier of someone running back and forth. The corner of the tent closest to me was then lifted off the ground and shaken back and forth. We both started yelling, and the tent was dropped. I immediately grabbed my light and small machete and went outside. Nothing. Nobody around. Just us in the middle of the night along the coastline. My girlfriend was panicking at this point, so we literally picked up the tent with everything in it, threw it in the back of my truck, and just got out of there. After that happened, I talked to locals and said stories like this were not uncommon at all. If you look up McKenzie State Park, you'll find many different stories related to the park being haunted. We are definitely not the only ones to have heard people outside of our tent and have our tent messed with. And needless to say, we never camped there again. My best friend's parents live on this little dead-end dirt road outside of a real small town. Their house sits on a few acres of land and is mostly woods. About a half a mile down the road lives this old man who grew ginseng for a living. When I was about 16 or so, this guy named Bobby Joe went missing. He was last seen on that road where his mom dropped him off, and no one had any idea where he went. My friend and I used to walk up on those woods all the time, and there was a rumor around town that Bobby was trying to steal that old man's ginseng plants, then ran off and was hiding in the woods. So what else does a stupid teenager decide to do other than go investigate? There was a trail that we always walked on that was a good 20-minute hike from my friend's house. So we stayed on that same trail looking for any signs of someone camping out or something. All of a sudden, in the middle of the daylight, we heard a man yelling help from a distance. We just stopped and stared at each other and froze. We heard it over and over again, and could still hear it from the distance, even as we were running back to his house as fast as we could. They found Bobby's body the next day, buried on that man's property. He had been shot twice, and his arm was ripped off from where his body had been removed. The old man only spent a little bit of time in jail because he hadn't told the police up front that he killed him. Definitely one of the scariest things that has ever happened to me. I was a leader of backpacking trips in upstate New York for people ages 14 through college-age individuals. Once, I was leading a group of 14-year-old boys on a bushwhack, off-trail hiking, navigating with a map and compass, from one trail set to another. While deep in the woods, we look up and see that we've all but walked into a pretty elaborate hunting shelter that had intense camouflage and well-constructed insulated walls in a semi-permanent canvas tent. We were hesitant at first, but it looked like no one was using it, so we decided to take a closer look. The inside was pretty filled with old gear, but it also had some equipment that was in pretty good repair. We left the site after marking it on our maps to alert the rangers, as camps like that are illegal in the state park where we were hiking. After the trip, we contacted the ranger's office, and they said they'd be out in the next few days to destroy it. Well, my friend and I knew there as a decent bit of good gear to salvage. So on our day off, we decided to hike back in and see if we could get any of the gear before it was taken by the rangers. We hiked back, following our old bearing in reverse, and found the shelter no problem. The only issue was when we got there, all the newer gear was gone. There were even rings in the dust where the camping stove had been. We turned to leave, and there was the largest buck that I have ever seen in my entire life. 9 or so points, standing, blocking our way back. The buck saw us and kind of puffs his chest out. We stood calm and tall, facing the buck for about 3 to 5 minutes that felt like hours. It starts to dip his head and make threatening sounds. So we decided to pick up some nearby sticks and wave them around, yelling, in hopes that it scares this guy away. Eventually, the buck grunted and walked away very slowly, with his chest still puffed out. The relief was wonderful. Admittedly, this didn't happen during a camping trip, but I do camp a fair bit as well. I was in Yosemite with my dad, doing a pretty strenuous 5 to 6-ish mile hike loop, up to some waterfalls while staying in a cabin within the park. So, kind of like diet camping. Maybe halfway up the cliff/mountain/ridge, we hear this weird raspy chirping and meowing noise. Definitely a baby animal. It sounded very close, maybe a dozen or so yards away. We could hear it over the fairly loud gurgling of a nearby creek. My dad and I froze and looked at each other. Literally, 2 hours before, we saw a mountain lion, warning, and were joking about my dad fighting one off with his hiking stick. Now it was less funny because it was a distinct possibility. We walked the next mile or two with me walking backwards behind my dad, so we couldn't get ambushed in case the mother was around. We couldn't relax the rest of the hike, even though the waterfall ended up being spectacular. We get back to our cabin and look up baby cougar cries on YouTube. And yeah, that's exactly what we heard. I'm not sure how defensive those cats are of their young, but knowing there was absolutely a mountain lion within 6 miles of us that may want to eat us or would see us as a threat against its cubs, no thanks. I'll never forget the cold fear that I felt when I first heard those meows, even though realistically, we weren't in much immediate danger. I've had a few of what could be considered paranormal experiences in my life, but this was the most recent and unnerving. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love to hunt and camp around Francis Marion and Sumter National Forest. Back in 2018, I took my young son and dog out to a remote area in the National Forest to test out a new camper shell on my recently purchased truck. We found a secluded area off of a dirt road, made dinner, and then packed it in for the night as soon as it got dark. At around 11 p.m. at night, I sat up and looked out the back of the truck due to my dog growling. In the distance, I saw what looked like hundreds of small white balls of light darting around, then hovering for a few seconds and slowly converging to our campsite. They looked just like the dust orbs that you see on videos, but these were producing light in a completely dark forest. They soon surrounded my truck. Seemed like hundreds of them. They were a soft white light, and they didn't blink. Lightning bugs were out early evening, but those were yellow and blinking. After 30 minutes of them floating around and concentrating to us, I finally worked up the nerve to open the truck and lit a lantern, and they promptly disappeared. After turning off the lights and locking back up, they came back. My son was fast asleep, thank goodness. I watched them until I finally fell asleep around 1 a.m. The next morning when we tried to leave, the battery was dead on the new truck. There wasn't any lights in the back cab where we would have used any power. A week later, I had to replace the electric control module. Not sure if that was relevant info, but I thought I would add it. Has anyone had a similar experience? Just thinking about them again makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
something weird happened to me. It was more scary in a what could have been kind of way. So, not on the same scale as some of the other people in the comments. I was a 17-year-old and I'm male, and I was walking home from a nightclub, quite drunk and stoned at about 2 a.m. I'm in a lonely part of my walk. No people and very few cars. Just a road and some large shops. A barbecue and a carpet showroom. Out-of-town shopping complexes that have since become ubiquitous in the UK. Anyway, in a lay-by, about 15 feet away, is a car pulled up with lights on. As I stumble past, 2 men step out and call me over. Something about the situation immediately sobers me up. I keep walking, and one of them shouts, "It's fine, we're the police. We'll drive you home." I stop for a moment and reply with a smart comment along the lines of how police would never do this, and that they were dodgy. Calling them dodgy always sticks in my mind. He insists that I'm too drunk, and it's not safe for a young man like me, and I should let them take me home. I say no, and he then calls me to come over here and listen to the police radio in the car to prove that they are real police. It's weird the guy is almost begging me, desperation in his voice. I repeat a firm no, tell them I'm fine and keep walking. The minute I'm out of sight, I run as fast as I can and don't relax until the 30 minutes later that I'm home. I can only assume that they didn't manhandle me into their car because there was the very occasional taxi passing by. I'm 45 now and occasionally think about how that could have ended for me. None of the scenarios seem good. Sadly, stories like this are probably more routine for women, but at the time, it really shook me up. I was around 10 years old. I was at school, but my mom told me that she was thinking of taking me to the doctor's in the afternoon. I had a recurring eye issue. It was lunchtime, and I'm in the dining hall when the office woman told me there was a taxi outside for me and that I needed to go. I assumed that my mom booked it for me, as she can't drive. I cleared up my stuff and got my bag. I was just about to leave when I remembered my jacket in my classroom. I rush to get it and head out for the taxi. The office woman tells me that I'm too late, and the taxi had gone without me. I just went back to class, but I was panicking that my mom would be angry at me. School finishes and my mom is waiting for me at the gates. I burst into tears, apologizing for missing the taxi, and thinking that I was in big trouble. She never ordered a taxi, and had no clue what I was thinking about. She ended up not making the doctor appointment. No one ever found out who ordered the taxi, or who the driver was. My mom doesn't like to think what would have happened if I hadn't forgotten my jacket and got in that taxi. When I was about 18, my friend and I went to the movies and decided to walk home. It was a bit of a walk, but we didn't want to pay for a cab. I'm always pretty vigilant when walking, especially at night, so I noticed a guy with his hood up walking behind us. Every so often, I'd look over my shoulder and check on him. He started pretty far behind us, but was gaining ground weirdly quickly. The last time I turned my head, I caught him sprinting at us. I panic and tell my friend to run for it. She's in those Birkenstock slip-on sandals that were popular back then, and she's struggling to run, so I'm dragging her until we get to the gas station. I bang on the window and beg the clerk to let us in, but he says he can't because it's past a certain time at night, but he promises if the guy comes near us that he'll call the cops. The guy comes down the hill, through the gas station, staring at us the entire time. I swear, The only reason that he thought better of it was because the gas clerk had the phone visibly in his hand. Plus, he was a big guy. I completely broke down after he left. Just the thought that he was running at us while I had my back turned scares the heck out of me. What if I didn't turn? When I did, that last time. I was camping with my family and our family friends. The parents get toasted during the night, and my friend, her cousin, and I get to camp out in a tent while everyone else is in campers. After the parents are passed out and the fires died off, we're just talking and slowly calming down for sleep. It was probably around midnight or so. We hear the crunch of some shoes on gravel and the jingle of a collar on a leash. A soft shadow of a tall man stops by the side of our tent, facing closest to the gravel road. We are all stone silent, and a man's soft voice says, "Hey there, girlies." We say nothing, in the stillest silence I've ever experienced. "What are you girls up to so late?" Silence. We're looking at each other with wide eyes, thinking we're essentially on our own, because the campers, while being close by, are filled with our smaller siblings and our intoxicated, snoring parents. He hums something to himself, like he's mulling something over, and then his shadow moves and he continues on down the road. Was he probably just some drunk guy walking his dog? Likely. But was that the scariest experience of my young life, and the first time that I realized that in a situation like that, I didn't have the right instinct? Yes, it was. 2 hours later, the cousin had to use the bathroom, and by then we'd calmed down a little bit. But it was the most paranoid sprinting to the outhouses up the road that I'd ever had. I'm a guy, and when I was 19, I was at a friend's apartment one night for a party. Things were starting to wrap up. It was very late, and we were all standing around in the parking lot, talking as we got ready to leave. Then this beat-up old Ford Bronco pulls into the lot, and a tall, lanky guy in Western garb, hat, boots, belt buckle, gets out. That in itself wasn't unusual. I'm in New Mexico, and you see people dressed like that all the time. But instead of going into an apartment, he walks up to our group and just stands there. Never says a word. He wasn't acting in a threatening way. It was just really weird and awkward. So we all decided this would be a good time to leave. We got in our cars. He got in his Bronco and we all drove off. When I got onto the street, he pulled out right behind me, which I didn't think too much of at first. But then he revved his engine, pulled right up on my tail, and flipped on his high beams and a light bar. Now I knew something was up. At the time, I was driving a little 1985 Dodge Omni that could maybe do 75 if you dropped it off a cliff. So there was no way in heck that I was going to outrun a V8 Ford Bronco, even if I was crazy enough to try. This guy could easily keep up with me. I didn't know what to do. In retrospect, I probably should have driven to a police station, but that never occurred to me. And even if it did, I don't know if I would have known where the nearest police station was. This was the early 90s, no smartphones or Google Maps. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I swerved onto a side street into a poorly lit residential neighborhood. He followed me, but I had a bit of a head start, so I gunned it and turned off my lights. I just sort of randomly drove around the neighborhood for a while, until even I couldn't remember what route I had taken, and I couldn't see him in the mirror anymore. When I was pretty confident that I had lost him, I found my way to a main road, turned my lights back on, and headed home. To this day, I don't know if I was the victim of a stupid drunken prank or if I was nearly murdered. My younger sister had a similar experience when I was 12. It was Halloween, and my mom had taken us trick-or-treating around our street. When we got back home, we asked if we could stay out a bit longer riding our bikes. We lived in a cul-de-sac, so it was normally only neighbors and their visitors driving by. After a short ride around, just as we had stopped in our driveway, a car stopped, and a man told us, "Get in the car." My sister and I froze out of fear and didn't respond. He repeated the demand before driving away. I guess he was worried an adult would see or come outside. We rushed inside, locked the garage behind us. The police were called and came to our house to take the details. We even spotted a car that looked very similar after the incident at the nearby shops, and my mom informed the police. A few months later, we came to find out that the man who approached us had been arrested for luring a young child away and assaulting the child during Christmas carols at a local botanical park, which my family and I had also attended. I remember being shocked and disturbed when I first found out about the assault, and even more so when I realized that what could have happened to me or my sister that Halloween night, when we found out that it was the same man that was responsible. My mom always told me to not approach or talk to strangers. One day when I was walking home from elementary school from the bus stop, which was around the corner and down a block, an older man drove up to me. I was on the right side of the road, and he was driving towards me and parked next to me. So he was on the wrong side of the road in a residential neighborhood. He had a map in his hand and asked me if I could tell him where this street was, as he pointed at the map. I took a couple of steps towards the car and remembered the lesson that my mom had taught me and stopped and asked, "What street is it?" He told me the name of the street, and I gave him verbal directions and started walking again. Something didn't seem right to me though, and I don't get why he needed a map to ask where a street was that was not difficult to find. I was literally a few miles down the main road, a block away. I just figured he wanted to kidnap me. This happened when I was little, around 6 or 7. I was being watched by the neighbors across the street with her 4-year-old and newborn. The mom decided we should have a picnic on the driveway, but after a little while, she had to go inside to get something, maybe to use the bathroom. I can't really remember. But as soon as she left, this old couple rolls up to the driveway and asks me and the 4-year-old for directions. I tried to tell her the street was a few streets over, but she said that she couldn't hear me over the car, so could we come closer? I wasn't sure what to do, because I already knew about stranger danger but didn't want to be rude to elders. Luckily, right then, the neighbor's mom came sprinting out and talked to them. I overheard the lady say that I was helpful, telling them that they were on the wrong street, and the neighbor told her the same thing I did. It was only when I was older, thinking back on it, that I realized that it was weird that they asked such a small child for directions, and that she had heard what I said, but lied, trying to get me to come closer. Definitely, probably, would have been kidnapped. Back in Sweden, I was casually walking back from an after-school club, probably around 7 to 8 years old. I can't remember for certain. Autumn weather, rainy and dark. A car pulls up next to me, drives slowly. A relatively old man looks me dead in the eye. I look straight ahead. I start walking a bit faster and he speeds up. Instinctively, I turn around and frantically start running towards the main road. It's about a 30-minute walk from school to my house. Anyway, as I run along the main road, one of our neighbors see my reflective dangly bit, stops and offers me a ride back home. It shook me up for weeks after, but my parents didn't care. I was in Walmart with my dad, probably around 6 years old, and I had just walked to the door while he was checking out. I was an impatient child and had trouble simply waiting for any length of time. A young boy, I suspected maybe a year or two older than me, approached. I was too young to be terribly suspicious, so I went along with it when he struck up conversation. He eventually asked if I was here with someone, and I said that my dad was just over there. He then forcefully grabbed my wrist and told me to come with him, trying to ultimately pull me towards the door. I was thankfully able to free myself, and I ran away. Shortly thereafter, my dad came up and we left. It could have been nothing, just some kid being stupid. But with all the stories of kids being kidnapped and trafficked, it's terrifying to consider what could have happened. I remember when I was 11, I was walking across the road to grab some candy with my friend. We lived in townhouses and were neighbors. So this happened right in front of our building. This pasty bald ginger dude comes up to us as we're waiting at the light and says to me, "You're my older sister's name, sister, right? Want to make $1,000? All you have to do is take a few pictures." I managed to choke out a no while turning to my friend, who's equally terrified, her eyes on the light waiting for it to change. As soon as the light switched, we bolted to the store and hung out there for a little bit. Broad daylight, busy arterial road for the city. 5 minutes later, it was like it never happened. Around August of 1978, I was in my late teens hitchhiking from Illinois to Michigan. I caught a ride on Route 94 outside of Chicago with a middle-aged man in a pickup truck. He was a nice enough guy, friendly and talkative. A half hour or so into the ride, I happened to glance at his crotch and noticed that he had his zipper open with his junk on full display. Not good. I stayed calm and waited until we got near an exit and asked him nicely to pull off. I told him I was getting car sick. He ignored me and blew past the exit. Crap. There was another exit a few miles ahead. I told him I was nauseous and was going to vomit and to please take the next exit. He blew past that one too, and I instantly recognized the danger that I was in. I knew I had to get out of the truck. All I could do was bluff. I'd seen it once in a movie. I reached into my backpack and pretended to grab something and hold it in my hand inside the backpack. I told him that it was in his best interest to drop me off. I told him that if he didn't drop me off, I would use the thing in my hand, and that would be very bad for both of us. It worked. He must have figured I wasn't worth the trouble. He took the next exit and dropped me off at a gas station. Fast forward to several months later when I picked up a newspaper and saw a picture of the man who had picked me up hitchhiking on the front page. He had been arrested, suspected in the murders of multiple young men. That is the creepiest face I've ever seen, and I never hitchhike again.
I've had a few, but due to my age at the time, this one sticks out. I was 20 and heading back to my car from buying groceries. This weird guy in this van beside me starts leaning out of his driver's side window and starts asking me about the books in my back seat. You must be in college. I saw the books. I remember taking those classes. I hate causing a scene, so I just said, yeah, I just started not too long ago. I try and get to my car, but he's leaning half out the window to get as close to me as he possibly can. I'm trying to get around him, but there's nowhere to go without having to walk by him. He then sees my t-shirt and starts talking about the band on it. He likes this band. It's really cool, etc., etc. I say thanks for the chat, but I really must be going. He says something about knowing which school I go to and that he likes my bumper stickers. They really stand out. I finally finagle myself around him, get to my car and drive off. He follows me for a bit, so I just drive in random circles in the area until he disappears. That messed with me for a little bit. My neighbor at the time told me next time to get his description and his license plate. There's been a creep in the area making attempted kidnappings that they're trying to catch. Thankfully, I was overweight, so he'd have a hard time wrangling me. This could only happen to one of my friends, who is one of the sweetest people that I've ever met. Where we live, there's a suburb that has all the nightclubs and some tech businesses, but still has a large homeless presence. So over the years, it's developed a bad reputation. One night, my friend is heading towards a gig and takes a shortcut through a dark alley, where out of nowhere, an Aboriginal guy asks him for a cigarette. My friend, being the nice guy he is, rolls him one and just starts having a conversation with the bloke. An Aboriginal woman approaches my friend from behind and puts her hands on his shoulders, but doesn't say anything. The guy my friend is talking to nods like he's saying no, so the girl just leaves. My friend says he has to go, which the Aboriginal guy replies, "You know, I was actually going to R-word you, but you turned out to be a nice guy, so I decided I wouldn't." My mate just legged it. When I was 10 years old, I was watching television in the living room, around 11 to 12 noon. The door was open, and suddenly, a guy with somewhat long and curly hair, and really tall too, stands right at our door. I asked him, "Do you need anything, sir? Are you looking for my mom?" He didn't say anything. He just stared at me and shook his head a little. I keep asking. He stayed silent. My brother, who was 11 or 12 years old, is in the living room too, so I go to our kitchen where my mom is doing something. "Mom, there's a guy at our door," I said to her. When my mom turned her head towards me, she got startled. I turned around to see the guy standing right behind me, and I didn't even hear his footsteps. Mom then started yelling things like, "Who are you?" and other stuff that I couldn't remember. My brother was standing frozen in the living room. Our neighbor's house is just beside our house, so my mother runs towards the exit at the kitchen and shouts for help. The guy leaves before our neighbors arrive. He was fast, and he wasn't even running. My neighbor, who was probably 20 plus years old at the time, even tried looking for him and tried to scan the streets, but no one saw him. That was the creepiest guy I've ever encountered. I was pumping gas while driving home after a round of golf with friends. I wasn't particularly aware of my surroundings because I'd been to this gas station many times. All of a sudden, and out of nowhere, a middle-aged man asked if I know where the church is from the pump across the aisle.
Puzzled because there are so many churches in this area, I ask for clarification. He then starts asking me with increasing angst if I accept Jesus and whether I know Jesus. My hair is standing on end at this point, so I start babbling about how I love Jesus. Then he says, "Come on over here and let me show you something." Then I finally get a good look at this situation. This crazy person is driving a 1980s to 1990s faux wood station wagon with curtains all around the rear windows. I had a car with a V8 at the time, so when the guy turned around, I threw the gas handle on the hook, jumped in my car, and got out as quickly as I could. I took a circuitous route home at fairly high speed just in case. So I'm pretty sure he was either going to help me meet Jesus that day or show off the body of someone who already did. Either way, not a good situation to be in. My sister and I were playing outside when we were younger, and an elderly couple was walking by our yard. Our yard had a cemetery in the back, so it was quite a common local attraction for tourists, as this house was built in the 1800s, and most of the graves were from children who died back then from the flu, etc. There were some creepy stories from that place, but nothing lives up to what happened all those years ago. As we were playing outside, this couple kept pestering my sister about what her name was. As they approached us and got closer, we were just little kids and got terribly scared and ran inside and told our mom what had happened. The following week, I heard a story on the news about an elderly couple approaching a teenage girl, kidnapping her and R-wording her. And it was the same couple that had approached my sister and I. I still get creeped out about that. In college, one of my friends, Matt, really wanted this cheap IKEA cabinet thing for his gamer setup that someone was advertising in one of the campus apartments near his place. We were going somewhere with our other mutual friend, Chris, and he swung by to get the cabinet on the way there. We get to the apartment, and the guys go in and I'm in the car. They come back out after viewing the cabinet and brought the seller with them. My friends were clearing out the trunk, and the seller was hanging around my window trying to talk to me. He was really weird, so I was just giving one-worded answers. He kept asking if I wanted to come upstairs to see his fish tank. No. And I politely declined several times. He had these shifty black eyes that creeped me out. Like, I'm sure his eyes were brown, but they were super dark and beady. I'm pretty sure he might have been tweaking off of something. Then he kept showing off his sinewy arms and bragging about weightlifting. Dude looked like a shaved bird, so I don't know why he thought I'd believe that he regularly lifted 300 pounds or whatever. They all eventually go back inside to get the cabinet, and a while later I see Chris holding the door to the apartment building open and waiting for Matt and the seller to bring it downstairs. All of a sudden, I see Chris freak out and run inside. I got out of the car and ran over. Matt was at the bottom of the stairs with the cabinet on his leg. It was lightweight, so at best the fall hurt him the most. The seller was standing in the middle of the stairs nonchalantly. We were fussing over our friend when the seller realized that the appropriate human emotion he should be displaying was concern. It was creepy seeing him just stand there all blank-faced, and then having this light bulb moment like, "All right, look concerned, say something nice." The seller was like, "Oh no, are you okay?" Matt said that he was fine, and then him and Chris just took the cabinet outside and put it in the car. I was picking up a piece of the cabinet that broke off on the stairs when the creepy guy basically teleported behind me and stroked my arm. He said that I absolutely super totally needed to see his fish tank collection now. And I said, "No sir, goodbye." Matt didn't mention being shoved until later, but I was obviously already getting sketchy vibes from the seller, so I fully believe him. Apparently, they were both holding the cabinet and going down the stairs. Matt was walking backwards down the stairs, while Weirdo Guy was at the other end. Matt swears to this day that the man looked at him in the eye and shoved the cabinet into his chest and watched him fall backwards with it. He said that the shove happened after the seller asked if he partied, and Matt said not really. He refers to him as the party pusher and thinks the story is hilarious in hindsight. I still think it's terrifying. When I was a kid, my dad owned a houseboat and a speedboat. My big brother and I would spend a good chunk of our summers with him. Anyways, this was in Southern California, and there were all these waterways with tiny islands in them. There was a party going on one, and my dad took us. It was more of an adult party, and I was only 12, so I just wandered off and did my own thing, played in the water and whatever. There was a tiny peninsula next to the docks, which was serving as additional parking. I went to go get some ice cream from the guy selling it out of a cart, and was walking back when I heard someone calling out. I look over and see a dude in a boat, probably in his mid-30s, calling and waving to me. I kinda watched him for a second because I was often wrong about these things. I thought that maybe he meant it for someone else. But no, he was waving me over and trying to get me to come onto his boat. A 12-year-old girl who looked 12 at the most. By the time I had fetched my dad and my brother to confront the guy, he was gone. Wish I had maybe hustled more. I have very little doubts as to what would have happened to me had I gotten onto the boat. Anyways, this was also around the time, unbeknownst to me at the time, that they had pulled a mummified lady out of an old refrigerator. Scary things happened in that area. I was 8 or 9 years old, I think, and we had a little field, mostly just sand, on the opposite side of the street where I played a lot. One day I was sitting there with a friend, building some sand castles or whatever, and suddenly an old guy came towards us. I have to say that this street was on a hill, and very quiet most of the time, since it was only used by our neighbors and other people that lived there, rarely some joggers or people with their dogs. He asked us if we would know the way to an old playground that he used to visit as a child somewhere in the area. There was no playground anywhere near my street, so we tried to explain to him that there's no playground here, but he insisted that it was there, somewhere, and asked us to join him so that we could find it together. I don't know why, but my friend was being very friendly to him, while I was thinking about running over to my mom as soon as I could tell her. And then she said yes. So he actually grabbed her hand and started walking with her towards another street that was also next to the field. I tried to stop her multiple times while she was getting up, and he was starting to get very sassy towards me, almost mocking me because I wouldn't get to see the great playground and that I'm a horrible friend. When they were starting to walk away, I immediately jumped up, ran over which he had seen, and told my mom, who then called the cops. We both ran out again trying to find my friend. After a short while, we saw her approaching us, alone, from the street that they both went to. She seemed very confused. She then told us that after a short distance, he said that he had to go in a bush for a few seconds, and then didn't come back. Me and my mom were crying and hugging her, while she still didn't really understand what the problem was there. The police came but didn't find anyone. So we described him and they wrote it down, but he never came back or was seen by any one of our neighbors. I still get goosebumps thinking about what could have happened. This actually happened to me, so I'm going to be a little vague for the sake of privacy. I've never wanted to give much of a crap about things, so I used to give hitchhikers and strangers rides if it looked like they could use it. One day I'm in my driveway washing my car before I leave for class at college, and I see a sketchy-looking guy walking down my street. I don't live in the best neighborhood, and there are several bad neighborhoods pretty close by, so being wary isn't unwarranted. He's wearing weird clothes. They look like cheap, badly cleaned dress clothes. A white button-up shirt, sleeves unbuttoned, black wrinkled slacks, and a scuffed, old battered black briefcase. He had a shaved head and looked scrawny, like he had been starving somewhere. When he got nearby, he asked if I could give him a lift, and I got a weird vibe from him, but I said sure. I asked where he needed to go, and he said somewhere vague and told me that he would give me the directions and it wasn't far. Asked me if I would stop at a local liquor store. I do, and he gets a beer and some cigarettes and offers me both, but I decline, then take him to his destination. On the way there, he explains that today was his first day out of jail after having served 3 years. I didn't know what to say, so I congratulated him, and he thanked me and swigged on his beer. Destination was a well-known hangout for gang members, right on the edge of an especially bad neighborhood. I pull in and drop him off, and he thanks me and leaves. Now, about 5 years later, I see him again. Same guy, impossible to mistake him. He still looked the same, only like he had been fed better, less scrawny. He was on the witness stand at a murder trial. A murder that took place at the very place that I dropped him off about 3 weeks later. Chances are good that he stayed there from the time that I dropped him off and never left. He testified against the people who did the murder. They were gang members, part of a gang that he was a member of before he went to jail. He's lived in hiding since the trial. The person murdered would have been a member of my family through marriage if he hadn't been murdered. He was the only person to testify against them. I had goosebumps during the entire trial, the day that he testified. When I was around 18, one of my friends lived in a house about 3 miles outside of the village that my friends and I lived in. It was right next to a motorway/freeway and had a large amount of land attached to it. His parents ran a horse stable in one of the attached fields. His parents had gone on holiday, and we were planning on having a small party at his house. About 20 to 30 people. A few of us met up at the village and walked through the country roads up to his house, which took about 30 minutes. When we got there, we found 2 police cars parked in the drive. We all thought that the party had started, and for whatever reason, the cops had gotten called. Turns out that the friend who lived there had been eating dinner, waiting for people to turn up, when he noticed someone standing at the bottom of the garden, just out of range of the porch light, watching him. Thinking that it was just one of us messing with him, he slipped out the side door in an attempt to get behind whoever it was and surprise them instead. After sneaking around and not being able to find the person, he headed back expecting us to be there, waiting only to look through the kitchen window and see an unknown man sitting in his kitchen, finishing the dinner that he had been eating. Apparently he looked dirty, unkempt, and basically like a tramp. My friend noped out, ran a mile to his nearest neighbor and called the police. When they turned up, they searched the house and property with dogs, but couldn't find anyone. It seriously freaked him out. Several of us ended up staying at his for a week until his parents got back. I'm sure I'll sound crazy, but I'm super creeped out from a recent interaction at a grocery store. I was shopping with my toddler, and an older lady, maybe 70-ish, who was by herself just came up and said, "Ma'am, do you know all the canned veggies are in sale for 50 cents this week?" and went on about how it's a great deal and they don't run it often. I said, "Thanks, I appreciate the heads up, and I'll definitely grab a few on my way out." Then she begins to walk away, and it's almost out of sight when she stopped and looked back and smiled at my son. She then asked how old he was. I said, "Oh, just over a year." She then asked if he was my only child, and some other random questions about him. Then she goes, "Hey, I just remembered, I have some clothes in my trunk, all boy stuff in the 2T to 3T range," and asked if I wanted it. I politely declined. I said we'll be shopping a while and I didn't want to hold her up. She then proceeds to say, "Oh, not a problem. I'll just wait outside and then I can come back and find you before you leave. Are you a single mom? Would you need them?" I got this gut feeling that something was off about this lady, and I just said, "Nope, not a single mom, and we have all the clothes that we need," and then thanked her for the offer. She tried a few more times, saying things like, "I just don't know what to do with them. If you could use them, I'd be happy to give them all to you." At this point, it really felt like she was trying to lure me and my son to her car. I continued to decline the offer and then walked away. I did a few more laps around the store looking for things that I needed, and at one point I saw her standing in an aisle in the center of the store with a younger man just people watching. I could just be super paranoid, and she was just a sweet old lady trying to be nice. But something in my head just told me to get out of the conversation as quickly as possible. I feel like parents will know that having a small child makes strangers talk to you all the time and want to make small talk about your sweet kiddos. But this conversation did not feel the same as the others I've had while out with my son. Has anyone had a similar experience? Two years ago, I lived near a big city while taking care of my great-grandma. One day, me and my mom decided to get some groceries, but we didn't have a car, so we had to walk. When we were almost to the local King Soopers, I heard my first name being shouted. I ignored it at first, thinking I was hearing things, but then this random lady, who looked pretty disheveled and scared, ran up to me and grabbed my arms and kept repeating my name. My name is not a common name, and everyone that I know calls me by a completely unrelated nickname. So there was no way she heard someone else say my name. She looked so frightened, and I will never be able to get her face out of my mind. She was holding onto my arms with this really tight grip, and I remember being surprised because she was very skinny and frail looking. Her grip left bruises on my arms for a while. My mom ended up grabbing my arm and dragging me away. She was freaked out too, but didn't say anything. She just kept praying. When I got home, she prayed a lot and blessed me. I was not scared of her, just more confused. How did she know my name? And why did she look so scared? When I was 13, I was at the Goodwill with my mom. We went to pay for our items, and there was an older man at the cash register. He gave me a weird look that made me uncomfortable. Just as he's finished ringing up everything, and when my mom was momentarily distracted by paying, he looks at me and quietly says, "Smile." And even though I was confused and creeped out, I smiled, and in an instant he retrieved a Polaroid camera from under the register and took a photo. Then, just as quickly as he took it, he put it out back under the counter. My mom noticed the flash and the confused look on my face, but the cashier acted as if nothing happened. It happened so fast and was so weird, we just looked at him in shock and left. When we got to the car, my mom asked, "Did he just take a picture of you?" And I just nodded my head. We didn't know what to think, so we just kind of tried to forget about it. Still creeps me out thinking that this man probably has my photo, and who knows how many other people's photos. So when some stranger says smile, just don't. This happened a few days ago, whilst I was on my way home from visiting my friend's house. I was driving on a back road late at night in my Tesla Model 3 while it was on auto drive. I'll admit that I was not paying attention to the road, and I was on my phone while I had my music in the car playing. The ride was okay and chill for a while, but I'm not really sure because I was not paying attention at the time. Out of nowhere, my car immediately braked and made an alarming sound. I was scared and immediately took control of the wheel and looked through the windshield. When I looked, I saw a figure standing inches from my car, barely avoiding being hit. My heart was racing for the impact, and now seeing what I could only assume to be a person. They didn't even flinch from the sight of almost being hit. I looked at them for a good 10 seconds before I put my car in park and turned on the megaphone to ask them if they're okay. They didn't respond and proceeded to walk near my window. I locked my doors while they're approaching because I was terrified. They asked me if I could roll the window down to speak to them, but I refused and told them that I could hear them from the other side. I then asked why they're out here all alone in the cold, and they told me that their car had broken down and that they were hoping that someone would stop to help them. As they were talking, I got a good look at their face, and they appeared to be 25 to 30. They also asked me my name, and I told them that my name was Rebecca. They told me their name was Ashton. After that small talk I told them that I would be calling someone to come assist them with their situation. They weren't happy with that, and instead asked that I drop them off to a friend's house who lived nearby. That's when I become really freaked out and suspicious. They had told me that they were waiting for someone, and now they need to be dropped off. I put my car back into drive and told them again, from the window since megaphone is not available in park, that I would call someone to come help them. They then tried to reach for the door handle, but I guess they forgot that Tesla handles are embedded into the car. When they did that, I immediately stepped on the pedal and went flying down the road. I didn't even look into my rearview mirror or put the car back into autopilot. The whole ride back, I was scared. I got back onto a main road where I would hope to see cars and just floored at home. I couldn't get my mind off of it for the rest of the night. I have suspicions that the guy was not alone and that there was other people with them. I pray that they didn't get someone else who wasn't as lucky as me. I will never in my life stop to help some random person ever again. I was in a different city for placement. I was going inside Morrison's, and the security guy at the front was saying hi to everyone, and he was sometimes saying bonjour. The old man started speaking in French with him, and I said bonjour back to the security guy. The old man heard, then asked me if I could speak French, and I said yes. He started asking me some questions like, "What's your name?" and "What are you doing in this city?" Stupid as I am, I gave him my real name and said that I was here for placement in this hospital. We said bye to each other and didn't think about it anymore. This happened on a Wednesday. I went back to the hospital on Tuesday. My supervisor came and gave me a letter. The letter had my name and what I do in the hospital. I opened it, and it was a letter from the old man. By the way, when I say old, I mean old. He looked older than my granddad. The old man was saying that he had a good conversation and wanted to meet up with me to have a drink, and it was his number and email address. I was a bit freaked out to go back to Morrison's from that day, and from that day I tend to give fake names to strangers. I thank God he wasn't like a mad person, because he basically knew where to find me if he wanted to. So guys, don't be stupid like me, and never give your name and what you do or where you work or live to strangers. Stay safe, everyone. Just after 1 a.m., I was sitting in my living room watching Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, browsing Reddit. The most boring Saturday night ever. And then someone's knocking. I live with my brother, and there's a guy who visits him sometimes, so I assumed it was him and just opened the door. But there was this random man in his 40s, looking kinda sus, saying, "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm looking for a taxi place." So I said town center, and he keeps apologizing, asking if he woke the kids. He's also very close to my door. I don't have any kids, but I said yes, hoping that he'd leave. I was scared that if I tried to close the door, he'd push in. I got so anxious I started shaking, and he goes about that taxi again and says, "Can I ask you a question? I got divorced yesterday. You're beautiful." And a car was coming up, so I said thanks. You know, I tried to be polite so he wouldn't get angry and aggressive. And I shut the door and I just stood by the window to make sure that he was gone. Jesus, how was I so stupid? It could have ended badly, especially that I live in a really crappy area and my brother wears headphones all the time. Why was he asking about kids? To see if I was alone? And he went in the direction the car was coming, so I don't know if it was a random car or someone picking him up. I don't know if he was a thief or just drunk, and I had the lights on, so he knocked. I really hope it's just that. I really hope that I start thinking before doing anything else. Also, I wish I could get a gun. It's just not an option where I live. Also, it was nice to get it off my chest, even though y'all did not make me feel any safer. Thank you for the kind comments and tips. I'm a female, and this story took place when I was 12. It's more than half my lifespan ago, but I still get really uneasy when thinking back to it. I tried to block it from my mind and guess as to what could have happened if not for two kind strangers. I was walking home from school one day. It's a 4-kilometer walk along a busy road. I was walking alone, however. At one of the intersections I crossed, there was a tall, dirty-looking man that noticed me. I would guess his age was early 30s. Being a kid back then, I struggled telling the age of the adults. He started following me and trying to strike up a conversation. He kept telling me that I was beautiful and that he wants us to be friends. He asked me where I live and if my parents would be home. He asked me so many questions, but I tried to just shrug him off and be polite. I didn't answer any of his questions, just increased the pace at which I walked. When we were nearing the block on which I lived, I started becoming really uneasy. He wanted to follow me home and I did not want him to. He gave off a weird vibe because adults did not usually speak to me that way. The only way I could get rid of him would be to give him my cell phone number and agree to answer when he calls. Because this situation made me uncomfortable, I gave him a fake number and hightailed it out of there. A few months passed without me running into that man again, so I completely put this out of my mind. He was probably just some random weirdo. However, as you can guess from here, things did not stay that way. One day, approximately 4 months later, I found myself walking home after school again. I will admit that I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. That was until I heard what sounded like footsteps running up behind me. I reflexively turned to look around, and it was that same creepy man that I had encountered before. He slowed his pace as he reached me, but was yelling the entire time. He figured out that I had given him the wrong number, and he was furious. He kept yelling and yelling that I think that I'm better than him. That is why I gave him a fake number. I was terrified in that moment, as he was very angry. I was afraid that he was going to hurt me, but couldn't grab the attention of any motorists. I speed walked to the closest petrol station, which was luckily not too far, with him following behind me, still yelling the entire time. When I got to the petrol station, I immediately got the attention of 2 burly men standing next to their pickup truck. They must have seen the terrified look on my face, plus the man following me, as they immediately ran over to ask if I was all right. I was too scared to speak, just shook my head frantically as I tried to get behind them. They immediately demanded to know why the man was following me. He fed them some crap line about being my brother. I just silently kept shaking my head. I guess they figured out what was happening at this point, as they started yelling at the man, accusing him of something. I didn't stay to find out. I took the opportunity of him being distracted to start running away. The man noticed that I was leaving and tried to take off after me. The burly men really took offense to this, as they immediately tackled him and threw him in the back of their pickup. He was screaming at this point. They sped off with the guy at an inconceivable speed right past me and just kept going. I was happy that they took him away, but I did not stop running until I reached home. I had no idea what to make of this entire exchange, but it really shook me. I do not know where they took the creepy guy or what they did with him after. In all honesty, I don't want to know. I told my parents and altered the route that I walked home from school. I never saw him again, and I'm thankful for that. Even though I could not say what I needed in the moment, those two kind strangers saw that I was in distress and dealt with it for me. Even after all these years, I still remember the sheer terror and then relief when they took him away. In the 1990s, a nurse in New Jersey killed hundreds of hospital patients. Sometimes he would sneak into patients' room at night and inject them with fatal medication doses. Other times, he would put the medication into IV bags in the supply room, so they would kill whatever random patient they were given to later. He was accused several times. Some patients pointed him out before they died. Some staff thought he was creepy and dangerous and refused to work with him. He kept getting fired from hospitals, but the hospital managers knew that if he got arrested, they would be sued by the families of the patients he murdered. So they just fired him and didn't call the police. That happened at 12 different hospitals over the course of 16 years. Investigators believe that he killed as many as 400 people. After he was arrested, he confessed to 40 murders. In 29 of them, he gave enough detail to be charged and plead guilty. He is linked to 300 plus more deaths than that, but details of those will probably never be known because so much information was lost over time or destroyed by the hospitals. While I was on life support, there was this other girl on a ventilator just down the hall. Like me, she'd had all of the right symptoms: headaches upon waking, vomiting without nausea, and getting lost in the house where she'd lived for years. Like me, she researched them extensively. Unlike me, she reached the right conclusion and asked her parents for a scan. But they had a bunch of other kids and money was tight, and she was at the right age to see symptoms as unduly catastrophic. So they said no. Meanwhile, I was treating my symptoms with the gym. My mother had begged me to get a scan and I'd said no. Until I had health insurance of my own, I couldn't afford it, as it would show a pre-existing condition that would destroy my future insurability. The other patient took up 3 jobs to save the money for a scan. She made the rounds of several neurologists, begging. Each responded dismissively. She was too young and looked so well that she had to be hypochondriac. Finally, one took pity on her and gave her a scan, telling her outright that it was only so that she'd stop asking and that she'd hear results in some weeks. I kept going to the gym until the day that I collapsed, vomiting blood, bursting a pupil. She went in for her first craniotomy, walking, talking, fine. My parents and boyfriend would sit beside me through my coma, holding my hand, telling me how much they loved me. she'd have her own such trio doing the same. I'd awaken. I'd meet her parents, her boyfriend. I'd visit the ICU. I'd see them growing more gaunt, more desperate each time, until the trip when I learned that she'd gone into long-term coma care. I'd recover. She'd die. Brain cancer is that kind of a jerk. Since then, I've taken the survivor's guilt to do everything that I can with my life. But that so easily should have been her outcome instead. That's the outcome for so many. It's terrifying because it demonstrates how we as a society often dismiss the health complaints of all but a narrow slice of the population without even registering what we're doing. How many lives do we, unthinkingly, throw away? My father had his spine severely fractured in an assault when I was an infant. He had a real jerk of a doctor that was super dismissive of him. One day he was at an appointment and she left the room, at which point he took a peek at his chart. She'd recorded him as a hypochondriac. She'd never examined him. He was so furious that when she came back, he ripped his button up open, turned around, and demanded to know if that looked like hypochondria. For the record, a zero of his spine was rotated almost 90 degrees by the assault, and it was very visible. It's a miracle that he regained the ability to walk at all. Mom says that the doctor went pale and ran out of the room, never to be seen by them again. The sheer arrogance of some doctors infuriates me beyond words. At work, we had a patient who was referred for a spinal scan just so he'd shut up. His general practitioner was trying to wean him off of his pain meds, but the patient was fighting this tooth and nail. It was clear from the referral that the doc thought that he was a drug seeker and wanted to shut him down. The first radiologist looks at the scan, sees nothing wrong, but his spidey senses are tingling, so he dumped the case in my lap and refused to do it because he's terrified that he's going to get sued. I'm not a doctor, I'm an administrator. I spend an entire week basically medically stalking the patient and digging up previous scans from the most obscure locations so that the doctors are satisfied. And then I give it to our best doctor. All that work ended up being unnecessary because the better doctor spotted what the lesser doctor's instincts only hinted at. His spine was riddled with cancer. Bone cancer is one of the most agonizing cancers you can get, and this guy had it all up his back. My just under 2-year-old fell down in the kitchen. He had just started talking, and 5 minutes before he fell, he said, "I hurt," and fell over. We thought he was being silly, but he said it 2 to 4 more times. Finally, my wife took him to the kitchen to have a popsicle. It was like 8 a.m., but whatever. She stood him up and he literally fell over. Then he tried to talk again, but it was just baby talk, gibberish. We rushed him to the pediatrician. As we were waiting, I noticed that one side of his face was dropping. I said, "Looks like a stroke." The pediatrician who showed up at some point said no way, highly unlikely for a 1-year-old. They ran tests for what felt like days, but was probably more like 10 minutes. I kept saying his left arm is dropping now, and his face is fully stroked out. Finally, my wife stood up with him in her arms and yells, "Screw this. I'm driving him to the children's hospital." The pediatrician kept telling us to go to a different hospital because he had admitting permission or whatever. They also tried to get us to take an ambulance, but said it would take about 15 minutes. We ran out, buckled him into his seat, and drove like a race car driver to the children's. They took him in, and there was immediately like 40 doctors in the room. They ran all kinds of tests in seconds. Guess what? Stroke. He was having a hemorrhagic stroke from a burst capillary in his brainstem. He was dying, like for real. If we had stayed at the pediatrician's, he would have died. It was terrifying. Those ER doctors at Children's Hospital saved his life. They were brilliant. I barely remember the day, but at some point the doctors at the Children's asked questions like, was he struck? Did you hit him? Etc. We realized later that they were attempting to discern if we caused it by hitting him in the head. The burst capillary was actually so deep, a hit on the head wouldn't have caused it, per his neurologist. We spent nearly 3 months inpatient, including a harrowing week in the NICU. He worked really hard at walking, mostly thanks to the musicians who got to the hospital to play for the kids. Every time they were there, he wanted to dance, and he did a ton of work every week just to be able to dance when they played live music. Fast forward, he is 8 and healthy as an ox. He has drop foot and a very weak left hand, but he is so good. Many of the outcomes that were possible were much, much, much worse than his slightly weak left hand and slight drop foot. The neurologist told us one time that they were fairly confident that he was going to be left-handed because of where the stroke happened. Apparently, if he had been right-handed, his speech could have been affected much worse. Anyway, that was terrifying. We had a 2-month-old baby with us as well. We spent years traveling to and from the Children's Hospital for therapy and appointments. We just had his last appointment with the neurologist last week. They said, "We don't need to see you guys again," which is a good thing. It's not coming back, and his scans all look amazing. One of my friends had a job in the hospital looking after patients, making beds, etc. I heard he randomly quit his job, wouldn't talk to anyone about it. I bring some beers over to his house and try to see if I can get him talking. He's a total emotional wreck. Finally get him to talk, and he says that he was working one night in the hospital when he heard a nurse shouting for help because someone was going into cardiac arrest. So he runs down a hallway, and some man runs toward him. They almost bump into each other and the man shouts, "Where's the exit?" My friend points to the exit, then runs into the room with the man going into cardiac arrest, only to see that it's the exact same person who ran past him in the hallway. He died in front of his eyes.
In the mid-90s, my mom and I lived in Malaysia, while my dad was in the UK, studying for his medical exams. I was a toddler, so I don't remember many details of our home, but photos tell me it was idyllic, and backed onto a forest which proved a popular playground for the local kids. As it was just my mom and me, she often had to get my babysitter to look after me while she was working at the hospital. I recall rather liking my babysitter, and by all accounts, she was very fond of me. However, she was only a teenager at the time, so she also had other responsibilities. And at that point, I'd proved myself a bit of a scamp, as I was a woman about town, on my trike zooming around in the forest with the other kids. This is why my mom would sometimes ask the hospital creche to care for me, so she could pop in a few times a day. I believe this is where my mom met her friend. Mom's friend was a doctor at the same hospital. They had both emigrated from India at similar times, and they bonded over this experience. According to Mom, she seemed nice, if not a bit overzealous when venting about her ex. She took a shine to me as she had children back home of a similar age, so she'd often come over for a cup of tea chat and bounce me on her lap. A few months down the line, her demeanor started to change. The previously flippant but forgivable behavior began to deteriorate. She was beyond simply being tardy and eccentric. It was alarming. One afternoon, she came to chat with my mom over a cup of coffee, and everything seemed perfectly pleasant. After a while, she gazed at my mom with a beaming smile. She said she had something to show her, and that it meant a lot to her. It was deeply personal, but she felt like she could trust Mom, so she wanted to share it with her. She reached into her handbag and showed my mom a small box. When she opened the box, my mom couldn't quite understand what she was seeing, but then it dawned on her. It was a vertebra, a single human vertebra. The bone had belonged to her late mother, with whom she was very close. She went on to explain how her mother was the only person to have not betrayed her, and that she finds herself falling victim to despicable men. My mom could feel that she was becoming increasingly intense and agitated as the conversation progressed, and eventually it went south with her condemning her ex for abandoning her in a foreign country. She was spitting, her voice rash from screaming about him and how he deserves a slow death. It was at this point my mom decided that was enough and tried to calm her down and saying her goodbyes. Mom's friend didn't turn up for work the next day, or any day after that. According to the secretaries, she had just gone AWOL. It wasn't until a few years later that my mom had realized what happened. By 2001, we were back with my dad and settled in the UK. Mom often keeps in touch with the friends she made during her stints practicing medicine abroad. And on one such day 20 years ago, she received an email. One of the secretaries she had worked with in Malaysia sent an email containing a link to a newspaper article. It detailed the unfortunate news of a suspected suicide which had taken place locally. A woman fitting the description of Mom's friend had taken her own life from the top of a residential building. It had a picture that bore a striking resemblance, but it was the text that followed making her blood run cold. The article stated that the police in India had been on a manhunt for the woman who they suspect is the deceased. The reason being, she had flown to India 5 years before and lured her ex to a rendezvous. There, they believe she poisoned him before dismembering his body into small pieces over the course of 3 hours. The smallest parts were disposed of using a toilet, while the larger body parts were put into a suitcase. She spent the next few days hiring a taxi to visit remote locations, where she would dispose of various body parts. The alarm was only raised when the taxi driver, her final journey, detected the rancid smell of decay emanating from the suitcase. He tipped off the authorities and it resulted in her imprisonment. A few years into her incarceration, the woman jumped bail and fled. The police manhunt resumed, but the trail eventually went cold after it was suspected she fled back to Malaysia. With no further leads, the case went cold. That is, until 2001.
For one reason or another, the police have yet to make a conclusive identification on the body of the self-unaliving victim.
So, while there is every chance that she is the woman who fell, there is also a chance that she isn't. Info. This recollection is based on information provided by my mother and a newspaper article. I would be happy to provide proof if that is what is needed. Thanks for reading.
This happened in 1989. I had given birth to my son early in the morning the day before. I'd lost a fair bit of blood, but had been up walking at least once by then, so I wasn't too dopey. My son was sleeping in his bassinet next to my bed. A nurse that I hadn't seen before came into my room and grabbed a hold of one end of the bassinet and started to pull it away. I grabbed the other end and said, "What are you doing?" She said that she was taking him away for his blood tests. Now, I happened to be a registered nurse, and I knew what sorts of things were done to newborns, and he had already done his tests. I pointed to the Band-Aid on his heel and said, "He's already done his tests. So what sort of tests are you talking about?" And she muttered something about not being sure, but there was some test that he needed. I maintained my fast hold on his bassinet. and told her to find out what test and then let me know. She went away and never came back. And honestly, I was so out of it that I never even thought to mention it to anyone. But the fact is, several babies had been taken that summer by imposters dressed in uniforms. So I will never know for sure, but I felt like we'd dodged a bullet. I'm a doctor in surgery, and one day I got a case of a man. No big deal. Some cut to sew. I won't give details, but he was around his 30s and had a wound, 4 stitches on his arm. When I start to clean the wound, strange and creepy compliments had already started. How I got a beautiful doctor. You have beautiful pupils. You are beautiful. You have a nice smell. I just ignored him until he grabbed me by the hips and pulled me to him. I watched him. What the heck? And asked him to take his hands off of me or I'd call security. He laughed and said why I'm dramatizing. I asked him to leave, or I was going to report him, and then he got up. And he said, "You know, girls like you shouldn't turn down such offers. Your time is gone. Beauty is transient." I was in shock all day. I told my colleagues about it, and the second time at the checkpoint, my dear colleague took it and warned him. I've never seen him since, and I hope I didn't. I don't speak English, so I wrote this story via Google Translate. So I apologize for any mistakes. I'm a doctor and a 32-year-old single man who spends most of his time in the hospital, and the rest is spent pumping iron. That had been pretty much my life till last year. But the pandemic has been kind of an equator-shifting event for us medical professionals. I've seen many of my close associates perish. My mentor, my best friend, that motherly canteen woman whose name I didn't know till her death, but who never failed to give my tired face her day-brightening smile. All these wonderful people just died too soon. After 2 months of corona duty, stress of seeing so many deaths and losing people I knew and worked with weighed me down. It began to get to my head. I began making mistakes in the sanitation protocols, which, even though small, could endanger me and my patient's safety. I told my senior, and requested to be shifted to normal patients ward till I gained my complete composure. She said that the best she could do was shift me to ER, but I'll have to manage routine rounds as well. And I was fine with it. I knew that we were short on doctors. It was a Friday after completing my shift. I was just back to my apartment. I was tired and hungry, but then I was called again. Apparently there was some high-profile accident case. She was a girl of 24, only daughter of the local mayor. She had a fractured arm, a bad wound on the elbow which required 5 stitches. Shards of glass had pierced her shoulder deeply, barely missing the jugular vein. It took me hours to patch her up and head home. A week went by. I kept checking her progress, and she was coping well. She was very friendly, but nothing about it made me uncomfortable. I understood since COVID protocols didn't allow visitors to stay. She yearned for someone to talk to. But with each passing day, she grew bolder. Friendliness turned to flirting, which I tried to handle with my best professional smiling face and silence. Soon, her infatuation became a hot topic of canteen discussions and leg pulling, and I began avoiding canteen. It was a normal summer day and I was doing my rounds. I reached her room and, keeping my best stoic face, I began checking for vitals. She said that she was feeling pain in her shoulder. I knew the glass wounds were deep, but so far they had been healing just fine. After telling her that I was going to pull her gown down to have a look, I barely managed to touch it, and she pulled it all the way down to her belly in one tug. I froze. I kept my eyes on the wound. It appeared to be healing normally. I averted my eyes and told her so, but she insisted that I have a closer look. She touched me inappropriately, and I decided it was best to walk out. By the time I reached the door, she said something so vulgar and inappropriate that it made me cringe with disgust. I marched out without turning back. I thought it was best that I told someone before I was accused of something that I did not do. So I told about her advances to my fellow doctor who was of my age, and his words were appalling. In the coarsest way possible, he insinuated that if he was me, he would jump at the chance, and laughed it off that I was scared of a female. I decided that it was best to go back to COVID duty and stay clear of trouble, and I easily got that. I did not see her and heard she was discharged. I almost forgot about her in the rush of corona patients. A week later, she was admitted with mild COVID symptoms, and her father literally arm-twisted hospital management by holding supplies to provide her with private ward and special care. All of a sudden, she became the most important patient. People were dying in that hospital daily, people whose organs were failing them, whose oxygen saturation was making them struggle for each breath, and we were short to just 4 doctors. The rest were either infected or quarantined by now, and here, hospital's management was busy providing VIP treatment to an insolent brat. After 2 days, I had to go check on her. She had a fever. Personal protection equipment kit made it difficult for her to identify me, but as soon as I introduced myself, she had this bizarre smile on her face. She looked unstable with her messy hair, sweaty and sick look. As I reached her, she caught my PPE suit in her hand. Her nails were digging into the polymer, nearly tearing it apart. Shocked, I tried to pull it back, but she began rambling stuff amidst her crazy, uncensored yelling. I checked what I had to and pulled out of her hold and exited the room. Later that day, I talked to the management. They took it casually because they had bigger issues at hand like the pandemic, and what harm can a sick woman do to a buffed-up 6'3" guy? Hearing this, I decided that it was time that I left this place, at least for my own mental peace. I resigned and joined another hospital in a different state. More than half a year has passed by, and I still feel like a quitter. I feel frustrated. In all this fiasco, I was asked why I wouldn't want to be with this woman. Asked if I was gay. If I don't want to be intimate with some woman because I don't like her, or because of my professional ethics. It doesn't make me gay. Harassment affects men mentally too. It may not be on the scale that women face, but we're not steel. Men have feelings too. This story comes from a time in my life when I was in a really bad place. I had been misdiagnosed with BPD since I was a teenager, when I was actually bipolar. So when my first full-on manic episode came along, no one in my family knew what was happening. They thought that I was on some sort of drug or something, because I went long enough without treatment that the mania developed into psychosis. I was really, really delusional and sick, like completely out of my mind. So a few of the details here are fuzzy, but I definitely have a very clear memory of this moment. Ever since I was a teenager, I had experienced psychogenic seizures. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically a pseudo-seizure caused by extreme distress or anxiety. It's basically how my body reacts in crisis mode, instead of the fight-or-flight instinct in really high-stakes situations. So my parents called an ambulance, since they had never seen me have so many consecutive episodes at a time. And the EMTs show up while my brain is pretty much on fire with mental illness. It was the most vulnerable I've ever been. A couple of EMTs put me in the ambulance, where 2 other EMTs were sitting in the back. One of them was really nice to me, and tried to do the best he could to soothe me. The other guy was this white, frat-looking dude, with a buzz cut, and he was just frowning, staring at me and not saying or doing anything. I guess he was more like glaring. Whatever. He was the last thing on my mind. We arrive at the hospital. and the nice guy and the frat guy pushed me into a holding room in the hospital, while one of the others went off into the hospital, I guess to figure out what to do with me. The frat guy finally speaks and says to the nice guy that he can go ahead, he can handle this. The nice guy looked unsure, but he seemed younger and more inexperienced than the fratty EMT, so he just nodded and left. The guy then turned his attention back to me, and I felt eyes shooting daggers at me. He gets up close and grabs my wrists, which caused a huge spike in anxiety, so I started convulsing again. He tightened his grip by a lot. Like, it left red marks, and I tried to tell the first person I saw after this event what he had done, but he insisted that I did it to myself. And who's gonna trust the crazy chick, right? But he held my arms down. Then he got all up in my face, and his voice got real low, but really firm and commanding. He said, "Listen, I know you're faking it. Everybody knows. You aren't doing your parents any favors by causing a scene, so just stop it. Stop it." I literally felt his spit on my face. I didn't know what to do, so I screamed, "You need to work on your bedside manner," as loud as I could. And shortly after, a nurse and my dad came in, and the guy backed up and speed walked out. I remember someone at the door trying to stop him, but he just kind of shouldered him off and stormed away like he was angry or something. I never saw him again after that. I had a few more freaky experiences at the hospital's psych ward, but that was the one that I remember most vividly. About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there is rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job, until they put me in the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work this wing. They bounce me around the floors, pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. Put together my cart and clean the floor. However, after I came back from the first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility is. The rooms are strewn about almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack in as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives and trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" Broken clocks that no longer work, or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head the most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house a remainder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, and more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it, even seemed joyful, made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable, like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 to 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs. as none of them had the strength to walk anymore, staring mindlessly at a TV playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned to dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of the wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes. They looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say help me, without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as what to do, because I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then, the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come comfort them, yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurses remotely touch them in any way. I just have to watch, as I'm just a janitor who cleans their rooms. No, their homes. And I'm not allowed to touch the patients. No way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time, and I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge to this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all is this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. I'm an EMT basic for a private ambulance company in the Midwest. For this call, it was my turn to do paperwork and sit in the back with the patient. We were called to take this elderly woman from the hospital ER back to her nursing home after she had a medical issue earlier in the day. The time was around 7:40-ish, and we arrived to the ER room. She was in, and she just lays there, facing straight up, not moving, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. We asked the RN if this is her typical mental status/behavior, and they say yes, and go on to explain that she suffers from advanced dementia and generalized muscle weakness. They say that she is unaware of anything happening around her, and that isn't directly physically affecting her, and she sometimes just mumbles to herself, never acknowledging anyone or anything in the room. One of the hospital techs had to go in and change/clean our patient up before transport, and she got a little agitated from it. But as the RN disclosed, she never acknowledged anyone's existence and just babbled on a bit more rapidly, which continued for the rest of the night in our care. We got her over to our stretcher, buckled her in, and once we were in the ambulance, we started transporting. Inside the ambulance, I kept it dark, since she was staring blankly up at the ambulance dome lights, not wanting to hurt her eyes. The only light that I had was the laptop with our EPCR, patient care report, and from the little EMT light next to the captain's chair for doing paperwork or small tasks. With these small lights on, I could see her face pretty well, as she just babbled on and on, talking about nonsensical things to people that did not exist, non-stop staring at the ceiling. Once I had finished with my final set of vitals en route and put it in the laptop, I shut the screen down and placed it on the shelf next to myself. I'm sitting in the captain's chair at the head of the stretcher, facing backwards towards the doors. And before I turn the EMT light off, I notice my patient staring directly into my eyes, not muttering a word. I moved my head to the right and left a little bit to see if she was just fixated in this direction, maybe from the noise of the laptop closing. But she followed my head's movements, never breaking eye contact. Intrigued, but not really fazed by this, I turned off the EMT light. I can just barely see her eyes and face in the dark, and they are still entirely focused on my face. She then spoke directly to me, just one sentence. "The angels are calling for you." as she points at me with one hand, with no expression on her face other than a blank stare. She stares on for a couple of seconds more, before looking back up at the ceiling once more, and just mumbling random stuff again to things that aren't there. The rest of the transport and drop-off procedures went on with no other incidents. I know it was probably just another visual disturbance to her, but man, was it super creepy, and it will forever stick with me. I am and have been a paramedic for about 10 years. My entire career has been spent in emergency medicine, responding to 911 calls and providing advanced life support for life-threatening illness and injuries. The calls we respond to range from inappropriate use of an ambulance to minutes away from death, and oftentimes it's already too late. If you've read my other stories here, then you know the background. But in 2014, I moved to another city a couple of hours away from home to work. The city was smallish, less than 100,000 people, but the ambulance serviced the entire county where the city resides. At the time, there was a significant oil boom in the area, so thousands of people flooded the city and county to work in the oil fields nearby. This caused the city to get a little rougher, as you had people from all over the country moving there to work. And that many people in a small place increased the cost of living, and we saw a large increase in violent crimes as well as traumatic injuries. We worked 24-hour shifts, which weren't too bad. The days were usually somewhat busy, and at night the ambulance station had rooms with twin beds that allowed you to get some fairly decent sleep at night. Most of the calls that would classify as crazy, creepy, or scary always tend to come at night. The day that this story takes place was a little different than normal. Normally, I get an EMT basic partner, which means since I'm an advanced provider on the truck, I get all of the patients. But today, I had another paramedic partner because we were training in a new hire paramedic. It was her first day in field training orientation. This means that we generally let her take the calls and sit back and evaluate her performance to ensure that she is capable and doesn't kill anyone. This was her first job after graduation, so she was still pretty green. I could see that she was very nervous and trying very hard to do her best. So as per usual, the day was pretty busy, but as it began to wind down, I was getting ready to attempt to take a nap. I kick off my boots and lay down on the bed, on top of the covers. Easier to get up and going that way if a call comes in. I put my radio up to my head, full volume like always, so I can be sure to wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, midnight starts to roll around and I hear a call go out. Dispatch says, "Man who has been stabbed to death is not breathing." Luckily, it's not my call, and another ambulance responds. So I go back to bed, or at least try to. About 30 minutes later, another call goes out, and this time it is for me. Dispatch information. Man with a knife wound on his hands. Police are on scene. I get my boots on, wake up the new girl and my partner, and walk out to the ambulance. The rest of the call was right smack dab in the middle of downtown. We responded non-emergent, as it was not a life-threatening injury. As we arrive on scene, there's probably 6 police cars on scene, all with their lights on. The area itself was through an alleyway and behind a building just off the main street. As we pull up, there are a number of officers, a couple of sheriff's deputies, and a detective all standing around this man with a rag on his hand. As I got closer, I could see that the man was bald, middle-aged, and had almost a homeless look to him. He also had a big dark spot in the middle of his forehead. One of the officers approached me to fill me in on what's going on before I talk to the guy and start to treat him. The officer tells me the man has a large laceration on the back of his hand that he received from a knife. At this point, I was still a bit groggy and didn't put 2 and 2 together. The officer says that the man said that he was attacked by another man, and that he is probably going to need stitches. So, as it's not serious, I have my FTO approach first to begin her assessment and give me her treatment plan. I stay close behind her, and we both walk up to the man who is in handcuffs. As we approach, the dark spot on the guy's forehead is now clear. On the center of his forehead, stretching from his eyebrows, and what would have been his hairline, is the biggest swastika tattoo I've ever seen. My FTO begins to talk to the man as I stand back and observe. Something about the man's general composure and response chilled me. When we first walk up to the man, was muttering something under his breath. I couldn't tell what he was saying, but he was repeating it over and over. My FTO asked the police to uncuff him to see the cut on his hand more clearly. At this point, one of the other officers produced the knife he believed to be the weapon that caused the injury. The knife was in an evidence baggie, and it was covered in blood. It was nothing special. It just looked like a cheap plastic pocket knife, like you would buy at some cheesy gift shop. It was a folding knife with a black plastic handle and a blade that was maybe 3 inches long, with a bit of serration towards the handle. The man showed us his hand. On the back, cutting right through another large swastika tattoo, was a laceration that went from the base of his pinky finger to the lower fleshy part of his thumb. It was quite wide also, approximately 3 centimeters, exposing the bones of his metacarpals as well as his tendons. The bleeding had mostly stopped with pressure from the towel he was holding on to. When my partner asked the man what had happened, the man then repeated to us what he had been repeatedly muttering to himself. "I killed him, man. He's dead, man. I had to have killed him. He's gotta be dead." At this point, I'm starting to put it together and understanding the larger picture. We get the man into the ambulance so that we can assess for any other injuries that may not be visible under his clothing. After a thorough search, we realize that there are no other injuries, so we begin to transport him to the hospital. My FTO bandaged the man's hand, and as we were driving, I start to ask questions to try and figure out the details. The man told me everything I wanted to know, and never lost that chilling vibe, staring distantly as he recounted what happened. The man told me that he's homeless and was wandering around when a friend offered him a ride. He says that he was leery of the man, but decided to get in anyway and accept the offer. The man said the friend began asking him if he ate it inwards. The man said that he didn't, and that he wasn't racist. He tells me that this is when his friend became upset with him and tried to stab him with a pocket knife. The man said that he attempted to defend himself, managed to wrestle the knife away from his friend, and stabbed him back before jumping out of the car and running. So with this shocking telling of the tale, we continue to transport the man in silence. Also, as a ride note, an officer rode in the ambulance with us the whole way. After we dropped the man off at the ER, we all kind of sat there shocked leaving the hospital. We returned to the station and tried to get some sleep. However, we were not destined for sleep this night. An hour later, we get another call for a body removal from downtown, less than 3 blocks away from our last call. We pull up to the area, which is in the middle of the street. The street itself is blocked off 100 feet on both sides by a fire truck and police officers. The fire truck was equipped with a double stack of 4 halogen lights, risen up on the ladder, shining down to illuminate the area. Walking up with the stretcher and body bag, the detective on scene tells us that they're done with the investigation, and they are ready for us to take the body to the medical examiner's office. At this point, we're still about 50 feet away from where the body lay, from where I can see the person laying in the middle of the street. We get closer and take a few minutes to examine the body. What I see, and putting together what I was told, is astonishing to say the least. The man, another middle-aged man, appears white, possibly Mexican, lays in the middle of the street on his back, with his arms spread eagle and his legs straight. There is a vehicle parked on the side of the road, with its driver door still open. I figured that must be the guy's vehicle. It was parked neatly, not haphazardly or incorrectly. The deceased man has streaks of blood coming from his nose and mouth, with several small puncture wounds on his face and cheeks. Looking at his torso, there are about a dozen more knife-shaped puncture wounds in this chest and abdomen. Most of the wounds were so jagged and barbaric looking, you could see adipose tissue pushing out of them. There wasn't much of a blood puddle under the man, but a very large trail of blood ran from the man to the side of the street where the curb is. The blood then continues its flow another 10 feet along the curb before spilling into a storm drain. With that much blood, the man was exsanguinated and bled out there in the middle of the street. We packaged the man into the body bag and transported him to the ME's office. When we got back to the station, my charge medic told me the officer that rode with the first patient requested that we fill out a report on what we heard the man say. Thankfully, the rest of the shift was uneventful. Fast forward to a couple of years ago, I received a call from the state's attorney. He asked if I remembered the call, to which I informed him I do. He told me that this person is going to trial for murder, is pleading not guilty, and he would like to go over my statement with me as I would be a key witness and require my testimony in court. We went over my statement and then we talked about it a bit. Then he told me he would be in touch and wished me a good day. A few days later, he calls me up again and informs me that the man changed his plea to self-defense and that I was needed in court in a week. Literally, one day before the trial, he calls me up again. He tells me this time the man changed his plea to guilty and that I was no longer needed. I don't know what happened after that. I never really looked into it. It's just another brick in the wall, so to speak. A story filed away in my brain, probably never to be forgotten. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed. This happened a few years ago. I did some work experience at a funeral home, and on one of the mornings, myself and another member of our team had to go to a mental health facility. The building was very old looking when we arrived through its gates, and when we went inside, it seemed massive. It sounded like our voices were an echo. We were there to pick up an item from someone recently deceased, and were taken to a room to wait for the person in charge. It was pretty silent for a while, but then a woman appeared at the office door, opened it, came inside quickly, and then smashed the door closed again as quickly as possible. She suddenly turned to us and explained that a patient had become violent and was running around outside in the corridors. This alone was scary enough for me, but then within seconds the patient came to the door and looked through the window. She banged on the door, screaming something that I couldn't understand. A male nurse then appeared and took her away to her room as quickly as she had appeared. We then sorted out what we came for with the woman in charge, and then proceeded to get up to leave. We started to walk down the corridor towards the exit, but I started to hear a noise in one of the open rooms. I looked inside, and it was dark apart from a man watching TV on his own. The light from the TV was the only way that I was able to make out the outline of the man. He started mumbling something really quietly, but then suddenly out of nowhere became really loud and started shouting. He was shouting something along the lines of, "Help me now," just over and over again. I was terrified and could not get to the exit quickly enough. I never had to go back there again, and I'm glad that I didn't. At the beginning of August, I overdosed on my sedatives. I was rushed to the hospital and stayed in the psychiatric section for 2 weeks until I was moved to another psych ward. There were many units, each had its own building, and mine was next to alcoholics, drug addicts, and some people who were there because of violating the law. Since I was in an open section of my unit, I was allowed to walk around the hospital area. Then, like after a week of being there, I started going to the cafeteria area to buy cigarettes and cocoa. Ever since then, one of the dudes from the alcoholics section started to hit on me, basically saying some nasty stuff, asking how old I was, etc. It was bearable at times because my roommate always called him out. But then, when I was there already for some time, he started making really creepy comments. Firstly, he asked if I was taken, to which I replied that I am. And then it started, making comments about how I broke his heart, then how he cannot stop thinking about me. Once I was discharged, I was so relieved that I wouldn't ever meet him again. But I also sometimes visited my friends there, and when he noticed me waiting near the cafeteria, he always came up to me, trying to touch me, asking where I live, that he'll find out where I live and that he's going to mess with me, how I broke his heart because I'm taken, and how I'm not only breaking his heart, which is bleeding, but also it breaking his spirit, because he can't stop thinking about me, and how every single night he once again thinks about me. One time he even tried to kiss me. This all happened in one of the many times that I visited my friends. I don't know if it could be considered stalking or just a creepy, disgusting behavior, but because of him, I stopped visiting my friends and have been even more scared to go anywhere by myself.
Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.